Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the January 21st, 2023 County Board meeting. This is Board Chair Christian Dorsey presiding, and also present are my colleagues, Ms. Crystal, Mr. DeFerranti, and Mr. Carantonis. We expect Vice Chair Garvey shortly. We appreciate all of you who are joining us in our boardroom this morning, and those of you who are also participating remotely via our Microsoft Teams platform. I have a few announcements before we get underway with our public comment. First of all, face masks are welcome, but not required. If you would like one, I believe we have some that are available for you to use up with our clerk at the front. Board members and our senior staff up here continue to maintain physical distancing and may wear masks depending on individual preferences. Some members of the public and county staff, as well as other presenters, are participating remotely as part of our hybrid meeting model. For those of you who are intending to speak at today's meeting, here are a few considerations. For our in-person speakers, the lectern to the front can be adjusted using the up and down arrows which are located on the right as you face the lectern. Please make sure you speak clearly into the microphone. You do not have to press any buttons so that everyone can hear you. And if you are submitting documents as part of your public testimony, please hand those to the clerk, Ms. Jacobs, and make sure that they have your name and contact information on any document you may submit. For our remote speakers, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called on to speak. You will need to unmute yourself using *6 if you are participating via phone. Or if you are actually on the Teams platform, you can click the microphone icon on the toolbar and you will then be heard. Occasionally, and likely, given the number of speakers that we have today for our meeting, board members may leave the dais, but fear not, even if you can't see us, we are still able to follow the meeting via speakers and monitors. And with that, we are now ready to move forward with our public comment speakers. We do have a Spanish language interpreter who is available for the public comment portion of our meeting today. Could our interpreter please introduce themselves in English and in Spanish?
Good morning, this is Charlene Varela, your Spanish interpreter. Buenos días, mi nombre es Charlene Varela, estoy aquí para ayudarles. Gracias.
Gracias. As a reminder, the purpose of our public comment period is for individuals to alert the board to issues that have not been subject to a recent public hearing nor are scheduled for an upcoming public hearing. To ensure that we can hear a range of topics and to be fair and consistent across all speakers and issues, we do have a one speaker per topic rule. This rule helps the board efficiently manage the main purpose of today's meeting, which is to consider the items that are actually on our agenda, and to respect the time also of your neighbors who may be waiting for hearings on those regularly scheduled items. We do appreciate everyone's cooperation in adhering to our meeting procedures and to being fair and respectful to your fellow residents. If you are here as part of a coordinated group today, we ask that you identify one representative to raise the topic. That representative can then make us aware of anyone else who may be present who are supporting those views. And importantly, there are other ways that you can engage with the county board if you find this one speaker per topic rule a little limiting. We can, excuse me, if you desire to have a dynamic conversation with board members, we have a wonderful opportunity each and every week. It's called Open Door Monday. More information is available on our website, and you can also check with our clerks, Mr. Kushner out in front or Ms. Jacobs here in the front, who can give you more information on that. And you can always write to the county board and send us your written correspondence at countyboard@arlingtonva.us. Okay, with all of that, we're now ready for public comment. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call our first two speakers?
Yes, our first speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Tina Asingo.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Welcome, members of the board. This is Audrey Clement, a Westover resident. This is a belated annual political yard sign report to county board. Out of 750 Clement signs deployed throughout the county before the election, 70% or over 525 were confiscated from the medians by November the 12th, the Saturday after the election. On that day, one volunteer reported that he drove the length of George Mason Drive and recovered exactly one Clement sign. A sign recovery operation I conducted in North Arlington later that day revealed that most of the medians had been wiped clean of my signs. The obvious suspect is the Arlington County Democratic Committee, ACDC, its volunteers and or operatives, since sign confiscation was countywide and my signs were gone where the ACDC had removed theirs. This is clearly illegal, but not to worry. ACDC enjoys solid support among the voters, many of whom approve unauthorized sign removal as long as the targets aren't Democrats. One of them even opined in Nextdoor as follows, quote, "Taking signs that you posted in a public right-of-way is not a crime. These signs were not on your personal property. I'm sure this will come as a shock, but someone removing signs you posted on a public right-of-way is every bit as much an exercise of their freedom of speech as placing them was yours," end of quote. Presumably, enforcement of the state criminal code as it pertains to sign removal applies only to non-Democrats and nonprofit advocacy groups like Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future, to whom the message above was directed. Welcome to the People's Republic of Arlington, where the law is what ACDC says it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Tina Asanigo.
Arlington County Board, thank you for your commitment to represent Arlington, Virginia and its constituents. On behalf of Park Roslyn, Roslyn Ridge Development Corporation, apartment residents who need and use the affordable housing resources, please be informed that, 1, we are anxiously concerned about and we strongly oppose the $125 monthly parking fee that is being imposed on families who need to park a second vehicle at our residence of Park Roslyn. Supposedly, the parking fee policy was established in 2015 when S.L. Newsbaum assumed property management under APA, Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing. 2, we are very concerned that apparently a significant change was made to Park Roslyn's governing financial documents, yet there was no documented policy change presented to Park Roslyn residents who have lived in the affordable dwelling units before 2015. 3, we encourage Arlington County Board to uphold and enforce equity to include preserving the affordable housing stability for residents and to put a termination to the current parking segregation practice of isolating the affordable housing residents to park on the P3 bottom level of the Park Roslyn's multi-level parking garage. The bottom level parking area is intentionally painted a different color from other parking levels, as this distinguishes where the affordable housing residents are to park. A vehicle will be towed if parked on the wrong level. Arlington County Board, thank you for advancing equity through active justice.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill Fogarty, followed by Richard McNamara.
And I thank you very much.
Good morning. Working with my friends from Voice, I'm here to make comments on Plan Langston Boulevard, which of course relates back to the Affordable Housing Master Plan. I come to specifically urge you to commit to the goal of 2,500 affordable units, and further to work toward a Langston Boulevard goal of 2,500 committed affordable units. I've had the good fortune to live and work in Arlington since 1982. I've lived in 6 different neighborhoods, starting with a market rate affordable unit in Roslyn. I've worked as a real estate lawyer representing those convenient punching bags known as developers, and I have served on the board of APA in its early days for over 20 years. In that time, both as a lawyer and a housing advocate, I've seen the problems in trying to rely on market rate units for affordable housing, as those market rate units can quickly disappear. So I'm here simply to request that you do not rely on market rate units in your calculations as you proceed with your plans for Langston Boulevard. Turning back to my own lived experience, I would note that the market rate apartment I first rented in Roslyn is no longer a market rate apartment. To be frank, we will need 2 commitments. First, a commitment in planning for 2,500 committed affordable units, and later we will need a commitment in funding to get those units. But first things first, hopefully, Plan Langston Boulevard will take care of the planning part of that equation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Richard McNamara, followed by Dean Fleming.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about how I think my frustration with the way the county is being run in very stovepipe little pukas. And people don't seem to continue to see how they fit into the bigger picture of where Arlington's going. Specifically, and I also find that when we are able to get residents engaged in these areas, that it's not very transparent. So let me use an example to illustrate this. In a current transportation project affecting my area, directly impacted residents and civic associations are never alerted that these new projects are being put up or put in place. Vision Zero pilots for specific examples. One that I'm going to talk about is the roundabout at Nellie and Military. That the stated reason was to have safe crossings for Dorothyham School walkers. Nobody's going to argue with that. And that after a year of collecting data, an announcement was made in November that said, hey, we like this roundabout, we're going to go forward and make it permanent. I asked for data. I said, would you show me the data? You know, you've been collecting it for a year. I was ignored. I came through the FOIA process. I was provided the data that I asked. I asked for the data that was being provided to the architect who's doing the design. I was given one piece of data for one day in September of 22 that showed that there were only 20 pedestrians, 12 in the morning with a crosswalking guard. I don't know whether they were kids or adults, but it seems to me that if we're going to spend $2.5 million on this project, it would be better spent to offset the $30 million shortfall that you currently are seeing. I also do not see, I read the resources and natural resources plan, and nowhere does that address the 60,000 new
Thank you,
residents
Mr.
that were
McNamara. Your time has elapsed.
Thank you.
Our
Thank
next
you.
speaker is Dean Fleming, followed by Peter Evans.
You guys have some information to put on screen for me? There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see here is a plastic tree, I guess, for lack of a better word, a little popsicle stick that killed Carlos Civet, Arlington County resident, who ran into it, as you can see if you look at the picture there, on a bike path. It probably shouldn't have been there, wasn't necessary to be there, not necessary for it to be at most of our streets and intersections, although these things have proliferated, as you all know. Carlos did not have to die for this. And you can see this one here that I picked up out of the trash. It's been hit so many times, it's bent, it's got marks all over it. These things are more of a nuisance and a headache than they are a safety concern. I think we all realize why they were put in, to theoretically make for safer bike lanes and all. Now what we've done is we've put in things that people run into, and if you're on a bike, it can kill you. If you're trying to plow snow, ask your Arlington County people at facilities how they feel about having to plow around these things. We're just lucky that we haven't had snow in the last 3 or 4 years since these things have been planted. When we get a 6 or 8, 10-inch snow, they're going to pop these things like popsicle sticks, and then you'll have to pay to put them back. That's the reality of what we've done with these things. Driving here today, I went around a lot of intersections where you had to swing way out wide to go around the intersection into traffic. You all know what I'm talking about. We all deal with it. So I don't know what you can do about it. I know right now there are a lot of places where they've repaved intersections and they have not put these back in. So maybe they're on the way out the door. I don't know. I think you need to study it, take a look at it, and see if we can reduce the number to only absolutely as necessary use of these things. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Evans, followed by Sarah Kerwin.
Good morning. I'm Peter Evans. I'm a dad and a granddad living here in Arlington, and I come back to you again to talk about gun safety in Arlington because of the 6-year-old student who took his mother's handgun to school and shot his teacher. I'm here to ask you for help building a gun safety culture in Arlington. According to the CDC, gun violence is now the leading cause of death for Americans under 18 years old. Last year, there were 51 school shootings in the United States. That's almost one a week. It's 50% more than in 2021 and 5 times as many as in 2020. So my concern is that gun safety is not adequately defined or promoted in Virginia today, and I want your help to develop a comprehensive local gun safety program for Arlington that would be helping gun owners to recognize their responsibility to keep guns away from kids, away from criminals, and those who pose a danger to themselves. It would teach firearm safety in a friendly, expert context, teaching both competence and safety in handling of firearms, promoting secure storage for both loaded and unloaded weapons, and urging that every firearm theft should be reported as soon as possible. They would promote the red flag law opportunities that are relatively new in Virginia and provide gun buyback events or turn-in alternatives. So I'm trying to figure out who would be the best leader for a local gun safety program here in Arlington, and I'm asking for your guidance. A strong program like this may require additional funding and personnel.
Thank you, Mr. Evans.
So if you will help me,
Thank you.
I thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Kerwin, followed by Don Udaigu.
Good morning, board members. My name is Sarah Kerwin, and I've lived in the Green Valley neighborhood for over 12 years. I and some of my neighbors want to bring to your attention a concern that you are aware of and that the Green Valley Civic Association knows about, and we need action. We need a bathroom at or around the John Robinson Jr. Town Square. With the opening of the Town Square, there is an abundance of community building activities, from yoga, gospel, kids storytelling, to haircuts and holiday parties and more. There is a playground, a basketball court, baseball diamond, soccer field, garden, and lots of folks hanging around the town square, yet no bathroom. Kids have to run to the trees to urinate in privacy, and adults are urinating against buildings and houses. Urine is literally flowing down the sidewalks. This is a public health issue as well as an emotional health issue for those who witness it on a regular basis, specifically children. The reasons we get for why bathrooms are not installed do not align with what is seen in other parts of Arlington. You'll see up there. Similar parks in Arlington, such as Lacey Woods and Fort Scott, have permanent bathrooms. In fact, Fort Scott has a porta potty while their permanent bathroom is being worked on. In this budget cycle, we need to plan for a permanent bathroom and a porta potty while we wait. The community needs it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, thank you so much, is Don Udaigu.
Thank you. It's Dawn Lori Hudegi. Appreciate it. My husband owns Brooklyn Bagel Bakery, and unfortunately he had surgery, so he could not be here today, but thank you for having me, and I appreciate the time. I'm here on behalf of Brooklyn Bagel, who we are a local business that's been in Arlington for over 20 years. I'm also here speaking on the other businesses in the courthouse block. It's the 405 Wilson Boulevard block, including Courthouse Kebab, California Tortilla, the TRN Cafe. And we're here about the 2050 landmark project that was approved by the board in March of 2021. First, I'd like to ask that businesses, local businesses, are properly notified of projects. We did not receive proper notification. A letter went out. Supposedly, it was hand delivered by someone having lunch at our bagel store, and supposedly an email went out the same day. We missed the meeting. Only one person from the businesses were there. In any case, at this point, we need to have a reconsideration of what's going on. We weren't given information on the timing for the parking lane, for the loss of our parking in front. We're here to talk about parking. We need to have some sort of remediation. We believe in the protected bike lanes that have already gone in, or that are blocking our spaces now, but we need to understand how we can share the space in front of us and how things can be reconsidered, because the building across that is paying for all of the changes in the sidewalk, they're going to have parking, but our 4 spaces in front are gone. This is super important to the businesses who've changed our business model after COVID. We have a lot of deliveries. We have people that come run in front. So right now, what I'd like to find out is how we can have these protected bike lanes, how we can mitigate. We've tried to speak to the county. We have not received enough information. Thank you for your time, and we'll be back.
Thank you. Are there any more public speakers, Ms. Jacobs?
No, there is not.
Well, thanks to all of our public speakers for coming this morning. We'll see what issues that we can address here or which we need to refer for further inquiry. Ms. Clement, thank you for your, as you say, annual report. I think at this point, the only thing that I can suggest to you is if you have allegations of illegality, this is not actually the most effective forum for you to take them. You should contact law enforcement in the form of the Arlington County Police Department or our Commonwealth's attorney for them to adjudicate those issues. Otherwise, I don't see how there can be any relief that could come from this board. Ms. Asanigo, thank you for, but before I leave that, does anyone else have any comments on that one? Okay, Ms. Asanigo, thank you for coming with your concerns about parking, both fees and in terms of location at Park Roslyn. As you mentioned, this is a community that's owned by the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, APA, and while Arlington is a fiduciary partner to APA, we don't have a controlling governance role in APA. So the policies that they have are their policies, and we can only bring to light the concerns that you have brought to us for them to deal with. We will do so, but it is certainly, as I know, you have sent some communication not only to this board, but to them. We encourage you to continue to try to bring those concerns to them, and particularly as it relates to the feeling that where parking is required, where you are required to park, we will certainly convey, as I heard very clearly, that conveys a sense of inequity and marginalization. So thank you very much for those concerns. Anyone else, colleagues? Move on to Mr. Fogarty. Thank you for coming with your concerns about Plan Langston Boulevard and a commitment for affordable housing. So as you well know, that there was an earlier iteration of the Plan Langston plan that with the levels of density that were presented could achieve potentially up to 2,500 committed affordable units. Further iterations of that plan, which are part of our community process, have reduced heights and density somewhat, which has brought a corresponding decrease in the number of CAFs that could be achieved. At this point, the land use plan is still evolving, and of note, we have not begun work on the implementation plan. So in terms of the overall number of committed affordable units that are going to emanate from the Plan Langston process, we are not there yet. But it is important to hear your advocacy on behalf of Voice to have 2,500 as a number that should be maintained, whether it be through the basic land use process or through other implementing mechanisms. Anything else on that? All right, Mr. McNamara, thank you. And I'm gonna, because I am not as familiar with the Nellie Custis roundabout issue. I know Mr. DeFerranti has done a lot of work on this, so if you're okay, I'd love for you to speak to that.
Sure. I've talked with Mr. McNamara. I understand the concerns. I'm not aware of the details of the FOIA request. I certainly understand the desire And there are provisions, I believe, unless our county attorney or county manager would say otherwise, but I believe there are provisions that we're supposed to, if there's a request, we're supposed to try to get to the intent of the request. But there's much detail in Virginia FOIA law that I do not know. I certainly understand that concern. I have been following up on that roundabout. I also, I think that there's a lot to the discussion of that roundabout. So I think the best thing to do is to follow up on the question related to FOIA so that at least I understand, and then also try to provide an update after checking with staff on the roundabout process. But I have talked with Mr. McNamara in the past. I understand your concerns. I don't know if he's still here, but I will follow up with him based on the clerk's email, and we'll handle it that way.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Just briefly, Mr. Chair, in addition to Mr. DeFerrante's comments, Mr. McNamara referred also to the money that is dedicated to that. This is dedicated money for this purpose, and it comes from various sources that are not fungible. They cannot be used for other things. So this is it has to be a technical assessment and a community assessment of the usefulness of this design to achieve the traffic calming and pedestrian, cyclist, and general traffic safety goals.
Thank you both. Ms. Crystal.
Just one more thought, since we did engage with a number of residents about this last year, just a few months ago, in fact. Just wanted to note, notwithstanding concerns about data, which was a major discussion with a few leaders in the neighborhood, there was also quite a bit of feedback in general that came in about the proposed roundabout, the temporary roundabout, and just wanted to emphasize the degree to which that feedback was used to improve the final design that has now been proposed, and wanted to suggest to any in the neighborhood or who find themselves frequently in that neighborhood who are interested in the military road safety improvements to visit our website, where they can find a new design, which was shared at a community meeting at the end of November, to see how that has evolved to try to address those concerns.
Thank you all. Next, Mr. Fleming. First of all, thank you for coming, and we are certainly saddened to know of the death of Mr. Civet. You know, your issue broadly with flexible bollards and their utility and their safety is one of an enduring conversation among transportation professionals. In many cases, they provide great utility in promoting safety, delineating various ways where people of different modes should place themselves. It is certainly not inconceivable that their placement would result in conflicts and crashes and accidents. I do not know the particular details of Mr. Civet. I don't know if anyone here does at all, but certainly we regret whenever there is an accident that results in a loss of life. However, I don't believe that the flexible bollards themselves are something that is directly a safety conflict. I think in this case, without knowing more, I won't say any more, other than we'll look into what you brought to us and see if there's any follow-up that we can engage and connect you with. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. Actually, it's interesting. Someone just yesterday brought up the issue of these flexible bollards, and this I think on George Mason, wanting to give a bicyclist more space, pull over, but couldn't because the flexible bollards were there, and so had to be very close to the cyclist at that time. I don't know, the exact location, but I also will be following up and see. It could be, I think these are a great thing, but it could be that they're not always where they're best used. Thank you.
Ms. Crystal.
If I could just add a finer point to, or intent to look into this further, maybe for the manager, if our constituent services folks are on the line with us. For me, it would be particularly helpful to know what our policy is with regard to using the flexible bollards on bike paths in particular. I'm very familiar with their use when it comes to separating automobiles from other uses. And I do largely associate myself, I think, with the intimation of your comments, which is that they are actually quite helpful in that regard. It is hard to separate and protect users from vehicles, and you need something that is, solid enough to do that. It seems, however, considerably less necessary to me, when you are trying to separate perhaps walkers from bikers. It seems like that could be done with something considerably gentler, like landscaping, et cetera. So if we could maybe get just a statement of what our policy is right now with the use of the flexible bollards or bollards in general on perhaps non-automobile modes of or transportation areas like bike trails and pathways. I would find that really helpful. Thank you.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Sure, just because there's an example of, at Little Falls in Old Dominion, there is zero doubt in my mind that those bollards already have prevented accidents. And so I understand, I sort of associate again with that bike pedestrian piece, just felt, and certainly, but felt it was a little overbroad to say that they don't work because I've seen an example where I think they're working excellently. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Karantonis.
Just to add a brief comment on that, flexible borders is a safety tool. It has evolved a lot. It is mostly to protect more vulnerable participants in traffic from other participants in traffic that can inflict huge damage and can, threaten lives. So they work. They present many technical problems, and I believe that Arlington, Mr. Manager, correct me. I believe that Arlington is also testing different types of separations and bollards down in Pentagon City. I've seen very innovative solutions that are very different and work with snow and work with all types of situations are very smooth to, they wouldn't injure pedestrians or cyclists who could fall on them, etc.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Evans, thank you for coming with concerns about gun safety. Those are concerns that I, on a personal level, share, but collectively must always convey that we, as a locality in the Commonwealth of Virginia, are prohibited from taking as active a role in promoting a culture of gun safety as I would particularly prefer. But it certainly is true that over the last few years, the Commonwealth has made some great strides. Hopefully that will be maintained with this legislative session in creating that culture that you allude to, with a variety of reforms which have certainly made it easier for the Commonwealth to limit the number of guns that people are able to acquire, and for people in the community to raise concerns about individuals and their particular ability and right to carry a gun. With that, there is a lot more to go. And I am encouraged that at this legislative session, there are some innovative ideas to get at some of the specific reforms that you talked about, secure gun storage through incentive programs. There's legislation to promote that. We look forward to seeing whether or not that materializes. But I am very intrigued by your urge that we maybe think about using our pulpit, if you will, to provide literature and education for our community. I think if it's okay with you, I would love to have a direct conversation where I can hear a little bit more about what you're thinking and engage our team to figure out how we might actually do that, because that's a great way to exercise influence even if you don't have power. So thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I was actually just going to say the same thing. Happy to brainstorm with you. So I think our chair's got that, but I'd be happy to be part of that. And then I'm sure you've connected with Moms Demand Action. They do a lot with gun safety and things. So there is a lot the bully pulpit can do until this country gets sanity on how we handle guns.
Mr. Chair, if I could just add, we had someone come and speak in December. We have our Department of Human Services is working both with the Sheriff's Office and the Police Department on a gun safety lock program, which we give locks out, but we have some other items that we work on, but we welcome the opportunity to do more and have a focused point of contact in the county.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Evans, it's a very tragic follow-up. After the attack on Abigail Swerner down in the Rishnik Elementary, we're all happy that she's alive today. But I want to point out it's not only truly, I mean, you are asking to exhaust all possibilities of local action. The pulpit here is one. Organizing with our responsible civil servants is another one. But we need to be in touch to see how we reduce the availability of arms in the first place. It's what happened to Abigail Swerner has to do with the lack of responsibility of people to lock their arms and made them basically available to their kids. And the second thing is that there is the abundance of arms that's there. That's a problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. DiFerranti.
Just very briefly, as you have the conversation, particularly your Moms Demand Action has done some great work here, but the leader point that you made, I think we all might, in our personal capacities, have a few people we could point you to that might help do the type of work that you're mentioning. Moms Demand has addressed some of this, to my understanding, but I think finding a point person and a nucleus of people who would do what you want seems key. This keeps us all up at night, I think.
Thank you. And Ms. Kerwin, thank you for bringing concerns about restrooms and public health, the John Robinson Town Square. So as you've engaged on this issue, you probably know that our Department of Parks and Recreation does not deploy restrooms at all park facilities. And it's not based on geography, it's based on the size of the park and the amenities of the park, where restrooms are included in the core design. As someone who sort of followed the design of the Robinson Town Square, I know that issue came up from time to time, and it seemed that there was a general community understanding that this particular facility didn't meet the criteria, nor would the deployment of restrooms there fit with the other community amenities that people wanted as part of the park. However, that's planning. You're talking about reality. So I think we need to figure out how we can find solutions, because clearly it is not desirable to leave people feeling that their only option is to relieve themselves in public spaces. So I think at this point, what I would love to do is to figure out if we can engage our Department of Parks and Recreation, Mr. Manager, on use of the community center or other solutions.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, Eric Beach from our Department of Parks and Recreation has been out, I don't know if he's talked to Ms. Kerwin, or he's been out talking to members of the community about the location of a portable restroom. And we had some other ideas about a permanent facility that I think will take a lot longer to realize. So Ms. Kerwin, and Ben Aiken is on the line, he's our ombudsman. Feel free to contact him directly, because there are ongoing conversations about where to put that, where the problem, and it needs to be resolved.
And do you know, Mr. Manager, where those conversations are taking place so that we can plug Ms. Kerwin in?
You know, I only know that they're taking place. I don't know exactly where, but.
All right. We'll try and follow up with you to get you a direct link to wherever that engagement is ongoing.
Mr. Chair,
Karantonis.
My last time that I met, officially with residents and neighbors in Green Valley, especially for this issue, this was late fall. So the department is aware of that. They are thinking about many potential solutions for this, temporary solutions, etc. It is always a challenge to deal with bathrooms during the winter time. And there are other demands of similar demands. We have, for example, increased use of athletic facilities that need also a temporary bathroom more than we planned. So I do believe that continuing the engagement with the Department of Parks and Recreation, they are aware of the issue and they're thinking actively about that. But thank you for bringing that up here. And I also think that. We will be, this year, we'll have the first anniversary of having used the John Robinson Plaza. And I do believe that we should be meeting with neighbors there to see what else needs to be done so that it is a better space to be enjoyable for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Hudegi from Brooklyn Bagel. I think really at this point, this is the kind of issue that is tailor-made for our constituent and ombud services team to try and engage to make sure that you're clued in with all of the ways in which traffic management is being deployed in light of construction on Courthouse, a variety of concerns that our staff team has been working on with business stakeholders for a number of years. Mr. Manager, what should we advise Ms. Hudegi in terms of engagement from this point forward?
Yeah, I would think at this point, Ben Aiken, who is on the line, can get her information and have a conversation. This is not a new issue for us, and I know there have been a lot of conversations. I'm going to hold back giving any specific comments because I know it's not as simple as people may think it is, but absolutely have her get in contact with Mr. Aiken, who is available.
All right, terrific. Any other comments here? Again, thank you for everyone who came and brought these issues to our concern with public comment. And for those that we're going to follow up with, we'll reach out to you very soon. With that, we're ready to move on with our agenda. And first is consideration of the items that have been included on our consent agenda. Ms. Jacobs, have we had any items that have been pulled?
We have not.
Thank you. So with that, colleagues, at any point, we are ready to entertain a motion on our consent agenda. Vice Chair Garvey.
I'll move adoption of the consent agenda.
Second.
So moved by Ms. Garvey, seconded by Mr. Carantonis. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes 5-0. And with that, we are expeditiously moving on and ready to consider our regular agenda. Ms. Jacobs, will you please call our first regular agenda item? Oops, actually, before we do that, I have some things I'd like to highlight, if you all are okay with it. Our consent agenda is, do we have the slides, Ms. Jacobs? Thank you. So the consent agenda contains dozens of items that the county board just approved with one swift motion. And even though we did that, these are not unimportant items. They are on our consent agenda for efficiency because they are thought to be non-controversial. So I do want to take a moment to highlight those that are important and just worthy of being heard in terms of understanding what the board has done. We can move to the next slide. First, I'd like to mention is item number 9 on our agenda concerned the permitting of a storage and staging yard in support of the Columbia Pike Multimodal Project. This item is an after-the-fact issuance of a use permit for temporary contractor storage and staging work in support of that long-standing project to improve mobility on Columbia Pike. The subject site has been used for this purpose without a use permit. And while this site is not expected to present any adverse impacts to the community and will in fact allow for increased safety and efficiency as the project advances, it is an issue that the project did not go through advanced review, including community notification. We regret this error and have revised future contract language to clarify required permits prior to starting work and improve our workflow systems so that oversights like this do not occur again. Next, if we can look at item number 13, a very good news story. So Arlington County has had a child care center that has not been operating in the COVID era, but that has a new operator, and that operator is Easter Seals. They will assume the lease and operations of the daycare center that has preferred enrollment, for the children of county staff. Easter Seals, their practices include providing inclusive childcare where children of all abilities can learn alongside one another. And in alignment with this mission, up to 20% of the spots at this facility may be reserved for children with disabilities. We are very pleased to welcome this venerated organization, which celebrated its 100-year anniversary in 2019 to Arlington County. Next. Well, yeah, okay, there we go. So a key aspect of our commercial market resiliency strategy is to provide a new and quicker process for the establishment of commercial uses that are not clearly defined in Arlington County zoning ordinance. This zoning ordinance amendment will expand commercial use options along the Columbia Pike corridor in the Columbia Pike Revitalization District. Uses include urban agriculture, artisan beverages, urban colleges and universities, animal boarding, and artisan workshops. This opens up many great opportunities for businesses and residents along the Pike. We'll move next. Informed by community engagement sessions and advisory groups, this item facilitates the creation of a new park at the confluence of Army-Navy Drive, South 8th Street, and South 12th Street, Arlington Junction Park. This will update the existing space into a much better design and pedestrian-friendly park and is a great community benefit. I'd like to specifically mention and thank Bernie Byrne for his research on the electric trolleys that operated at Arlington Junction, which is on this site, beginning in the 19th century. The Arlington Junction, much like the Pentagon station that serves rail and bus today, served as the connection point for travel east to Roslyn, south to the city of Alexandria, and north to Washington, D.C. It will join Bluemont Junction Park as notable places to learn about Arlington's and the region's early transit history. And finally, item number 18, this action is consistent with our Vision Zero initiatives and has been one of our most critical initiatives that is proving to provide great results so far. And one of the key elements that we know works, data proves works, lowering of speed limits. And so lowering speed limits to 20 miles per hour on streets that meet proximity criteria to school zones across Arlington County provides a safer environment for our students and as well as teachers and staff as they travel to school. So we are happy to do this in a broad stroke instead of the piecemeal approach that was the way it was done before. So with those consent agenda highlights, we are now ready to move on with our regular agenda. Thank you all for patiently waiting.
Mr. Chair, just for 1 second, on item 16, I just wanted to emphasize, you had mentioned that we're expanding the uses along Columbia Pike, but it's also along all our commercial corridors for additional uses that you had mentioned.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Jacobs.
Sorry about that. Our next item is item number 32. Excuse me, which are several requests, 32A through E, F, A through F, are several items related to Crystal Plaza development at 2223 23rd Street South and 2250 Crystal Drive.
Thank you very much. Mr. Schwartz, would you like to direct the staff presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With us this morning is Mr. Cullen from CPHD, also joined by Joanne Gabor from the Department of Environmental Services. Over to you, Mr. Cullen.
Good morning, members of the board. Again, I'm Michael Cullen with the CPHD Planning Division. So today I'll be providing a staff overview of the application and the public review process for the Crystal Plaza 5 site plan project and the associated agenda items.
Mr. Cullen, before you begin, if you could just bring the microphone a little bit closer and maybe raise it so that it's
Sure.
more vertical.
Is that better?
That's better. Thank you.
Sure. So these items include a requested rezoning update, rezoning and update to the Crystal City block plan for Block M, a site plan amendment for a portion of the Site Plan 11 area extending across the block, the new Site Plan 464 for the Crystal Plaza 5 project, and several associated ordinances of vacation for public street, sidewalk, and utility easements. There was also an associated site plan amendment to Site Plan 167 to modify parking requirements and allow shared parking with off-site tenants. The proposed project site is located at the southeast corner of Block M in the Crystal City neighborhood. The site is currently occupied by the Crystal Plaza 5 office building and until recently a portion of the one-story retail shops along Crystal Drive. Sites subject to the amendment to Site Plan 11 include 220 20th Street apartments, the Plaza 3 and 4 office buildings and the Crystal City shops, and the mixed residential office building at the Crystal Plaza 6 site. The GLUP designation for the site is High Office Apartment Hotel. The site is currently zoned CO, and the applicant proposes a rezoning to CO Crystal City, which corresponds with the GLUP designation. The block was originally approved for development as Crystal Plaza in 1963. In 2021, a Crystal City block plan was approved for the block concurrently with the Crystal Plaza 1 project. The Crystal City's PDSP was approved in 2020, and the Plaza 5 site was included, and the PDSP has amended multiple times, including an amendment that was approved last month in anticipation of this site plan. The site plan proposal includes 2 new residential towers with ground floor retail at a total density of just under 12.0 FAR. 2 dedicated public spaces would be delivered, including one 8,000 square foot interim portion of the 23rd Street Plaza and a public plaza extending from Crystal Drive. The applicant also proposes a new north-south connection that provides parking and loading access located between the 2 buildings. The project would bring the site grade down to the sidewalk level along both frontages, and in so doing would relocate the existing Crystal City Underground entrance from 23rd Street to the north side of the site. Requested modifications include additional density, reduced parking ratios, required loading spaces, density exclusions, and tower separation from the existing Plaza 6 building to the west. Each of the 2 new buildings has been designed by a different architect, and the buildings would achieve LEED Gold certification. Combined, there would be over 1,400 units and just under 23,000 square feet of retail space. Proposed parking for both buildings is 0.3 spaces per unit, with parking located both in new underground garage structure on site, as well as proposed off-site parking located in existing garage space across Crystal Drive. So staff analyzed this project for compliance with county goals and policies outlined in the documents listed here, including the Crystal City Sector Plan, administrative guidance for office conversions, the residential parking guidelines, and the zoning ordinance. The sector plan identifies building design guidelines that both encourage pedestrian scale design and regulate density in Crystal City. These include maximum building height, tower coverage limitations, and additional guidance for defining building podiums, towers, and distinguishing building tops. The sector plan also identifies 2 new public open spaces that are expected to be delivered with redevelopment of the site, labeled as open spaces 10 and 11. Open space 10, which is known as the 23rd Street Plaza, is a large 13,000 square foot space envisioned to be framed with retail storefronts. Open space 11, simply described as a landscape plaza, is envisioned as a small 3,300 square foot space, but with flexibility from the location shown in the sector plan. Throughout the site plan review process, the applicant made changes to the building design based on staff and community comments, which include addressing identified deviations from the sector plan. Staff identified specific frontages highlighted in red here that needed revision to encourage pedestrian scale frontages through tower stepbacks. Additional feedback focused on better defining the building tops, and on the west tower, that retail frontage design be incorporated along the 23rd Street Plaza and the western facade that would be facing a future Clark Bell Street alignment. On the west tower specifically, the applicant chose to implement 5-foot tower stepbacks on 23rd Street and facing the park space. The mechanical penthouse design was also improved, and retail design elements were implemented appropriately on the ground floor of the western building wing. With those changes, the ground floor design on all frontages has been improved and achieves the pedestrian scale design that focus that was outlined in the sector plan. On the east tower, the applicant implemented 5-foot tower stepbacks on both Crystal Drive and 23rd Street, accommodated through reconfiguration of the building wings and a tower bump out along Crystal Drive that was lowered by several floors. Again, with the added tower stepback, the ground floor scale has been improved and better responds to the scale of the existing retail shops along Crystal Drive. The design of the interim 23rd Street Plaza Park went through several iterations, including feedback from staff, SPRC, and the Parks and Recreation Commission. The resulting design incorporates that feedback, calling for additional shade trees, greater enclosure of the space with native plantings, and walkway curvature, all while balancing a desire to preserve some lawn space for active programming that was discussed during SPRC. The East-West Connection Plaza, or Open Space 11, included modest changes throughout the process, largely focusing on general clarification of pedestrian clear zones and routes through the space to the relocated underground entrance at the west end of the plaza. Proposed transportation elements are consistent with both the sector plan guidance and guidance from the Crystal City Bike Network Plan, including improved streetscapes on Crystal Drive and 23rd Street. Pedestrian circulation to the underground entrance is available from both street frontages, and parking and loading access is located off primary streets on the north-south connection. In addition, the project will include coordination with the county and a contribution to the 23rd Street South realignment project, which will implement the envisioned street section from the sector plan, continuing the design to Route 1 and including a narrowed entrance to the Crystal Park office garage across Crystal Drive. As noted, parking would be provided both on-site and in the Crystal Park office complex. The proposed amendments include parking modifications to allow off-site parking for JBG-owned properties on the Crystal Plaza block, and a modification for a slight reduction in commercial parking in the Crystal Park office buildings, approved under Site Plan 167. The residential parking guidelines support the proposed parking ratio for the Plaza 5 project, and the request for shared off-site parking is consistent with the guidelines, as it is within 800 feet of the subject block, and the buildings have the same owner. The project will deliver a number of benefits to the county, in addition to standard site plan benefits. First, the applicant responded to staff feedback and worked to achieve a commitment under the Green Building Incentive Policy at the 0.25 FAR level of additional density, which includes LEED Gold certification, 20% energy savings, and achievement of baseline requirements such as EV chargers and EV charging infrastructure, as well as the use of bird-friendly materials on lower-level building facades. The project will deliver 35 CAFs off-site at the River House development and provide a total $8.1 million AHIF contribution. The project will construct 2 new public spaces protected by public park and public access easements. Finally, the applicant will also provide $3.5 million for the 23rd Street South realignment project. Public review for the project began with the review of the block plan by LRPC starting in February 2022, with SPRC review starting in May, continuing through a final meeting in September, with project updates posted in November to outline changes to building design and community benefits. C2E2, Housing Commission, and Parks and Recreation Commission considered the site plan proposal in October and November of last year, with Transportation Commission and Planning Commission recently considering the project earlier this month, with both commissions unanimously recommending approval. In closing, staff recommends approval of the proposed rezoning from CO to CO Crystal City, the amended Crystal City block plan for Block M, the amendment to Site Plan 11 to remove the Plaza 5 site area and approve modifications to permit off-site parking, a new site plan to construct 2 new multifamily residential towers with modifications for additional density, reduced parking ratios, required loading spaces, tower separation, and density exclusions. Also, the ordinances of vacation for easements for public street, sidewalk, and utilities purposes, and for stormwater and storm sewer and water service easements. And finally, for an amendment to Site Plan 167 to modify required parking and permit shared parking with off-site tenants. Thank you. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cullen. We're now ready to move to the applicant for their presentation. And if you could introduce everybody on the team who may be speaking and available for questions.
Hi, I'm Madhvi Shukla. I'm on the development team at JBG Smith. I'm joined by the design teams for the 223 23rd Street and 2250 Crystal Drive project. We're excited to be here this morning and share our site plan with you all. As Michael mentioned, we're located at the corner of 23rd Street and Crystal Drive. Today, there is a vacant office building that was built in the 60s that sits on the site. And overall, the site is sloped at various grades. The goal of our site plan is to build this site at grade and activate the retail offerings on Crystal Drive, as well as balance out the office quantity on Crystal Drive. Across both towers, this translates to 1.1 million square feet of residential, 23,000 square feet of retail use, over 1,400 new units, and we'll be targeting a 0.3 parking ratio and utilizing parking off-site to minimize the impact of the parking garage. And we're also excited to be participating in Arlington's Green Building Incentive Program. And I'll take you through our site plan. As you move from 23rd Street to Crystal Drive, you have the L-shaped 223 23rd Street building and the 8,000 square foot open space known as Park 10 in the sector plan in front of it. As you move further east, you run into our north-south connection, which is a curbless street designed to consolidate vehicular uses off of 23rd Street and Crystal Drive by directing parking and loading entries through the connector. And as you move further east, you have the 2250 Crystal Drive building and the east-west connection atop of this. And the east-west connection is designed to maximize the pedestrian-friendly nature of our ground plane, which has been one of our guiding design principles throughout this process. And in addition to that, we've tried to focus on a bike-oriented design as well. And this project will introduce 1,600 new linear feet of protected bike lanes across Crystal Drive and 23rd Street. I have both architect teams here to discuss each tower. I do just want to highlight that we had 2 separate architects on one site plan with the goal of introducing 2 different styles of building to one block and have a diversity in the design. And with that, I will hand it over to Joe from FX.
Hi, I'm Joe Pikevich from FX Collaborative Architects. I'll be presenting 223 23rd Street. The building is L-shaped in plan, as Madhvi mentioned earlier. It frames the open space. It's composed of 3 volumes, 2 red brick-clad volumes at the north and south edges of the site, joined together by a charcoal gray-clad pin element, we call it, that rises to a greater height, screening the mechanical equipment. Throughout the SPRC process, we refined the design, incorporating a 5-foot step back above the second floor on 23rd Street. This improved the proportions of the building, and the offset of the density allowed us to create a notch at the top, articulating the pin element. At the ground floor, at the ground level, we also improved the design through the SPRC process, enhancing the colonnade, the 2-story colonnade that creates a pedestrian-scaled base, bringing the retail usage along the north side of the park, and strengthening the pedestrian connections there. And then also on the 23rd Street, we refined the design by enhancing the retail frontage, reducing some of the brick-clad masonry piers, and incorporating more glass. That's 223 23rd Street.
Good morning. I'm Clara Weinberg with SCB Architecture. Can you hear me?
Now we can. Thank you.
Again, good morning. Clara Weinberg with SCB Architecture. Happy to walk you through our vision for 2250. Here on the overall images, you're seeing what is our initial design, our design intent for a significant project anchoring 23rd and Crystal. You're seeing the overall sector plan, our alignment with the overall sector plan, and our focus on creating a strong podium and articulated tower that differentiates from the other buildings as well. On the next page, you start seeing, because of the scale of the project, some of the larger moves that we've been collaborating with staff on are really focused on enhancing the pedestrian experience and the overall scale of the project. So on the left, you're seeing some of the original massings, and over the course of our collaborations, we shifted the 23rd Street side and the Crystal side further in, further enhancing that pedestrian and podium expression that really is a big focus of the sector plan. Here on 23rd Street, you're seeing the podium expression. It's fine, you can go to 23rd Street. You're seeing the rhythms of the pedestrian realm, the rhythms of the retail expression, prominently highlighting the entrance of the residential tower along 23rd Street. You're also able to see the shift of the tower from Crystal Drive. On the next slide, you're seeing our Crystal Drive emphasis, again, strong emphasis on the podium, the retail experience, the rhythms that are tied to the adjacent buildings, particularly 2200, and also the emphasis of creating activity on that east-west connection. There's a retail buttress that comes out, further emphasizing the stepping and the alignment with the sector plan vision that we worked with staff.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Cridlin. I'm with OJB Landscape Architecture. I'll take you through the open space. So starting at open space 10 at the 23rd Street building, it's an 8,000 square foot open space activated on its north and east edges by retail at the architecture. Similar to both buildings, this open space aligns with the goals of the sector plan, and we've worked with county staff, DPR, and PRC through the process, as you saw in the staff presentation, to really increase the amount of green along the edges of this open space. It does have a central lawn for kind of active programming that we've heard through the SPRC process. We've also added additional shade trees along the southern perimeter to provide shading for the seating along the periphery of the lawn. On the west edge, we've kind of provided a softened curved path that gets you from 23rd Street to that retail use on the north and provided pet relief areas within the park. You'll see in the rendering on the screen that we've provided plenty of planting along the edges of the open space, but allowed for that central lawn for those active uses. And then you'll see on the very left-hand side the additional 5,000 square feet that would be provided during the future redevelopment of the 2221 Clark Belt Street project. Next, moving to Open Space 11, also known as East-West Connection. This is about getting people from Crystal Drive to the relocated underground entry shown in J there. There's an activated plaza on the east edge with retail on the north side of the 2250 Crystal Drive project. Moving from east to west, you have multiple pedestrian pathways that get people from Crystal Drive to the underground, plenty of planting on either side as you move through the space, and then seating opportunities throughout the open plaza. On the far west edge, we have a focal point that draws you into the space, and then a large open plaza that can be activated at the underground entry. Seen here in the image is that open space or that plaza space on the west-hand side with that focal point at the underground entry, plenty of lighting and safety opportunities, and then increased pollinator and active planting for habitat. And then finally, take you through some of the biophilic integration in the project. We provided over 11,000 square feet of green roof that helps with stormwater management, reduce heat island effect throughout both towers, seen in the upper left-hand image there, and then just highlighting some of the other planting and green elements on the project, increased pollinator and native habitat, connections from green from the ground floor to those green roof podium levels that we discussed earlier, and then increased shade throughout both open spaces. I will pass it next to transportation.
Thanks. Good morning. I'm Felice Brichter with Grove Slade, and I just wanted to highlight a few of the robust transportation improvements that are provided as part of the project. As discussed earlier, the new eastbound and westbound protected bike lanes will be provided on 23rd Street, along with protected bike lanes southbound on Crystal Drive, which results in over 1,600 feet of new protected bike lanes. We also wanted to highlight the new mid-block pedestrian crossing that you can see there. It's bubble number 3. It's just to the west of the north-south connection. That's accompanied by floating bus islands on the north and south side of 23rd Street. The next slide really just shows a rendering where you can see the protected bike lanes. This is a view looking east on 23rd Street, so you can see the 5-foot protected bike lane here. And then the next slide, again, shows that southbound 5-foot protected bike lane along Crystal Drive, along the site frontage of 2250 Crystal Drive. The next slide, we wanted to just highlight a little bit more. It's been discussed briefly already, but the north-south connection. One notable thing about this, as mentioned, is just that it does pull the vehicular activity for loading and garage access into this north-south connection and off of Crystal Drive and 23rd Street. And then the next view, I think, just shows a rendering of the north-south connection, so you can see how that will look. And then the next slide, we wanted to just briefly touch on vehicular parking. As noted, we are going with 0.3 space per residential unit ratio, which is in alignment with the parking guidelines for multifamily residential projects. As mentioned, another exciting feature of the project is that it does take advantage of the off-site parking guidance. So we are able to use some of the underutilized parking across the street in the Parks block, which is exciting. And then finally, I'll turn it to sustainability. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Babcock with Sustainable Building Partners. We're the sustainability and energy performance consulting partner on the project. First off, we are very proud of our sustainable performance targets established for each project. Finding alignment with JBG's corporate vision for sustainability along with the Arlington Community Energy Plan objectives. As such, the project team is committing to following the Green Building Incentive Program as a framework for defining success from a sustainability perspective. The project has worked with C2E2 and staff and has elevated the overall performance and project commitment to a LEED Gold level. This slide identifies some of the sustainable performance criteria that have adopted into these designs. I'm going to highlight a few today. The project has placed additional emphasis on energy efficiency and has increased the project commitment up to a minimum of 20% savings. Each project will expand its decarbonization effort beyond operational energy to include reductions in embodied carbon associated with the structure and materiality of the project. Each project will include bird-friendly design strategies at the critical elevation zone. The project will include Tier 2 renewable energy procurement, and more on this in a minute. Biophilic design elements incorporated into the site, illustrated earlier, also working to minimize heat island effect and support stormwater management best practices. Another sustainable community benefit not captured here is how these projects will bring new residents to a truly transit-oriented development. Drilling down a little further, one of the primary focus areas, energy efficiency, first and foremost, we wanted to highlight. As mentioned, the project has increased that commitment level to 20%. Some of these strategies are highlighted here, certainly not all of them, and it will certainly continue through design. High efficiency lighting, not just LED, but rather working towards lighting power density design targets that will have meaningful reduction in electrical power associated with lighting. Low flow plumbing fixtures not only work to conserve potable water, but also reduce the heating demand for the buildings. 100% of appliances in both buildings, all electric. We also want to minimize and avoid, to the extent possible, electric resistance heating. As such, the projects are deploying premium efficiency water-to-water heat pumps, not only within the unit, but also expanding that technology to include ventilation, which is a significant load for the scale of these buildings. We also want to mention that the project team will continue to work with county staff and also to promote more energy efficiency as we go through, and we're proud of that 20% commitment day one. Tier 2 renewable energy procurement. We can always look at renewable energy and the source and the relationship of the building and the grid, but what can we do to really move the market forward? LEED defines Tier 2 offsite renewable energy as Green E certified new renewables that are either delivered to market within 2 years of occupancy or within 5 years of construction. Green building incentive policy requires 10% annual offset. That's a significant number. After pushing forward with energy efficiency first and foremost, JBG Smith looks to offset 100% of annual operational energy through the purchase of verified Green E renewable energy and carbon offsets. Thank you.
That concludes our presentation. Thank you all for the time and attention to this project.
Thank you all. We're now ready to hear from our advisory commissions who consider this item. So we have Devanshi Patel from the Planning Commission here with us today.
I'm here
Mr. Lantelmi, good to see you.
Good to see you. Ms. Patel will be here a bit later.
All right.
She was unavoidably detained.
Doing it in shifts. I highly encourage that.
Exactly. Well, good morning, Chair Dorsey and members of the board. As mentioned, I'm Jim Lantelmi, and I'm representing the Planning Commission for this matter. The Planning Commission held its public hearings for the Crystal 5 Plaza project at its meetings in December and on January 9th. And to get to the lead, the commission voted 9-0 in favor of the recommended series of motions from the county manager. Both the LRPC and SBRC meetings preceding the Planning Commission hearing had relatively few topics that generated discussion, and the consensus was to approve the staff recommendations after the applicant was responsive to the requested changes. There really were no conceptual concerns. The discussions revolved more around details in the project, which, as you saw from the changes from the applicant was showing you, they were fairly, I'd almost say minor, but significant. At the Planning Commission meeting itself, the discussion involved open space, and that was mostly about the design of the interim park along 23rd Street South. We pushed, and the applicant agreed to minimize the turf and increase the amount of pollinator and native plantings along that park, and of course that'll continue to evolve. Sustainability was a topic, and mostly around whether the buildings could be 100% electric, and affordable housing, of course. There will be CAFs in the River House complex that will be used as part of the commitments on that. Transportation in particular was very well received. We're getting significant amounts of protected bike lanes. We're getting a full redesign and rebuild of 23rd Street South, all the way from Crystal Drive to Richmond Highway. And what I think is particularly interesting and welcome is having shared parking with the underutilized parking elsewhere, basically across the street, in a different site in Crystal City. I think that's really something we encourage and would like to see more of. The applicant answered all of our inquiries satisfactorily, and the commission voted unanimously to approve without amendment each of the 5 motions regarding the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lantelmi, and we do appreciate your letter, which we have. We appreciate your staying if you can, if there are any questions for you. Next, we'll move to C2E2. Ms. McIntyre.
Thank you. Good morning. Joan McIntyre, Chair of Climate Change, Energy and Environment Commission. To start, I'd like to really acknowledge and recognize that the sustainability commitment has improved considerably during the course of the SPRC process. And I'd also like to thank JBG Smith for attending our October meeting. They also shared the zero carbon assessment in advance of the PC and this meeting. And also they've been reaching out to us more on other projects as well. So, and overall we are encouraged by their broader sustainability commitments. The project participation in the green building incentive policy does ensure that it meets a minimum level of sustainability. Overall, we give a project a score of about a 60 to 100 point using our evaluation methodology. And I think with some of the clarifications that they made just recently, that would possibly go up a little bit, but it's in that range. As with most projects we've reviewed, it does fall short of what's really required to meet the county's carbon neutrality commitment by 2050, and particularly with the use of fossil fuel systems on site. That's going to lock in greenhouse gas emissions for a decade or more when really rapid reduction is required to avoid the worst consequences of climate change. On energy efficiency, I mean, they are committing to 20%, and their carbon assessment actually does indicate that they could meet 35% or higher, so we would really actually encourage them to continue to look for opportunities for additional energy efficiency gains in this building. Electrification, is with so many of our other projects, is kind of the key issue here, and the project does plan to use fossil gas for HVAC and centralized hot water. Again, the zero carbon assessment does note that there are challenges of electrification to space, initial costs, and operational expenses, but that the building could be designed for future electrification. This technology is changing rapidly, and we would strongly encourage JBG Smith to continue to explore options for electric systems at the outset, and at a minimum to design for future electrification to support the county's carbon neutrality goals. On EV infrastructure, again, with expected rapid transition to electric vehicles, we would encourage the JBG Smith to really exceed the minimum green building incentive policy and strive for at least a minimum of parking spaces with EV chargers and 50% EV ready. On the solar and renewable energies, that's quite encouraging and something we haven't really seen much in other projects. In addition to the solar array, as they mentioned, they're committing to purchase either renewable energy credits or participate in the virtual power purchase arrangement, and also purchasing carbon offsets to cover the share of greenhouse gas emissions from electricity, fossil gas, and refrigerants. And this is really commendable, and we'd actually look for other developers to say. I would note, however, on carbon offsets, it should be reserved for emissions that cannot be eliminated through design and operation of the buildings, and also to make sure that the tenants themselves have a path to carbon neutrality. Finally, I applaud the sustainability features, including biophilic design elements, water reduction features, and looking for opportunities to reduce embedded carbon in the materials that they're using. The world is facing a catastrophic climate crisis which requires immediate actions by individuals, governments, and businesses to avoid the worst consequences, and future development needs to align with these goals. We urge the county to ask the applicant to move into the forefront of offering a climate-friendly building for this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. McIntyre. Ms. Jacobs, I believe that's all for our commission presentations. Colleagues, we also received letters from our Housing Advisory Commission on Housing, Park and Recreation, as well as Transportation Commission. Housing supported the project overall and is encouraging the applicant to provide some of the units at River House as Type A accessible units, given the age of the River House building and it's predating the ADA. We heard from Park and Recreation that they support the design that they see, want to be engaged as it is deployed, and then our Transportation Commission supports the transportation program at the site. We're now ready to hear from members of our public who want to speak on this.
Our first speaker is Ramahan Sarangan, followed by Andreas Eldridge. Ramahan. Okay. Andreas Eldridge, followed by Bernie Byrne.
I can also.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Who is speaking?
Andreas is here.
Okay, welcome, Andreas. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Yes, just wanted to briefly mention my support for the development. And I appreciate the presenters taking the time to explain anything to us. That'd be everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bernard Byrne.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You may begin. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm commenting on the planting list and the landscape plan for this project. I've expressed my concerns about these during the site plan review process and in correspondence with the applicant. The applicant has responded well to my concerns regarding the plant list, but not to the overall landscape plan. Although the landscape plan looks fairly good, it's really not. The plant list contains common milkweed and poke milkweed, which together will feed monarch butterfly caterpillars in both sunlight and shade. This is a good planting list. All of the plants are native to the United States except one, Carex divulsa. The applicant should remove that plant from the list as it may become invasive. The site plan lists 10 species of ornamental grasses and sedges. These plants are wind pollinated. Although their leaves and stems feed and shelter some pollinators, they support far fewer of these than do plants that insects pollinate. Some such plants are aggressive. They can crowd out insect-pollinated plants. The applicant should therefore plant only a small number of grasses and sedges. Regarding open space, the public open space near 23rd Street, which within open space 10, will contain a large central lawn. However, lawns do not support pollinators, birds, and other wildlife. Further, many public spaces in Crystal City and elsewhere within Arlington have lawns. Several areas near the lawn's edges have plants that support pollinators. However, these areas are too small. They've been large, but not enough. The County Board's 2016 Monarch Pledge states that the county provides recommendations to developers that will protect pollinators and maintain their habitats. This project will only comply with your pledge if you require the applicant to replace much of the lawn with milkweed and other plants that are similar to those that will border its edges. The east-west connection, open space 11, has too much pavement, too few trees, and too few planting areas. The connection will be mostly shaded. The applicant should therefore replace some of the pavement with areas and boxes containing shade-tolerant plants that support pollinators, including poke milkweed. The north-south connection will be mostly paved and have few trees. The area will receive sunlight during much of the day. The applicant should replace some of that pavement with areas and boxes containing common milkweed and other plants that will thrive in sunlight and support pollinators. The interim open space in front of the existing building, Crystal Plaza 6, at the west end of 23rd Street, will have a large lawn. The county manager's report and the applicant did not discuss this open space, which the site plan shows to be sodded. The area will see sunlight during much of the day. Please require to replace that one with the native plants that will thrive in sunlight and support pollinators. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Shall we circle back to see if the first speaker was able to join us?
Okay. Ramahan Sarangan.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you. The discussion is now with the county board. Colleagues, I think we should just break this up into buckets, make sure we don't have any questions that will enable us to decide what we think on this matter. So why don't we take site design first, and that includes specifically architecture, circulation, open space, then follow with questions on sustainability, then parking modifications, and then community benefits. And of course, anything else if those don't capture your interests. So with site design, about architecture, any questions for staff or the applicant on architecture? Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey. I would like to, first of all, I would like to commend you for going an extra mile and providing, quite thoughtful architectural approach to the entire project. I appreciate the fact that each building is designed by a different architectural firm and that you pay a lot of attention to the urbanism of this block. I actually wanted to ask you whether you thought about the amount of fenestration that you provide in both buildings. It took 60 years to come, from 1963 to today. This is a pretty short time for the previous land use. So we want to make it, make this phase longer. And fenestration means a lot of heat gain, and that means also a lot of energy intensity that comes with mitigating the heat gain. So how do you deal with that?
Sure, I can take that from a sustainability perspective, which is part of the root of your question, I think. Along with that time frame, the technology in glazing has significantly improved. From the time of single pane, steel frame, the 1960 sort of solution, to really advanced glazing systems with really high-performing thermal parameters, increased solar heat gain coefficient, and glazing systems now function at a level where previously you might have to have overhangs to account for solar heat gain. So while the glazing ratios have increased, that also helps with biophilia, right? The right to light, view, fauna. So we're able to achieve energy performance thresholds at 20% or higher and still offer that additional benefit for residents, including the clarity of the glass. Now, I will say that through this process, we're always working on refinement and improvement, and we know the performance of that glass is going to be critical to hitting our energy efficiency thresholds on the project.
Thank you, but this is also an aesthetic issue, a design issue, right? We get one glass building after the other.
Hi, I'm Joe from FX. I'll address the 22323, and I think Clara can talk about the other building. We worked very carefully at the outset of this project to balance the masonry elements, which we didn't show in this presentation, but in previous presentations at SPRC, we showed how careful the figuration of the masonry was considered. It's not just a modernist approach. It's something that takes into consideration craft and trying to balance, the patterning and the materiality of the building. So that's part of what we did. And we also have less than 50% glazing. So I think that also helps.
From the 2250 side, just to add a little bit more color to the overall approach, in addition to the high-performance window wall, it's not only the glazing, it's also the overall system. And we're also looking at how to break down the massing. We want to have that friendly urbanism. And that includes some of the glazing is the assembly, and the U value is coming from behind the glass. So we're balancing, trying to keep the opaque architecture to be architecturally interesting, but also keeping the overall energy performance. So even though you might be seeing glass, which even on the visual glass, we are below the 50%, there's a great deal of it that is providing its performance with opaqueness behind it.
Okay, moving on. Oh, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I hate to make you guys change chairs again. When I came with the question, I was thinking for Mr. Babcock. It's one of my favorite questions. It's I just like to get kind of updated. There are windows, glass that actually can function as solar energy. They produce solar energy. Glass does. I'm sure you're aware of that. Could you just tell me what's the state of that technology right now?
Yes, so similar to the trajectory of building from the 60s to today, you know, solar technology, for example, has been around for quite a while, but our lack of emphasis on it has not accelerated that technology curve. So the efficiencies of those systems have remained fairly flat for about 40 to 50 years. In the last 10 to 15 years, there's exploration around fritted glazing with regards to solar generation. In the future, not too distant, they're actually looking at clear solar, which is next level stuff, right? Where eventually we will get to that place. But with regards to technology and where it is today, with renewable energy production, when we go horizontal, we limit its production, right? We want to be as close to that latitude as possible, so orient them to maximize efficiency. The premium goes up when you incorporate it into vertical facades or cladding, and the production is not as significant, especially when you're dealing with high-density buildings. So there's a pretty healthy expense with little return on that investment. But the technology is advancing, and photovoltaics overall have gone from 13 to 20%, and next level 30, 40% potentially, hopefully in the not too distant future, because now our collective society has really put an emphasis on this. So a lot of times when we talk about renewable energy, it's the time in which a project comes to market. And I know JBG is actively looking at this, not just for this project, but overall with regards to renewable energies overall.
Thank you. So I think what I heard, so maybe in 5 to 10 years, if you have windows that are maybe facing due west and they get, or south and they get a lot of sun because they're not blocked, then it might be worthwhile. It's not now, but you think maybe even 5 to 10 years it might be?
Yeah, it's hard to assess. It gets into like what technologies we want to invest in and put our effort behind, right? Do we continue to advance traditional solar and maximize that output? Do we implement building facade type PV? Is it 5 to 10 years out? I think it's hard to say. Because the emphasis right now is boosting up typical PV.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for indulging me. I just think one day it's going to make a big difference. Thank you.
Thank you. So how about site circulation?
Mr. Chair, if I may, a question that straddles site circulation and the parking approach, if I may. First, I just wanted to join Commissioner Lantelmi in applauding both the applicant and our staff for working with them to find the off-site parking. I know when we deliberated reducing parking minimums in commercial or residential buildings in 2017, we talked often about Crystal City being a great example of a surplus of parking as a legacy of when that was built out decades ago. And so I am delighted to see the proposal to use it in this way. It seems very thoughtful, and I noticed some of the thoughts about how that would be neither assigned nor restricted to certain users across the street, and in fact keeps the parking levels of the office building across the street still above the average for the area. The question I have is about retail, and particularly retail parking. I know in the staff presentation, Mr. Cullen noted, and I believe you all did too, there's no, I don't think, designation for retail parking. With the comments from the owners of Brooklyn Bagel Bakery ringing in my ears this morning, I am thinking a little bit about the mechanics of pickup and drop-off. I know it is often a relatively closely guarded secret at this point in development who your potential retail tenants might be, but assuming there may likely be at least one food and beverage operator, thoughts about how pickup and drop-off might work with no designated parking. And of course, we want to keep people out of that bike lane, which you're proposing to do with landscaping, but any other plans that you have to ensure that there can be circulation, up and drop off on the site.
Sure, yeah. I think that the north-south connection, I think, is really intended to be kind of that location where you could pull that vehicular activity off of 23rd Street and Crystal Drive.
Okay.
There's a connection, a future connection over to Clark Bell Street that's got some short-term parking areas provided along that. That's kind of even a little bit north of the north-south connection. There is also on-street parking along 23rd Street, so that can provide some additional, on-street parking for pickup, drop-off activity as well. And then again, there's the existing Plaza garage that does have some retail parking within it already on that same block.
And can you, I think there was a really helpful rendering, right, with the protected bike lane. Can you help me understand how much on-street parking remains on 23rd Street and where it would be positioned in front of the development?
Sure, yeah, there. I think one of the graphics does show I don't know the exact number, I think it's probably 4 spaces or so. Okay. That's right along the 2250, the 2250 Crystal Drive building, but along 23rd Street. There's also on-street parking along Crystal Drive in front of that building as well.
Okay. And Mr. Cullen, this would be a question for Ms. Gabor, have we given any thought to managing that parking? Would we put in new restrictions to have shorter term to ensure that we don't have vehicles double parking or otherwise causing chaos or in fact using illegal parking instead? Good morning, Ms. Gabor. I'm making it worth your while to have been with us this morning. Here we go. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Joanne Gabor. I'm with Arlington County DES. It is something that the right-of-way, which is 23rd Street and Crystal Drive, will be managed by Arlington County. We are looking, along with the Crystal City Bike Network, at changes to the parking spaces, especially along Crystal Drive and that block between 20 and 23rd Street. We do see a lot of turnover. We see a lot of pickup and drop off, DoorDash, Uber Eats, a lot of those individuals, and we do want to make sure we do have that ability for those folks to use that. Currently, it is a 15-minute pickup and drop off, and we do anticipate that remaining.
Okay.
Along this frontage, the north side, I do anticipate probably half the spots would be pickup and drop off. And again, since we do manage these spaces, as the nature of the spaces and needs changes, we will make those changes appropriately.
Great. Okay, that is very helpful, and also glad to hear it is connected to the overall vision for the Crystal City Bike Network, or Crystal Drive Bike Network too. So thank you both.
Okay, any questions on open space? Mr. Karantonis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question that relates a little bit to the general viability of the public space number 10. So in the Planning Commission documents, we've seen that you said, or it's reproduced, that there is only 5 feet deep soil available there. What does this mean for the viability of more intensive planting, like more trees instead of a lawn, etc.? I will show you a little bit what I mean. I was trying to figure out how can we create a less conventional design space, public space that has a lot more greenery on this in terms of having more trees. Like this is in Boston, the Central Wharf place. It's very, very recent. I've seen one in New York, Lincoln Center. They put a bosque there. The problem was that the available depth was not enough, and they found good solutions to put the trees in, irrigate them properly, and make them very sustainable. They created spaces that are absolutely marvelous, like this here. That's in Boston. They provide a completely different recreational sense and feel to the place. And I think that I understand there's an interim use here, an interim design, but I understand that this would be, in my opinion, this would be really a desirable option if it was technically possible. So what is about this 5 feet depth?
So I live in Boston, actually, so I'm very familiar with the space that you're referring to. So I think that type of space would be, in the tree depth that we require is possible within 5 feet. We're also providing berming in those larger planting areas that we've worked through the process to try to introduce more pollinators, more native habitat for for the fauna there as well. So we've tried to strike a balance between how much planting, not just for trees like you're referring to, but also for those understory type of planters that, kind of activate that ground level of those. So we have provided berming that does provide additional soil depth along the edges where those trees are provided, but we're fully confident that 5 feet of soil depth with, increased, root zone where you can provide soil underneath the entire open space does kind of allow for those mature type of trees that you were referring to in those open spaces that you showed photos of.
Thank you. So I understand that we have the option.
Yeah.
When
yes. You have the full flexibility in
great.
the
Thank you.
future. Yep.
Okay, Mr. DeFerranti and then Ms. Crystal.
The question is sustainability, and I think it has to do with electric vehicles, and I looked at the staff presentation, looked through. I guess I need a reminder on percentages and from the applicant, and then a little bit of a sense, because I've been looking through just to refresh my memory and make sure I understand our green building policy currently. It doesn't seem to get to percentages, but maybe it does. So maybe we start with the applicant and then to Mr. Collins.
Sure. So the policy is actually quite clear, and we know this has been sort of a topic of discussion. What's the right amount? What's the built environment's responsibility relative to transportation? How do we find a sweet spot but not overdo it, right? And because one of the things when we talk about electrifying buildings is capacity, right? And as we stretch that electric demand, what are we going to use it for? Cars, buildings, we're going to need a little bit of both. But if we overdo it and go too far with it, it's going to limit our ability for rapid adoption of 100% electrified buildings. The current ratio is 4%, day one, with the ability to expand to 15%, which I think is actually pretty good, because what that does is it allows developers, owners of buildings to accommodate demand as it happens, right? It's in their best interest to be able to adapt to the resident population. Obviously, no car first is a great thing, and then the car and the transportation infrastructure that they do use being electric, and being able to adapt to that and not limit it. We also don't want to create a situation where we overdo it and require a lot more power demand from Dominion, and we know that will be a continued issue going forward. Resiliency, brownouts, and not all this electrical capacity, because whatever demand we go for, they legally have to be able to provide it. So 4% up to 15%. And the other advantage here is we're using an existing garage infrastructure, which has other inherent benefits of that with regards to embodied carbon. So that's the policy, and that's what the ownership is working towards, and with the potential to future-proof that down the road if demand continues to increase.
Sure, thank you. I know that there's decisions on the whole green, where to land on green and sustainability in this particular project due to timing. But Mr. Cullen, can you share a little bit or help me with the percentages, or in light of Ms. McIntyre's question?
Sure. So Mr. Babcock stole my thunder a little bit, but he's right. At this level of the green building incentive policy, the requirement is 4% of spaces have EV chargers. The 15% number is a requirement that it be 15% be EV charger ready, so that chargers could be installed readily in the future.
Okay. I think we're within a year or 15 months of update on the green building policy. We had a building come to us and ask for our assistance in how they could seek to do additional EV, and so I wanted to surface that. Without committing everybody on your team, is that something that you would be likely looking at, or we would be looking at as we update our policy?
I think, I don't want to speak too much for green building staff. That's certainly possible, but I do want to clarify too that I believe the percentage goes up as the commitment goes up under the policy. So this is at the 0.25 FAR level. There are, higher levels, and I think it goes up to 6% and more.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Crystal.
Thank you so much. This is actually a question for us as Arlington County in partnership with our Parks and Recreation Commission. I'm looking to Mr. Lentemi in the event that this came up at Planning Commission as well. It may not have. I know this may just be for follow-up with Parks and Rec Commission. I was struck by, and I know staff actually addressed it in the response, but their statement in their letter to us that public space or private space with public access easements doesn't count towards our public space goals in the PSMP, which is pretty inconsistent with our adopted policy, as staff called out. But it led me to feel some concern about, whether there is a sense among the commissioners that we are lacking the full ability to program or use or access private space with public access easements. And I wanted to just surface that as an area for further discussion. I don't know, Mr. Cullen, if there's anything you've taken away from conversations with the Parks and Rec Commission, if this came up at planning. It strikes me as a pretty major policy area for us, particularly when we look at our major commercial areas. This is going to be our likeliest strategy, in fact, to achieve more parkland. And so if there's a kind of difference of policy philosophy there, or more importantly, something that we can do to make public access easement space behave more like public space in the minds of Parks and Recreation Commissioners. I was hoping we might be able to surface it before we leave this item behind.
Yeah, so I think that's a comment that DPR staff have heard before.
Okay.
I think it's important to remind everyone that this particular open space, and I think we're talking about open space 10, I mean, it's located over existing garage structure, so it's not something that we could receive, I think, in fee simple.
Yeah.
But there would be a public park easement over this space. So while maybe it's not fee simple ownership, we still have generally the same rights that we would to modify the space, to program the space. And it's a little bit different with the east-west connection. That is a public access easement, but that achieves the goals that the sector plan outlined for that space.
Yeah. Okay, well, I appreciate that input, and again, this may just be an area for further policy conversation, because I think it's an important one. And that concludes my questions. I am excited about these public spaces here, or public behaving spaces, and I think that that's going to be an asset for an area, a neighborhood in the county that could really use them.
Thank you. Mr. DeFranti already took us down the road of sustainability, but are there any more questions in that realm? Okay, parking modifications. Ms. Crystal brought it up earlier, but are there any more? How about community benefits? Any issues not captured already? Mr. DeFranti.
I'm just curious, the applicant has, at this stage, it's apartments that you're currently planning. We do not have authority one way or the other, but it is apartments that you're planning. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Karantonis.
This is on the affordability, I think there was a note on the input that we got from the Housing Commission about accessible units so that's an important part of what we try to do here, and I would welcome your input on that. And since you can answer my second question, that's also an additional one. It's not exactly the same like the housing affordability, but it's the retail affordability. So you create some very high quality retail spaces and an entire retail environment. Do you have any plans or strategies to involve local and small businesses to be parts of this endeavor?
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. My name is Kedrick Whitmore. I'm with Venable. I'll speak to the affordable housing question first. We're really proud of the commitments we're making as part of this project. We're making contributions in 3 buckets. There's a base contribution of about $3.3 million to the AHIF fund. There's also an additional $4.7 million that we're committing. And on top of both of those, we're providing an additional 35 units at River House. And that provision of units at River House was really part of a larger agreement with the county related to the Crystal City Phase Development Site Plan, or PDSP. That was amended back in December. And what we did in that agreement was we designated River House as the location to receive many of these units, a total of 77 across 3 different projects. And we chose River House for good reason. And that is because when compared to these new buildings that we're planning to put up in the core of Crystal City, the units in River House are much less expensive, they're much larger, and there's a much greater proportion of 2-bedroom units. So we selected River House as the opportunity to provide the most number of units because they are less expensive. The largest units because on a case-by-case basis, they are larger than those in the core, and to provide more two-bedroom units. And we're really proud that we're going to provide about 50% two-bedroom units in River House over these 77 units. So those are the positives. Certainly, River House isn't older. They are older buildings. They were built in the 1950s and 60s and aren't up to the same level of building code as some of our newer product here. But in negotiating with staff and discussing these issues, we felt that the trade-off was warranted to allow for these larger and greater number of larger units within the River House property.
Well, before we leave that, I think specifically the Housing Commission was just interested in whether or not there would be any exploration of making some of the units type A so that it could accommodate persons with disabilities.
So we have done some initial exploration of that. Unfortunately, these buildings, as Ken mentioned, they were built preceding the ADA, and they are 100% concrete buildings, including the demising walls are concrete block and plaster. So they're very difficult to renovate from the interiors of the unit standpoint. And then in addition, the buildings themselves and the site grading provide additional challenges. So I think that's one where they are elevator buildings, and there are folks with different mobility issues who live in the buildings. But in terms of meeting sort of the capital A requirement, it's something that we have not yet been able to determine is feasible.
Thank you. Did that satisfy your inquiry, Mr. Carantonis?
Yeah, that tells us that we have to work on this in this sector. This is a populous place. We will have a lot of people, and we want to make it an accessible place for everybody as good as we possibly can. And the other question was about, small business.
Yeah, so retail, that's a really exciting part of this project. We don't yet have a merchandising plan with our retail team for this project yet. Amy Rice is our head of retail leasing, but absolutely her first call is always local. She's just finished leasing up the water park development, which that's where we built the 14 individual kiosks that have the full kitchen built in, and an operator only needs to bring their point of sale. So it's really, the goal there was to target 100% local and people who are graduating from a food truck, but not yet quite ready to make the full bricks and mortar leap. This gives them that first fixed location. That has been 100% local and majority woman or minority owned. We haven't yet developed a merchandising strategy for this building, but similarly, local is always our first target because we think that's where we're going to get the most unique, curated, and most successful operators.
Thank you. I will follow up on the opportunities that may be emerging.
Absolutely,
there.
yeah. And if you have any suggestions, we'll take them.
All right, I think at this point I'd like to turn to Ms. Garvey for a motion.
Happy to do that, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our attorney who sort of helped me try to get this down to a small amount so I don't have to be here all day just trying to read the motions, and she will let me know if I haven't got it right. So I would like to move on item 32A through D, the manager's recommendation in the board report dated January 18th, 2023, to adopt the 3 attached ordinances to rezone the property to amend site plan number 11 and to amend site plan number 464 to permit construction with modifications of zoning requirements, and to adopt the attached resolution for Block M dated November 16, 2022. And then on item 32E, I move the manager's recommendation as in the board report dated January 12, 2023, to enact the 4 ordinances of vacation attached to the board report, and also authorize on behalf of the county board the execution of these ordinances of vacation subject to approval as to form by the county attorney. And finally, on item 32F, I move the manager's recommendation in the board report of January 18, 2023, to adopt the attached ordinance to amend site plan number 167 to modify parking requirements.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. DeFerranti.
And if
Garvey, would you
I
like
could
to speak to your motion?
I would like to speak to my motion just a little bit, and these will be my concluding comments at the same time. I really first want to thank everyone, particularly the applicant, for the responsiveness. I mean, we sort of saw that in the pattern of our staff presentations and talking to our commissions, and saw how the design improved. And it really feels like a collaborative effort. And the fact that we don't have lots of speakers here to tell us how bad this plan is, shows that the work's really been well done, because Arlingtonians are not shy about letting us know if there's something they don't like. So thank you for all of that. I also really like the building diversity that you're doing. If you look at pictures of Crystal City now, in fact, I remarked on it. It's all just square, and I think what have you mentioned to me? Oh, yeah, it was all the same building design. It was just done over and over and over and over again, which is why it looks that way. So this is a really big improvement just on how it looks. Open space, I really enjoyed looking at the modifications made to the open space one. Thank you for the pollinators and helping there. I know Mr. Byrne is not quite satisfied, but I think it's come a long way, and the butterflies, and I thank you for that. I liked seeing the curved path. I hadn't really occurred to me, if you just said it, seeing it in the picture, how much nicer it looks. It really does make a difference, so thank you for doing that. Also, thank you for using existing parking, which we've talked about, which is useful from all kinds of standpoints, not to try to have to build more parking. LEED Gold, more than you had to do. Appreciate that. And I think our C2E2 folks have really been having an effect, and it's really great to see, again, this responsiveness. We had a lot of discussion about affordable housing, and I think the accessibility issue for units is an important one, but here it certainly does add to it. So all in all, I think it's a big improvement on what's there now, and appreciate the benefits and all of the work, and I appreciate, again, the way it was worked through, both with staff and with the applicant and with all of our citizen commissions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be quite brief. The big picture here is 1,400 additional units that are in one of our transit corridors. I think this is an example of the type of project that across perspectives, most everyone supports. From a financial standpoint, I can tell you, having lived in a condo, I definitely contributed more to the economy than I took. I didn't have children at the time. And so I think this is also an example, and I think the student generation estimate, fairly low on 1,400 units, supports this, and certainly our history in thinking about the 10 to 15,000 federal employees who left the area, I guess 20 years ago now. This is part of smart policy to prevent further exurban development. It's part of good policy for our community in terms of many of these, the 0.3 parking, many of these individuals will be walking, maybe walking or certainly taking public transit to work. So this is one where I think hopefully we have near unanimous agreement, and happy to support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other concluding comments? Mr. Karantonis and then Ms. Crystal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll try to be brief as well. It's a very good project. Thank you for working, everybody. And I should say this the whole conception, the contextual parameters of this project shows also the value of civic engagement, starting with our livability group 22202. I think that they added over years now a lot of elements that we find in this project becoming reality now in the new national landing. 30-story towers, two 30-story towers. This is, in just 60 years, it's almost twice the floor count of the previous episode in the urban development of the place. That shows the commitment to smart growth and the commitment to transit-oriented development. And for me, context here matters the most. I mean, this is between one of the nation's most vibrant innovation districts, the HQ2, which is the anchor, but everything that comes around that, and the Virginia Tech campus just a few blocks down the street. And this is what makes that kind of development, that kind of housing, this 1,400, more than 1,400 actually, units, so interesting. They will be housing the most skilled, productive workforce. And for me, it gives me a lot of pause because it connects also to the next conversation we will start today. These people will live there, they will work in this innovation district, and after a while, we would like them to see staying in Arlington, having more opportunities to be able to stay in the county and continue to be productive residents at the core of our economic growth machine. So I think that the public benefits that the buildings bring, the urbanism that the buildings bring, the serious effort to improve the environmental parameters of the buildings. I do believe that we always can do more, and we will be challenged to do more, not tomorrow, but shorter than that. So I think that these buildings are ready for this. The project is ready for that. The public space that is provided there is very interesting. I think that we have to think further in how to make it even more enticing, more useful in the urban context. As I see it today, it's still a little bit traditional. And I think that your own residents will have a higher level of expectations there, and I do believe that we can together provide them. So I'm in favor of the motion. Congratulations. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
Everything has already been said, so I'll simply echo the words of my colleagues, associate myself with them, appreciate. I think this is a real pleasure to vote for, and that it is in conformance with a lot of policy plans that we have wrestled with as a community, not only the sector plan, of course, the block plan, but the efforts as well to realize how this type of development fits into our affordable housing master plan with the contributions at River House. Certainly the policy discussion surfaced on public spaces, and of course, transportation. I think about this as, to my knowledge, I think the first kind of major realization, again, of that vision for off-site parking in Crystal City. And so I'm very pleased to see it. I'm so glad to join with my colleagues in voting for it. And thank you to the applicant, and particularly to our staff. There was a lot of policy guidance to apply and work your way through. So appreciate your doing that with fidelity to really represent the community's vision, and to the applicant for being a willing partner in doing so.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. It has all been said, so I'll simply say ditto. Thank you. Now we'll move to consideration of Ms. Garvey's motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? With a vote of 5-0, board members concurring, this motion is hereby adopted and this project is approved. Congratulations. Thank you. And as you all exit, I guess you don't want to stay for our next item. You're welcome to. We're now ready to move to item number 33. If Ms. Jacobs is ready to announce it.
Item number 33 is a request to authorize advertisements of public hearings by the Planning Commission and the County Board to consider amendments to the General Land Use Plan and amendments to the Arlington County Zoning Ordinance to support expanded housing choice resulting from the missing middle housing study.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Mr. Schwartz, do you have an introduction?
Yes, I'm going to ask, we're joined by Matt Ladd today, and in addition, we have other staff available. I'll turn it over to Mr. Ladd for a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good morning. I'll be sharing my screen here. All right, thank you. My name is Matt Ladd with the county's Department of Community Planning, Housing and Development. I'll be presenting an overview of the missing middle housing study and the draft general land use plan and zoning ordinance amendments that are subject of today's request to advertise. The missing middle housing study started in 2020 with the goals of increasing the county's housing supply and allowing a wider range of housing options. The study was a direct recommendation from the county's Affordable Housing Master Plan to explore flexibility in housing types and residential uses in single-family neighborhoods. The study began with a research phase to provide baseline data and an understanding of the challenges in Arlington's housing market and the history of restrictive land use in the county. Phase 1 included a full year of public engagement focused on identifying the community's priorities and concerns about expanding housing choice. Phase 2 was a focused analysis of different housing types and how they could fit into Arlington's context. This analysis informed a draft policy framework. We are now in Phase 3 of the study, which includes county board engagement and an iterative process of drafting and refining amendments to the general land use plan and zoning ordinance. These amendments have been informed by the community input received throughout the process. During the year-long community engagement in Phase 1, we identified the key priorities and concerns shown here on this slide. The top priority from that engagement was to reduce housing costs, and we also heard many concerns about the impacts of growth and neighborhood change, which were documented in the Phase 1 report presented to this board in 2021. Staff released a draft policy framework for community review and input in the spring of last year. This draft was a preliminary approach for expanding housing choice that sought to address and balance the Phase 1 priorities and concerns showed on the previous slide. The framework presented the public with specific policy choices and trade-offs intended to facilitate feedback. Following over 2 months of public engagement in Phase 2, the County Board held a work session and provided staff with guidance for moving into Phase 3. During that County Board work session last July, the Board directed staff to draft zoning ordinance amendments that would allow for expanded housing options in areas that are currently limited to single detached development. Most of the current standards for single detached housing would be replicated in the standards for missing middle housing types. This guidance is reflected in the draft zoning ordinance amendment that I will cover later in this presentation. Based on feedback from the County Board's community conversations, the Board provided additional guidance in October for the draft zoning ordinance amendment, resulting in a number of options that address community concerns about the number of units allowed on a site, minimum site area and parking requirements, opportunities to support tree retention or planting, and the overall pace of change. Last fall, the Planning Commission and its long-range planning and zoning committees met to review the draft GLUP and zoning ordinance language. Last month, the Planning Commission voted to recommend advertisement of these amendments. The Commission also recommended numerous areas for expanding or modifying the scope of advertisement. Many of these recommendations are reflected in the current drafts, and a full response matrix is provided in the staff report. Next, I'll share a request to advertise, or RTA, is a procedural step that takes place prior to the County Board action to adopt or amend a county plan or ordinance. When the County Board acts on an RTA, it is not adopting the plan or ordinance, it is only deciding whether to advertise public hearings. Notably, the Board's action to authorize advertisement also sets the scope of what could be adopted. The draft zoning text included in the staff report contains a number of different options reflecting a range of implementation approaches. In cases where the draft indicates multiple options, the Board could advertise all options. However, in most cases, the intent is that only one option would ultimately be adopted. So for the Board's deliberations on this RTA, discussion of whether option A is preferable to option B is less critical than considering whether A and B accurately capture the appropriate range of options. If the Board votes to authorize advertisement, staff will evaluate all advertised options, including considering potential policies through an equity lens. Arlington's General Land Use Plan, also known as the GLUP, consists of a map and booklet that describe the land use vision for the county as a whole and for distinct planning areas. The draft GLUP amendment for expanded housing options would add a new subsection to the special planning areas section of the booklet. This new section describes the overall policy goals and objectives for enabling new housing options in areas currently limited to single detached housing. The draft also acknowledges that land use policies that restrict housing options, which were adopted many decades ago, have resulted in inequities in housing opportunities. The draft GLUP amendment would encourage a wider range of housing choices for lower density residential neighborhoods that are compatible in scale and density with the existing pattern of development. The draft amendment to the GLUP booklet sets forth 3 goals for these lower density residential areas: economic sustainability, environmental sustainability, and neighborhood vibrancy. On the GLUP map, the areas proposed for expanding housing options are generally located in the light yellow areas on the map, designated low residential. The GLUP designates these areas for a typical density range of 1 to 10 housing units per acre. The draft GLUP amendment for advertisement includes one proposed update to this map. The legend for the low residential category is proposed to be updated to reflect the range of housing types that are envisioned for these areas, specifically one-family dwellings, accessory dwellings, and expanded housing options. Moving on to the draft zoning ordinance amendment, I'll be covering some of the key elements and options proposed for advertisement. A more detailed discussion and explanation of the draft text and options can be found in the staff report. Starting with the zoning mechanism, the draft would establish a new, optional, by right development path called Expanded Housing Option Development, or EHO. The EHO zoning tool would provide new options for property owners and would not change the underlying zoning or the ability to build or expand one-family dwellings. As I mentioned, the draft zoning text for advertisement includes many options. These options would provide the board with room to continue to refine an optional policy approach over the coming months, rather than being locked into a single approach. Some of these topic areas and options are a result of the Planning Commission's process and recommendations. Attachment 5 of the staff report includes a summary chart comparing the draft standards for EHO development to current standards for one-family dwellings. The standards listed on the left, including building height and setbacks, are the same for both housing types. For the standards listed on the right, the draft EHO standards would be stricter than one-family standards. More stringent standards are being considered for EHO development to address community concerns about potential impacts. Expanded housing option development would apply in all R5 to R20 zones, with two potential exceptions. The first is a limited number of properties that coincide with 3 planning areas. Sites within these areas already have land use recommendations that would allow redevelopment through another zoning tool, such as the form-based code or a site plan. The second exception is sites larger than 1 acre. The draft includes 2 options for these larger properties. Option 3A would require county board approval of a use permit for multi-building development on larger sites. Option 3B would prohibit EHO development on these sites entirely. The uses allowed for EHO would be 2-family dwellings, townhouses with 3 units, or multifamily buildings with options to limit the number of multifamily units to a maximum of 6 or 8 per site. The uses allowed would be 2-family dwellings, Consistent with the county board's guidance from last year, the draft zoning text includes multiple options for setting minimum site area requirements. Option 2A would maintain the current site area standards for each zoning district. Options 2B, C, and D represent different approaches for setting greater site area requirements for development with 5 or more units. These options are described on the next slide. These maps compare the various site area options. Darker colors indicate areas where housing types with more units could be allowed within each option. These options represent a range of alternatives that reflect multiple community priorities, such as transit proximity and focusing 6- and 8-plex development on larger lots. This slide shows the same options from the previous slide in terms of the total number of properties that would be eligible for different housing types, broken down by transit proximity. Options 2C and D were added following the Planning Commission's deliberations, responding to concerns that 2B may be too restrictive for transit proximate sites. A range of options for setting a maximum gross floor area, or the total building square footage, are also included for consideration. The intent of these standards is to encourage modest-sized housing options. We have heard concerns that floor area should not be regulated for EHO development because it is not similarly regulated for one-family development. This perspective is captured in option 11C. The 2 options for lot coverage would both maintain the same maximum coverage that can be achieved for a one-family dwelling. The difference is whether a rear detached garage would be required to reach this maximum. Based on the county board's guidance, the draft zoning text includes options that vary minimum parking requirements based on site-specific factors such as transit proximity. The Planning Commission and Transportation Commission are both recommending 3 additional options for advertisement, including options that would not require a minimum amount of parking, either near transit or across the board for all EHO development. Nationally, a number of cities have adopted zoning rules in recent years that eliminate parking mandates. In these places, parking is still provided for housing development, but the number of spaces provided is determined by the needs of residents rather than a ratio in the zoning ordinance. This is a map of transit proximate areas for the purpose of setting parking ratios. The dark blue areas are within 3/4 mile of a metro rail, within half mile of the Master Transportation Plan's premium transit network. The light green areas are within 1/4 mile of the primary transit network. Moving to site layout and design, the draft zoning text includes a number of standards that are intended to address community concerns about compatibility with existing development patterns. These standards include limits on where parking spaces can be located on a site, limits on the width of a street-facing garage, requirements for the orientation and location of building entrances, screening, and a requirement to plant or retain one shade tree per housing unit. For accessory dwellings, or ADs, 2 options are proposed for advertisement. They could be prohibited entirely from EHO development, or they could be allowed only in limited circumstances, within a townhouse or semi-detached dwelling, or if they are pre-existing ADs. The draft zoning text would not allow EHO development to request modification of placement standards through a BZA or Board of Zoning Appeals use permit. The draft also includes detailed provisions for nonconformities. Nonconformities refer to lots or buildings that were legal at the time they were built or created, but no longer conform to zoning standards. In general, the EHO nonconformities would be treated the same as one-family nonconformities. Finally, the draft zoning text includes an option to set an annual limit or cap on EHO permits. The draft cap in the staff report is set at 42 permits per year, which reflects anticipated new construction and also accounts for the possibility of conversions of existing buildings to add housing units. The draft zoning text also includes an option not to set a cap. The missing middle housing study began shortly after the county board adopted its equity resolution over 3 years ago. From its inception, the study has been grounded in equity considerations. Zoning laws that dictate which housing types are allowed within a neighborhood play a significant role in determining who can attain housing in that neighborhood. Attachment 9 of the staff report includes an equity report making use of new data sets linking census, housing, and zoning data. I'll share a brief overview on the next few slides. When thinking about equity, we start by looking at the status quo to understand the baseline for trends that are already happening in the community. In the R5 to R20 zoning districts, only 28% of residents are people of color, compared to 48% in other zoning districts. And the R5 to R20 zones have a much lower proportion of rental housing than the county average. Based on our analysis of current housing prices, only households with incomes greater than $200,000 can attain housing in these zones. Because missing middle housing options would be smaller and would share land costs, they are expected to be lower cost than current market rate housing in the R5 to R20 zones. We estimate that expanded housing options could benefit households earning as low as $100,000, who are currently locked out of these neighborhoods due to high costs. In thinking about who could be burdened by expanded housing choice, we considered renters, who are the most at risk of displacement from redevelopment. If a single detached rental property is redeveloped for EHO, the tenants would need to relocate, just as they would today when a teardown for a single detached house occurs. Households with incomes below the level needed to attain missing middle housing types would not benefit from draft EHO policies without additional support or subsidy. However, this study is just one piece of the county's Housing Arlington initiative, and other efforts are focused on meeting the housing needs of low-income households. The county manager's recommendation for this RTA is to adopt the resolution authorizing advertisement of March public hearings to consider general land use plan and zoning ordinance amendments. That concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ladd. And I'd now like to invite Ms. Steinberger and +1 to deliver the Planning Commission report. And take your time.
Thank Thank you. I'll try this angle due to the fact that the baby may otherwise try to eat the microphone. Good morning. I'm Sarah Steinberger from the Planning Commission. I'm Vice Chair of the Planning Commission now. Good morning, Chair Dorsey and members of the board. I'm representing the Planning Commission for this matter, as we've just heard the staff report. The Planning Commission, The Planning Commission heard this matter at its December 12th and 15th meetings. The first date was devoted to the 81 public speakers. Discussion and votes were held on the 15th. Those 81 speakers had a wide range of views, from not wanting any changes to the zoning ordinance to favoring the most expansive of the options, as well as some more nuanced views of the options presented. The Commission is fully cognizant of the range of views within our community and has taken that into account in its recommendations for this request to advertise. Overall, we wanted to enable the continued community discussion and debate of this proposal, and for the most part, to not preclude the County Board's ability to consider all options that have been put forth. Because of the request to advertise, many of the Planning Commission members voting in favor have made clear that they may not endorse all the specific options within the RTA or the proposal itself when it comes back before the Planning Commission, but rather we believe that it's appropriate to consider all options as put forth. The two options recommended by staff that the Commission voted not be advertised are 4A under bulk coverage and placement and 6B for on-site trees. Excluding 4A would preclude considering allowing a 5% additional lot coverage for a rear detached garage, which is now allowed for single unit detached units. The vote was 5-4 in favor of that. Excluding 6B would preclude considering relying solely on the Chesapeake Bay Ordinance for determining tree coverage, and that vote was 7-2. The Commission voted to recommend a series of, I believe, 17 amendments to staff's recommendations, and I can go through those in order if you'd like to hear a little more on those. Okay. Those amendments were to strike the main building gross floor area from options 2A and 2B. That was a vote 6-2 in favor. Include in the RTA that an existing detached accessory dwelling unit with a single unit house as of the date of adoption of EHO may remain if the single family house is proposed to include additional units under the EHO as an adaptive reuse. That vote was 9-0. Allow EHOs to include small ADUs, including basement and garden style units, and exempting small ADUs from the maximum buildable envelope. That vote was 9-0. Advertise an option 2C such that 5 dwelling through 8 dwelling EHOs are allowed under a distance to transit standard, such as that proposed for reduced parking ratios. That vote was unanimous, which I believe is also 9-0. Include options in the RTA to adjust EHO specific setbacks. That would adjust minimum side setbacks and reduce minimum front and rear setbacks so as to allow greater flexibility in building placement relative to trees and steep slopes, and allow flexibility to locate new structures on lots that retain existing trees. That vote was 6-2. Include the option to consider A, no parking minimum, voted 9-0, and B, to include the option to consider no parking minimum for a distance to transit standard, and that was a vote of 8-1. And C, an option to allow for no parking requirement if the number of parking spaces required equals the number of curb cuts. That vote was also unanimous, 9-0. Include a weighted system for counting tree requirements under section 10.4.6E to provide the flexibility to meet the requirements by planting combinations of shade trees and other trees. Also a unanimous vote. 25% of annual EHO permits for property owners developing their own properties as EHOs would be exempt from the cap. That vote was 5-4. Include the ability to amend the GLUP booklet to include an updated context and history of the Arlington County zoning ordinance to recognize its exclusionary roots. That was also a unanimous vote. Include the ability to redefine the low residential definition within the GLUP map legend. That vote was 8-0. Include properties located within or partially within planning districts defined in the general land use plan map. That was a 7-0 vote. Include a modest incentive such as a 5% increase in maximum lot coverage for EHOs that retain and convert existing buildings. That would include including foundation and first floor framing and walls. That was a unanimous vote. Amend option 10B, where an existing primary structure is retained in its entirety within defined limits of modification or renovation that retain the existing building footprint, but allow additions of up to 30% of the footprint, window replacement, new siding, or facade materials, the addition of a second floor and modification of the building roof pitch or form, or the addition of dormers, An ADU of up to 1,250 gross square feet shall be allowed that meets requirements for height and setbacks and that may contain no more than 2 independent dwelling units. That vote was 3-1. You seem to have had some abstentions on that one. An amendment to create extensive advisory design guidelines be written for purposes of the EHO building expanded housing options, vote of 7-1. Develop resources to offer support to existing homeowners in redeveloping their own property and identifying neighborhoods with a strong historical association with communities of color and conduct outreach to identify neighborhoods with the aforementioned resources. That was a unanimous vote. Explore the feasibility of creating a community land trust that would have the ability to buy vulnerable properties and redevelop them into affordable missing middle housing. Unanimous. Study alternative approaches to determining maximum buildable envelope in the R-zone districts beyond the status quo lot coverage standards, such as a floor area ratio standard. That was unanimous as well. I'm here to answer questions you may have about our recommendations, and I would like to acknowledge Commissioner Jim Lantelmi is also here and thank him for handling this morning's earlier matter in that regard. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate the work of the Planning Commission, which had to do yeoman's duty to cover this topic, to accommodate all the speakers, and also, of course, your robust discussion. So we thank you for that. All right, so a few considerations before we get into public testimony on this. First, logistically, we have more than 170 people signed up to speak on this item, and so we ask for your partnership in making this an efficient hearing. You may notice if you've come in from outside recently, outside of this room, we have sheriff's deputies who are here in the capacity of enforcing the fire marshal regulations for room and building capacity, so they're counting people coming in and out. They're not here for any other purpose, so don't get alarmed. When you do hear your name called, we ask that you begin to make your way to the middle aisle of the boardroom so that we can keep things flowing. And as soon as the timer sounds to end your remarks, please end your remarks. You do get a 30-second warning. That's an audible chime. Gives you 30 seconds, at which point, when your time is concluded, please return to your seat. Audience members are welcome to use any non-audible signs to signify their approval or applause. Here in this room, we do this frequently when people want to signify their support. If you are displeased with what you hear, we invite you to suffer in silence. But we do this to make sure that we can move efficiently through this process and also to respect folks who have come to speak. Let's see, I've told you a little bit about capacity. We'll deal with that if it's an issue, but it looks like this is self-regulating very well. We will recess today by 6:00 p.m. We hope to get through all of the speakers who have signed up, but in the event that we don't, and we'll keep this regularly updated throughout the day, we will carry over public testimony to our Tuesday meeting, which will begin on Tuesday the 24th, no earlier than 6:45 p.m. Per our usual procedures, the speaker form for this item is going to close as soon as we call the first speaker, which is going to happen in just a couple of minutes. And if you would like to know where you are in the speaking order, right now you can check your smartphone. We are providing that information on our county board page, and then also in the atrium of this building, we have staff who are available to assist you with understanding where you are in the speaking order. And now, a note about substance. The action on this item this month is a request to authorize advertisement, also known as an RTA, of a future public hearing on proposed changes to the general land use plan as well as the Arlington County zoning ordinance to effectively effectuate expanded options for administrative approval of additional dwelling types in our R5, R6, R8, R10, and R20 zoning districts. The Code of Virginia requires that a county advertise proposed changes to ordinances in a print newspaper twice over at least a 2-week period prior to the actual public hearing leading to consideration of the proposed changes. It has been the practice of Arlington, however, not at all required by law, but our practice to provide more notice to affected parties as well as constituents via this RTA mechanism. And this is where the county board, either through a public hearing like we're doing today, or often through our consent agenda, provides the public with an advanced look at what the board is, what the board will use to start its discussion of what changes may be affected through an ordinance change to the general land use plan and the zoning ordinance. In this case, the board is going to allow 2 months before consideration of proposed amendments. So today, and perhaps again on Tuesday, we will hear speakers on this matter. The board will then determine which of the options presented in the staff report, along with any options that the board itself may choose to add, are to be included in the final draft amendments that will be considered ultimately by the Planning Commission and County Board at our March meetings. As soon as is practicable, the board, the options that the board authorizes for inclusion in this draft amendment will be conveyed to the public for further consideration and comment. And we have had a communication or two asking that the board consider defer acting on the RTA until the community can better comprehend and consider the proposed changes. I want to be very clear. Enabling everyone to understand the proposal is precisely what this process is intended to do. Hear perspectives from you. Hear about the initial review from the Planning Commission, and then through the board discussion, refine and clarify what will remain under consideration in March. So with that, Ms. Jacobs, we are ready to begin our public testimony. Will you please call the first speakers?
Yes, and just for an update for the board and the public, we're up to 198 speakers. That form should be closing now. Our first speaker is Eleanor Schwartz, followed by Ann Bodine, followed by Kit Norland.
Morning, or afternoon now. I'm a former Arlington Planning Commission chair and 10-year member. So it's not news that Arlington's key housing issue is affordability. Even some of the proponents of missing middle proposal admit it won't serve that purpose. In fact, it undermines it. Arlington is almost entirely built out, so this initiative depends on teardowns of housing that may be more affordable, better constructed, and have more bedrooms than their replacements. Construction costs will swamp affordability. Regional demand, income, and desire for profit mean that proposed units will not sell for below market prices. Missing middle really means random, buy right, market-driven densification. I oppose advertising it. If Arlington proceeds with this initiative, I strongly recommend that the county meet the goal of no net loss of affordable units and assist displaced renters. Arlington can add to its affordable housing efforts. It could build on the county's own Virginia Hospital Center site, use grants to expand down payment and closing cost assistance to help ensure teachers and first responders can live here, require that multi-unit projects include affordable units or contribute to a housing fund when allowed under state law, have incoming corporations contribute to affordable projects or a fund, lastly, assemble lots for new affordable housing near arterials served by transit. If the county proceeds, this initiative must be made accountable through a time-limited, well-tracked, publicly reviewed demonstration. It needs to have fewer units per site with annual caps per neighborhood. It should require use permits, guaranteeing that projects meet current building envelopes and setback standards.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz.
Thank
Our
you.
next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Kit Norland, followed by Natalie Roy.
Slides. Congratulations to the board. You just approved 10 years of projected missing middle supply, so I move that we defer the RTA for 10 years. Next slide. Missing middle advocates decry a housing shortage of 320,000 units in the region over 10 years. They omit that Arlington's share and missing middle's share of that is only 10 units a year. Missing middle is but a drop in the bucket of identified need. Let's look at the real crisis. For households earning 30 to 50% of area median income or AMI, Last year, that meant an income of $30,000 to $50,000 for a one-person household. Arlington has a gap of over 9,000 units at these income levels. On the flip side, there is no gap at the affordability levels for missing middle. We had 1,600 units on the market in March, comparable to the price of the cheapest missing middle unit. Next slide. I'm introducing a friend and true hero, KS, whose name I won't share for reasons of family safety. He's now American, but he came to the U.S. in 2007 as a refugee who faced mortal danger working with U.S. forces in Iraq. KS lived in Washington Lee Apartments, then moved to Columbia Pike until 2013. By 2019, he could only afford a small room in a private home. The market at his price point kept shrinking, and he left Arlington 2 years ago. We have built tons of new housing, but prices keep rising because development, especially on the Pike, is changing the dynamic of our most affordable areas. Missing middle will make this worse. Next slide. Leaders and commissioners can kowtow to the neighbors who could have been and wannabe residents, but I can't muster sympathy for the attorneys and nonprofit workers earning over $100,000 a year at the cost of losing KS. This is the choice we make today. I stand with KS and with the 50% of AMI households, and so should you. Vote no. I leave with the wisdom of UCLA professor Storper, who said, "We expect skilled people with high incomes will move into these neighborhoods and crowd out lower and middle income." This displacement is exactly the opposite of what you intend. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kit Norland, followed by Natalie Roy, followed by Brian Casabianca.
Good morning, Chair Dorsey and members of the board. I'm impressed with some of the responsiveness to commissions that's being displayed here. However, I haven't heard any reference to a commission that arguably has one of the most vital mandates in the county, and that's the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission, which protects the environment on which every resident at every income level in every corner of the county depends. I wonder, for example, if you're aware that the FNRC in June sent you a letter called saying it does not support the missing middle housing plan because it threatens Arlington's tree canopy. Indeed, the commission says it's a prescription for accelerating the current alarming loss of trees on private property, which is reducing quality of life and increasing urban heat island effects, energy bills, stormwater flooding, and geographical and social inequities. The commission asks that the staff provide believable policies for achieving higher tree canopy coverage on redeveloped properties. So far this morning, I've heard some pretty vague language, opportunities to support tree planting. In any case, I would like to know if you received this letter of June 23, how did you respond, and how are you taking into account the environment in your decision making? I am putting this letter in the record for today's discussion. It is a strong cautionary note that should not be ignored. It affects the health of every single person. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Norland.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Natalie Roy, followed by Brian Casabianca.
Good morning, Chair Dorsey and members of the County Board. My name is Natalie Roy, and I'm an Arlington resident and lived in Lion Park for 32 years. We do need to do more to create affordability and diversity in our county. However, the county's missing middle housing proposal will not achieve those goals. The current framework proposed by the County Board does not have clear goals. It is pinning its hopes on developers and real estate investors to build affordable housing, senior residences, and homes that serve our nurses, firefighters, police officers, and teachers. I do not find that credible, and many of my neighbors do not find that credible. The county needs to delay the advertising of the RTA and the plan. We need more data. We need to fully evaluate the impacts from this sweeping proposal. We also need more community conversation. At the very least, the board should have explored, and still should, launching a pilot project to evaluate the impacts and outcomes. Lastly, I believe it is crucial for the county board on this major topic to take the pulse of the community. We need an advisory referendum on the ballot in November to get a true gauge of where Arlington is on this major issue that we're all facing. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Brian Casabianca, followed by Angela Dickey, followed by Richard Engel.
Good morning. I speak to you on behalf of a group of PhD-level economists and Arlington citizens. We have decades of experience in the public and private sector. We have sent you a letter explaining that there has been no serious economic analysis done related to the missing middle. The few premises put forward do not stand up to scrutiny. There's no shortage of demand to live in Arlington. Why would missing middle make it more affordable? It would open up more units to the wealthy at the front of the line to get in. If so, the plan should be called an increased density plan, not a plan to improve affordability, equity, or inclusion. Rezoning homes makes them eligible for their highest use. Developers will seek to maximize profit. The result, prices of existing homes will be even more out of reach for those who could have previously afforded them. The change in housing prices will be close to zero for any missing middle build-out rate. Why? There are just too many apartments already in Arlington for a few extra housing units to make any difference. In addition, the real costs of construction make these costs prohibitive. Developers are building for the high-skill, high-income job earners that are currently drawn to Arlington due to the abundance of well-paying jobs. The end result? Missing middle will benefit a narrow segment of the population while displacing those who need housing the most, middle income and in particular, low-income families. Given the inadequacy and lack of compelling economic arguments in favor of the missing middle, we believe this proposal is unjustifiable. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Angela Dickey, followed by Richard Engel, followed by Terry Armau.
Good morning, Chair Dorsey and the rest of the board. I'm Angela Dickey. I'm a retired Foreign Service officer. Over the last 32 years, Arlington has been my home most of my career, or all my career. I started out as a renter and then bought a small condo and then bought a home in Arlington. I'm truly in grief today for our Arlington community regarding this misguided proposal. I'd like to ask you, why do you appear to have so little compassion for the people who actually live here? Why do you have so little compassion for those who have already been displaced by your policies? When will you learn that the process by which you make decisions is just as important, if not more important, than the outcome you seek? You are demanding a radical change to our neighborhoods. I oppose the advertising of this proposal.
Thank you for your comments.
Our next speaker is Richard Engel, followed by Terry Armau, followed by Kathy Rehill.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm here to urge you to delay advertising the missing middle housing zoning ordinance. I feel that the county board and staff have failed to do their due diligence in determining the cost and price impacts of missing middle housing.
Hold on, we can pause your time here at 1:45, try to figure out what our technical intrusion is.
Our next speaker is Richard Engel, followed by Terry Armau, followed by Kathy Rehill.
We've got it. Thank you.
If we could put the time back to 1:45, is that possible?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe not. We'll use this one.
Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. I'm here to urge you to delay advertising the missing middle housing zoning ordinance because I feel the county board and staff have failed to do their due diligence in determining the actual cost and price impacts of missing middle housing on a neighborhood basis and failed to recognize the different housing submarkets and costs that exist in Arlington. I'm calling on you to convene a working group of Arlington realtors and Arlington developers to actually analyze how the missing middle zoning ordinance would affect housing prices on a neighborhood level and sector level here in the county. Fact is, as others have said, we have a very high cost, high demand area. The private sector responds with developers paying the highest amount they have to build the most expensive houses they can. Missing middle will not change that. Unfortunately, what we have, I'd use an automobile analogy, we have a Maserati housing market. Some people seem to think Missing Middle will produce more Mazdas, not Maseratis. It won't do that. You may get compact Maseratis, you may get rental Maseratis, but you will not change the basic nature of the housing market. The other thing that concerns me is that you seem to assume it's a uniform housing market.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you. What we find is that there are actually markets where we're not seeing $2 million houses being built. We're seeing $900,000 houses that will be replaced by $1.5 million townhouses if this project goes through. So please, talk to your experts. Ask the realtors, ask the developers what they would build under this model instead of assuming that you know what they will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Armel, followed by Kathy Rehill, followed by Sam Watchman.
Hello. Okay. I oppose removing single-family zoning and allowing by right development across Arlington County. Missing middle is a hatchet job when we only need a scalpel. Missing middle should follow the best practices of urban planning about infrastructure, services, and the environment like our tree canopy, but it doesn't. The citizens of Arlington County were misled to believe that missing middle would provide home ownership opportunities for middle-income earners and would retain and increase diversity. We were expecting this plan, but we didn't get it. Instead, diversity means the type of housing and not actual people. Missing middle fails to deliver. Missing middle will deliver a lot of very expensive rental property. This isn't my personal opinion. These are the facts that are highlighted in the studies that the county commissioned. Arlington residents were hopeful that the county would make smart decisions about housing, density, and all of the details in between. This version of missing middle shows me the county listened to a very small, vocal, tech-savvy, and ignored the concerns of everyone else. Lastly, why would our elected board leave our housing policy and goals to what your website describes as community partners, which includes the Northern Virginia Building Industry Lobby? Some of those board members are billion-dollar developers and builders. Their goal is to enrich their board of directors and shareholders, not make Arlington a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kathy Rehill, followed by Sam Watchman, followed by Laura Watchman. And just for people following along, we are on speaker number 9.
Thank you. I've talked with many of you about my perspective as a realtor. I've lived in Arlington for 28 years. I've been a homeowner and taxpayer for 26 of those years. I've been a residential realtor who helps builders buy lots, who helps people buy McMansions. I help renters. I help people buy and sell condos. Last week, 325,000 in North Arlington. I'm very familiar with this housing market. And I can tell you that this no longer is going to achieve the objectives you set out for 3 years ago. You're not going to create affordable housing. It's a laudable goal, but allowing the private sector by right to create new housing has never created an affordable property. You've given up all your leverage by rushing this through. You've asked for no concessions from builders to make any of the units affordable. You're thinking that just increasing the supply of housing in this high demand area will bring prices down? That's a dream, that's a fantasy, that's not going to happen. I encourage you to work with realtors who know what's going on the ground, not just in Virginia, but in all of Northern Virginia and Arlington, because we know the pressure from the other counties of people who want to live here. You can't create enough supply to meet the demand through missing middle housing. If you want affordable housing, you've got to work harder. You've got to go back to the drawing board, and you can't just increase the kinds of houses, because we've already seen that builders are going to tear down $900,000 single-family homes and replace it with 2 duplexes side by side that have sold recently for $1.5 million apiece in Arlington last year. So I encourage you to reject the right to move forward on this and to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sam Watchman, followed by Laura Watchman, followed by Michael Falkenham.
Good morning. Fellow community members, it is time to pass the missing middle housing reform. The science is settled. In study after study, infill housing has been proven beyond doubt to have a positive impact on climate and housing affordability. It is time to end 1950s era housing restrictions that divide our communities into enclaves which are inaccessible to the very people that make our county work, the teachers, first responders, and essential workers that we all rely on. Missing middle is not a full solution to the housing crisis, but it is the first step. Further, it is clear that missing middle will be most effective in its goals if it is passed without restrictions that would unfairly burden new housing supply. The county board should not put undue burdens, such as a cap on missing middle construction, that would not apply to single-family development. Missing middle development is a good thing and should not be treated as something to be restricted or capped. Finally, I'd like to thank the county board staff for the years of work that was required to make this possible. Missing middle has been a long time in the making, and all of the homework has been done. It is time to move forward with missing middle as quickly and effectively as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Laura Watchman, followed by Michael Falkenham, followed by Dan Albin.
Good morning. It's hard to follow up on that, but I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of Missing Middle Housing Initiative. We live in the Williamsburg neighborhood, and my son, who just spoke, is a student at Arlington Tech, and we have lived in Arlington for 14 years. My lifelong passion is environmental conservation. I have worked on developing green neighborhood certification standards, and I have been active in environmental initiatives at Arlington Public Schools. Coming from that environmental perspective, I am wholeheartedly supportive of Missing Middle. We just can't have more and more people in our region and attract more and more jobs to Arlington without providing a variety and an abundance of housing. And forcing those people to move farther out takes a toll on our climate. But even for me, I'm not here because this is a good move for the environment. I'm here because this is about the fabric of our community. This is about whether my kids will be able to settle down here in Arlington if they want to. Housing availability is fundamental to our economic prosperity and our social fabric. I applaud Arlington County for taking this on and for the many years of carefully studying this issue and gathering public input. I hope that you will adopt the RTA that is as expansive as possible, and I hope that you will move as quickly as possible on this crucial issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Falkenham, followed by Dan Albin, followed by Wells Harrell.
Good morning. For over 20 years, I've lived in Highview Park. I've also worked as an economist in the federal government on a range of issues, including housing policy. And up until recently, I had over 20 years of almost complete apathy with respect to local Arlington affairs. This ambitious and courageous proposal has awoken me from that apathy. When I first read about it, I called my daughter, who's at college, and I said, our county board is actually going to do something meaningful about the high and rising cost of housing and about climate change. But they're facing fierce opposition from a well-organized group of people who would like to keep Arlington frozen in time. With this proposal, you have the opportunity to improve housing and environmental outcomes by easing rules that govern and constrain over 70% of land in Arlington. Rules that force people to live further away than they'd like to in the nation's 6th largest metropolis. Rules that cause the price of housing to be unnaturally high. Economic research supports the benefits of this proposal, but really you only need common sense to understand them. If we make it easier for people to build more homes in Arlington, people will have an easier time finding and keeping homes in Arlington. If you make it easier for people to live near where they work, they will drive less and cause less environmental damage. You're going to hear all kinds of convoluted arguments trying to say the opposite, that up is down, over the next 6 hours and perhaps Tuesday. As you listen to those and as you face the decisions that were presented to you by staff, I hope that you not focus on unfounded concerns, but rather on how to make this proposal live up to its full potential, how to make it do as much good as it possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dan Albin, followed by Wells Harrell, followed by Sarah Uzel.
Thank you. I'm a longtime resident of Arlington. I've lived and worked in Arlington on and off since 2000. I've lived here continuously since 2006. My wife and I purchased a townhome in 2009. When we did, that was all that we could afford in Arlington, even though we're both attorneys. And it wasn't a brand new townhouse. It was a townhouse that was built in 1981. And I think that's an important point for the board to consider when it's considering the missing middle housing proposal. Yes, some of the new housing that will be built will be quite expensive, but over time, that housing will become affordable, and housing that exists now will become more affordable in comparison to brand new housing that's available. It's important that we make more housing available in Arlington, because for far too long, Arlington has prohibited diverse housing options on 75% of residential land in the county, even though Arlington sits at the very core of the DC metro area. I urge the board to adopt the request to advertise with no delay, with no cap on the amount of missing middle housing that can be built, with no limitations on the number of units per lot, up to 8. The 8 is great. So option 1B and 2A I support. And I urge the board to remove the parking mandate, which would be option 5D. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Wells Harrell, followed by Sarah Uzel, followed by Michael Heminger.
Chair Dorsey, members of the board, Mr. Schwartz, my name is Wells Harrell. I've owned a home in Arlington East Falls Church for over 8 years. I enthusiastically support the request to advertise and hope that the board approves it without delay. I'm not originally from here. I'm from Arkansas, where my mom has been a Methodist pastor for decades now. I'm reminded of her sermons about the parable of the Good Samaritan. It isn't just a lesson about showing kindness to strangers. It's also part of a conversation between Jesus and a lawyer that answers the question, and who is my neighbor? When we talk about the laws that govern our homes and our neighborhoods, it's incumbent on us to consider who our neighbors are and what it is that we will go and do for them. Our neighbors aren't just the people who live next door. They're not just our family and friends. They're the strangers that we pass by in the street. We're all neighbors, even those who can't afford to live near us. So are the neighbors that we do not see. It can be all too easy to overlook some of our neighbors. When homes don't get built, we don't see the neighbors who could be living there, who could be part of our schools, who could be walking around our neighborhoods. They're invisible. They don't have a voice. And it makes it all the more important to be a neighbor, meaning that we should do what we can to help those in need. We can add more homes and welcome more neighbors without lifting a finger or spending a dime. All we have to do is simply let our neighbors' homes get built. We could do so much more. We should do no less. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Uzel, followed by Michael Heminger, followed by Richard Viola.
Good morning. I'm here to say I don't think the proposal for upzoning is ready to be advertised, and I ask you to defer that decision, but I don't expect you will. This was Eric's idea, and not a bad idea. Unfortunately, it's been hijacked, and I find that very sad. His vision was to look at where and how housing types would work in Arlington to create more 2- and 3-bedroom homes. It was not universal upzoning by right for 4, 6, and 8 condo and apartment buildings on single-family lots. It was not to duplicate the same products that are currently in the high-rises. Somehow, this has turned into an exercise in boiling the ocean of zoning changes to solve the world's problems. It's too broad and too deep. There are many problems with what is before you, but I'll only address a couple. The first problem is by right. By right is a problem, and increasing this for multifamily homes will make this worse. Developers and soon-to-be private equity are in business to maximize profits. Good examples of what happens with buy right are the CVS on Wilson Boulevard and the townhouses on Columbia Pike across from the Harris Teeter. They're not good examples of buy right building or land use. My solution is the county should establish a mini site plan process for all multifamily homes on single-family lots. That's not being considered. I also lived near Columbia Pike for 35 years. I miss the diversity in mom and pops. The FPC would be a poster child, but it's not. The FPC has gentrified Columbia Pike. And it's, again, very sad to me. This proposal should be called the Amazon Housing Plan because that's who it's really for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Heminger, followed by Richard Viola, followed by Jillian Burgess. Michael Heminger. Okay. Richard Viola.
Good morning. Thank you for taking on this very important task. Providing additional housing opportunities for Arlingtonians is really vital to this community's future. I very much worry about where we will be in 10 or 20 years if we don't have something like this. I know I've raised 2 kids here in Arlington. They've gone through Arlington schools. They've had all the benefits of being an Arlingtonian, and they probably will never be able to purchase a house like the ones that my wife and I did. And that worries me quite a lot. And I think about others who maybe didn't have all those advantages that my children had. They're coming from another country or they come from a different income level. And how will they actually be able to afford $1 million plus, $2 million plus home in Arlington County? I really don't see it unless we do something. And I think really reform of our zoning code is the first good step that we can make. The code which was developed when Arlington was not an urban place, when it was the edge of the DC area, is being applied still, even though we are now the center, within the center of the Washington, DC metropolitan area. I think it unnecessarily restricts housing supply in the face of high demand. I think it encourages new and remodeled houses to be much larger than the houses they replace. They're now out of character with all their surrounding neighbors. And it requires too much off-street parking, which increases home prices and reduces green space. It is time to make some changes. I just want to say that I support going ahead with things. I do not feel that we should put a limit on it as 7B. I think we need to address the size of the new houses that are being built. And 4A and 4B that are proposed are good starts, but I think more than that needs to be done. And I also support 5A and 5C under the parking requirements. We can park cars on streets. We can't plant trees in the streets. Let's have more green space around the buildings. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jillian Burgess, followed by Christine Brittle, followed by Craig Thompson.
Good morning. My name is Jillian Burgess, and I enthusiastically support the missing middle housing proposal and co-sign many of the previous comments. I live with my family in Cherrydale, and specifically, I own a home that happens to be in the Cherrydale Revitalization District. I'm here today primarily to ask you to advertise the missing middle housing proposal with option 10B only, and to strike option 10A. The Cherrydale Revitalization District was adopted in 1994 under a different era of planning. Excluding the lots that fall within the plan boundaries would not support development in Cherrydale, but would disadvantage the owners of those lots. So please advertise 10B, not 10A. I also urge you not to impose parking minimums or impose other limits or caps on the units in missing middle. Otherwise, I enthusiastically support the request to advertise. We've been discussing this as a community for years, and it's time to decide and move on. We've got a lot of other important topics that we need to discuss as a community. Thank you very much for your time and for your service.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Battle, followed by Craig Thompson, followed by Noah Higgins.
Hello, I'm Christine Brittle, a 20-year Arlington resident and a small business owner. I will get right to my point.
Please don't pass a zoning change that applies by right to every lot in Arlington if it doesn't work for every lot in Arlington. We built a house in Penrose. On either side of us are lots that could hold a sixplex, and trust me, both will be redeveloped. So I ask, what will it be like to live between two sixplexes? There will be a lot more trash cans for starters, 12 per sixplex, 24 total, more in the summer when we have yard waste. Picture it. There would also be a lot more cars. At a half parking space and 2 cars per unit, that's 18 new cars on the street. Will that work? Around the corner on South Fillmore Street, there is no parking. On trash day, they put their cans directly on the sidewalk. Some park in their yards. Will missing middle work there? South Barton Street is so narrow that you cannot pass literally when cars are parked on both sides. Will missing middle work there? I could go on, but you have 180 more people to hear from, and I only have another 45 seconds. For the record, I am happy to have neighbors in duplexes, townhomes, and apartment buildings. We built a house in a neighborhood that has all these things. But those duplexes all have 2 off-street parking spaces per unit. The townhouses all have parking lots. The apartment buildings all have dumpsters. There are places where it works, but not every lot can support missing middle. Our neighbor across the street built a detached ADU. When Verizon came, there were not enough connections on the utility pole. How do I know? Because they unplugged us to plug them in, and it took 3 days to get service back. Can Verizon support missing middle on every lot in Arlington? Back to my point. Please don't pass a zoning change that applies by right to every lot in Arlington if it doesn't work for every lot in Arlington. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Craig Thompson, followed by Noah Higgins, followed by Adam Theo, and then we will go back to Michael Hemminger to see if he's back online.
When I was a leasing consultant, there was a UC Berkeley educated MBA who gave a PowerPoint presentation which started with an opening slide of this is how we get around the Fair Housing Act. The objective which he sold to a lot of developers over the course of the past 15 to 20 years was to price the amenities and surrounding complexes and communities so that there was a new target gross margin that would bring in a new target demographic. The assertion or the idea that we continue to do nothing in the face of a lot of that was not really a workable alternative. There are some legitimate critiques that are related to bonus density, perhaps really preserving a red line in the county, with that red line being Route 50, a high concentration of the CAF market being more than 50% in 2 zip codes of the 22204, 22206. And the Bolson-Roslyn corridor, along with Pentagon City and Crystal City, becoming of a certain ilk in a very homogeneous way. The importance of being able to present an alternative rather than continuing to perhaps do nothing is that you then also have the preservation of what continues to remain a majority white county, despite the surrounding counties having gone majority non-white, presumably because the cost of living here has gotten to the point where it is. The aging of the CAF infrastructure has a lot of us at a level now where we become reliant upon one particular nonprofit started in 1975, but we have rooftops drenched in rainwater and ceilings that are drenched in mold and mildew. It's probably worthwhile for the Urban Institute to do a study in the county on mixed income development because they've been paid by the county already to do a study on food security, but I am in support of the current proposal. Thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Noah Higgins, followed by Adam Theo, followed by Michael Hemminger.
Good morning. My name is Noah Higgins, and I'm a resident of the Clarendon Courthouse neighborhood of Arlington. Oh, Mike.
You can raise the you can raise the lectern with the buttons.
All right. So my name is Noah Higgins, and I'm a resident of the Clarendon Courthouse neighborhood of Arlington. My fiance and I love Arlington and the welcoming community that we found here. It's the type of community that we'd love to build a future in. However, with the chronic shortage of new housing in Arlington and subsequent affordability crisis, that future looks increasingly out of reach for young people like myself. The status quo is unsustainable, environmentally as well as economically. drastic action is required. That's why I call upon the County Board to allow the maximum flexibility in the construction of missing middle housing. Specifically, I strongly support options 1B and 2A to allow maximum choice in the types of housing built, as well as option 7B to allow sufficient construction to meet Arlingtonians' demand and the extent of the crisis. Missing middle will not solve.
But there are many.
We can finish that at a minute, 10 seconds.
It's okay. Well, I'll be fine on time. Missing middle will not solve all of Arlington's housing problems, but is a critical tool in building an Arlington that is truly sustainable and welcoming of all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by Michael Heminger, and followed by John Rigby.
Good afternoon, everyone. Missing middle housing reform is about opportunity and options, not just for people of various incomes and different housing types and property owners wanting to do more things with their land, but also for you, the county board members. Keep those options available to you as we enter the home stretch for missing middle housing reform. Most importantly, with eightplexes. Many people here are concerned about the affordability of missing middle housing. Those eightplexes are the options that are most affordable to the widest number of people. It's important to keep that in the plan going forward to the very end. As my friend Dan said earlier, 8 is great. Also with parking, it's important that we keep the option of no parking minimums on the table for the entire plan. It is important not just for the environment and for our green spaces and trees on the lots themselves, but also to encourage the use of mass transit, which is much more environmentally and economically feasible for more people. Arlington County has done great with its transit. Let's keep that going with 0 parking minimums and let the developers and landowners themselves decide how much parking they need. And as my friend Jillian brought up earlier, it's important to make sure that missing middle housing reform can be applied across the entire county. No carve-outs for special development districts, please. Make sure that Cherrydale and others can be included in this great reform. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll check back with Michael Heminger. Mr. Heminger, are you with us?
Ms. Jacobs, if he's not, just a little announcement before we proceed with Mr. Rigby. Mr. Heminger, are you with us?
I don't see him.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Heminger has a technical problem.
Yeah, he is having a technical issue.
Okay.
But I don't see that he's on yet.
So it looks like we can probably have about 20 speakers. I'm sorry I can't be precise before the board is going to take a brief half an hour break so that we can continue to give you your full attention during this public testimony. So we will break at 12:30, and that should be approximately 20 speakers. Understandably, I can't be precise, and some people take their full 2 minutes. Some people don't. Some people could be missing. So I would advise that all speakers past, if you could put the list back up, Ms. Jacobs. All speakers past 43 or so. We may get into that period where it's during the board's 30-minute break. I apologize, keep you here a little longer, but we do want to give you our full attention when you do speak to us, so we can proceed now.
All right, our next speaker is John Rigby, followed by Lamut Lipinskate, followed by Julie Lee. John Rigby. I know you're there, John Rigby. I saw you. All righty. We'll circle back. Lamut Lipinskate.
Yes, I'm here. I oppose the middle missing proposal. I'm an immigrant that grew up in Lithuania, in the former Soviet Union, in a multi-unit building. Our school was very overcrowded. I sat in a classroom with about 40 other kids and couldn't learn much. Our teacher would lock herself in a classroom and cry during breaks. We didn't have enough parking space in our yard, and my dad had to park our car far away. One of the happiest days since coming to America was when we were able to outbid a developer and purchase a single-family house in Arlington. If missing middle is adopted, a developer would be able to bid much more for the property, since the developer would be able to construct multiple houses on the same lot. This would stop medium-income immigrants like me from purchasing a single-family house with a yard for my kids. It will also change the character of a quiet neighborhood. I'm worried that the increased density will cause school overcrowding as well as excessive traffic. It will also lead to the environmental destruction. There is already a serious stormwater problem in our neighborhood. Allowing more houses on lots would make that problem much worse. It would also create parking problems in the neighborhood, particularly if developers are not required to construct parking on the site. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. John Rigby, I see you. Can you
hear me?
There you go. We can hear you.
Thank you very much. I oppose advertising the latest version of Missing Middle. It is nothing more than a smorgasbord of disjointed options, not supported by any real analysis. This is something that I would expect from our Republican friends, since it borrows from Republican ideology. It is based on the belief that if we let the developers subdivide the county, whichever way they want, ignoring environmental and other negative consequences, this will somehow magically solve a housing problem. A different view was expressed by Lester Freeman on The Wire, where he stated, "From the looks of things, Stringer Bell's worse than a drug dealer. He's a developer." From my experience, Lester Freeman may be right. Across the street from my house, a developer purchased a lot with an old 2-bedroom house, received county permission to subdivide the lot, and 2 McMansions were constructed. One of them on a 5,100 square foot lot. It is an extremely tall, long, and narrow McMansion. There has been a parking problem on the block since then, with gifts for neighbors sometimes parking so that they partially block my driveway. That was nothing compared to the situation during construction of the McMansion. Trucks delivering items for the construction would totally block my driveway. I could not get to work. The developer once blatantly refused to move the trucks until I threatened to call the police. I would come home to find tire tracks in my yard. Presumably they were parking there. This is what could be inflicted on all of us without anything approaching adequate analysis of the consequences so that the county can adopt the latest incarnation of smart growth on steroids. It will be seen in the future like the 1950s urban renewal came to be seen, something that benefited only the developers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Lee, followed by Nathaniel Green, followed by Bill Fogarty. For those following along, we are on speaker number 25.
This plan fails everyone. It fails those who support it, truly believing that it will provide affordable housing options. It will not. This plan fails your constituency. By every one of your metrics, the majority of Arlingtonians oppose it. This plan fails every Arlington homeowner who has scrimped and saved to buy and keep their modest homes, and they rightfully fear what this plan will bring. The plan keeps changing, and I listen as options are put forth as if this were a game of Monopoly. Decisions impacting our lives and our homes. You say you want to find common ground, but the plan refutes that. You cannot hold community conversations, then ignore everything that is said. This plan fails to address the serious concerns raised by the Civic Association presidents representing over 10,000 households, and it fails to include any of the thoughtful and supported recommendations we discussed, such as reasonable annual caps with geographic geographic dispersion, appropriate parking ratios, and no 5 to 8 unit buildings. This plan is exactly what you said it would not be, a predetermined county-wide upzoning, except it fails to provide affordability options, 3-bedroom houses, and more homeownership opportunities. You have failed your constituency. This process has been degrading. How can we believe it is anything more than an increase in density and tax revenue? This plan is impossible to get right in the next 60 days. Do the brave thing, the right thing. Acknowledge the plan is complicated, incomplete, and needs time for real studies that have not been done. Respond to your constituency. Do not vote to advertise, and take time to give Arlington the honest and beneficial housing policy.
Our next speaker is Nathaniel Green, followed by Bill Fogarty.
You can do this.
Followed by
Thank you.
Jason Schwartz.
My name is Nathaniel Green. I am here to speak in support of Missing Middle. I've lived in Arlington since 2015 and would very much like to live here for the foreseeable future. I also want it to be possible for my 2 children to live here as adults if they so choose, but Arlington has a problem. Currently, on most of the residential land in this county, only single-family homes are permitted. This kind of exclusionary zoning in Arlington, like elsewhere in the country, has its origins in efforts to exclude less affluent people, especially people of color, from wealthier neighborhoods that were predominantly or exclusively white. The point was to keep out people who were deemed undesirable by those wealthy enough to afford a single-family house, while giving advocates for exclusionary zoning a way to claim they weren't being discriminatory. That decision was wrong when it was first implemented, and it remains wrong today. It affects all of us in this community in different ways, but it affects all of us profoundly. It contributes to the obscenely high cost of all types of housing in the county, and it underscores how the power of county government still disproportionately favors the interests of the most entrenched, the most affluent, and the most opposed to diversity or growth. I am convinced that we can at least begin to mitigate the cost of housing by making it possible for more homes in Arlington to be built. I also believe we can begin to correct an egregious wrong that continues to keep us from becoming the best community we are capable of being. I call on the board to move forward with the most expansive version in the RTA. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bill Fogarty, followed by Jason Schwartz, followed by Tim Houston.
Good morning. I have lived and worked in Arlington since 1982, and I come in support of the advertisement. I will confess I was not very engaged in all of this until I received this postcard from ASF. The headline states, "Unlimited density is coming." I knew enough about the proposals to know that such a claim was outlandish. On my Pinocchio scale, it gets a top rating of 5 Pinocchios. When I noted the phrase "worse for trees," I looked around my neighborhood, saw all the McMansions where entire lots were denuded of the trees. And I thought, what if the county would let me build a duplex on my current building footprint? That way we could save our 5 big, beautiful trees, and we could have one of our daughters live in one of the units. So yes, I'm in favor of the goals to allow for more diverse housing types. And I look forward to the challenge of crafting an ordinance that provides clarity for all in the community, landowners and neighbors, of course, but also architects, engineers, construction companies, and most important of all, your zoning and building staff, who all have the difficult task of dealing with these ordinances. Now, with my experience over the years of being a real estate attorney, I must confess I have ideas about revising certain texts in the proposed ordinance. I would love to talk with those who have a range of views to see if we can find common ground. Dialogue is always good. And so I guess I would say this is my open invitation to my friends at ASF to sit down and chat. But we need to move forward. Delaying tactics only raise the question, if not now, when?
Our next speaker is Jason Schwartz, followed by Tim Houston, followed by Meg Tassilo.
Before I begin, I have slides. Can you make it as big as possible? Can it be? Can the slides be made full screen? Or is that as large as they can?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jason Schwartz and I live in Arlington. Next slide. I've greatly benefited from living in missing middle housing, MMH, for 6 years. I saved thousands of dollars by not having to pay for amenities I did not need or want. Next slide. I love the opportunities that Arlington affords me. I want to stay here and welcome more people into the community. Next slide. Since 2004, the daily vehicle miles traveled, VMT, on all roads is down 27%. Next slide. Since 2004, VMT is down 43, 17, and 14% on primary, interstate, and secondary roads, respectively. Next slide. Many busy corridors in Arlington have seen large decreases in traffic. Glebe Road, for example, has the lowest annual average daily traffic in over 50 years. Next slide. Arlington is a centralized location in the DC metro area. Any development in Arlington will produce lower VMT than in areas further out. Next slide. Neighborhoods where MMH will be built are prime areas for VMT reduction with increased density. Next slide. On primary roads since 2010, the VMT per capita in Arlington declined 49% and is much lower than nearby municipalities, as shown by the blue line. Next slide. On secondary roads since 2010, the VMT per capita in Arlington declined 21%. Next slide. Parking minimums are costly and regressive. A single parking space per unit increases the cost of housing by about 12%. Next slide. In Arlington, on-street parking is underutilized and heavily subsidized below market value. Many people choose to park on public streets to free up space in their private garages and driveways. Arlington should prioritize people, not drive up housing costs with harmful parking requirements. Thank you so much.
And exhale. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim Houston, followed by
Madam
Meg.
Clerk, I guess that if testimony comes with files and presentation, this is stored somewhere that is available after.
Yes.
It's provided to all of us,
It is on
Mr.
our public
Cantonis.
record. Our next speaker is Tim Houston, followed by Meg Tassilo, followed by James Gates.
I speak to convey my strong support for missing middle housing based on diversity, affordability, and the environment. First, for diversity. My family of 5 owns a single-family house in Maywood where we've lived since 2006. Missing middle housing would improve single-family neighborhoods like ours by increasing the diversity of income levels, occupations, ethnicities, and family sizes. Second, for affordability. If we don't act, we face a future like San Francisco, where only the wealthiest can live. Under current exclusionary zoning rules, older houses are being torn down and replaced with much larger houses that are only permitted to hold a single family. Residences of comparable size could easily accommodate duplexes, triplexes, or townhomes that could house multiple families. While new single-family houses run around $2 million, missing middle homes would be much more affordable. Keep in mind our own children. On our current trajectory, Arlington neighborhoods will only offer homes that are too expensive and too big for our children to raise their families. Third, for the environment. My peers in the civil service with families can't afford Arlington neighborhoods, so they're choosing to commute from 30 to 60 minutes farther out. This pushes new sprawl, which means forests are bulldozed for new roads, new houses, and new shopping centers, all of which worsen flooding and climate change. This means those families have more cars that they use for long commutes on highways that are forever under construction to add more lanes. So, for diversity, affordability, and the environment, do the right thing and say yes to missing middle housing with no caps. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Meg Tassilo, followed by James Gates, followed by Tierney Farrell.
Good morning still. I'm Meg Tassilo, and I am in support of moving forward. This fall, I spoke with groups of bus drivers, custodians, teachers, and assistants with Arlington Public School, and one thing they all had in common, they didn't own homes in Arlington. Some of them did own homes far out, often the drivers and the custodians that we expect to be here at 6 o'clock in the morning. Every one of them said they would be happy to buy a multifamily dwelling, but knew that their options in Arlington were very limited. And they did have concerns. One driver said to me, the parents on her route make sure to have their kids say thank you and good morning to her, but she wonders, would that mom say good morning to her if she came out each morning to go to her work, this bus driver, and lived next door in a multifamily dwelling? Another said he owns a home, a duplex far out, and he spends an hour and a half each day going home after driving our children every day, all through the day. He'd love to live closer, to have his kids in APS, but his options are limited. Another has chosen to rent for 20 years in Arlington. He's put his kids through Arlington Public Schools and college. He says he made that hard choice to rent here rather than buy further out so that he could see more of his family. These are all examples. It's a simple answer. The answer is 6 words. It's just the right thing to do. Oh, that's 7 words. It's still true. Thank you.
Next speaker is James Gates, followed by Tierney Farrell, followed by Michael Gearing.
Thank you. I'm James Gates, a longtime resident of Arlington County. It's a pleasure to live here, and I love Arlington. However, I now worry that special interests, particular developers, have slowly gained more influence over the years of the Arlington County Board to the detriment of the people who live here. I believe the actions being made will adversely affect our quality of life and add population density to our county with no realistic and verifiable research as to the impacts. I'm most alarmed by the influence of developers naturally doing what is profitable for developers, building highly profitable projects for wealthy customers, high-end apartments, Boston around me, which is understandable. However, this agenda adds vast new areas of the county, creating a bonanza for real estate speculation. We know it's going to happen. Once enacted into law, it's going to provide an open season for ambitious developers. They're going to buy out poor, disabled, elderly folks and replace these areas with housing that only the wealthy can afford. There's no evidence developers will provide affordable housing. 0. It's a fantasy. Like affordable housing, this plan also assumes the need for more infrastructure. Schools, community services will magically resolve itself without sufficient comprehensive analysis or advanced planning. Again, we're not stupid. We see what is happening. We know it is we, the people, will be stuck with the bills ignored by this plan while watching our property taxes increase again and again and turning the place maybe into Palo Alto, California, pricing out policemen, firefighters, teachers, nurses, everybody from the housing market. I have personally seen my property values in my townhouse almost double in the last 15 years. It's now rising faster than my annual income. When I retire on a fixed income, I'm not sure how long I can stay here. I mean, if this keeps accelerating, my property taxes are going to go out of the roof. So I'm asking you, please go back to the drawing board, work with the people, many of them in this room, who really understand impact analysis, how to create a plan that will really provide affordable housing.
Our next speaker is Tierney Farrell, followed by Michael Gearing, followed by Michael Mbesi.
Ms. Farrell, if you could press the button that was depressed on the microphone. Thank you. And we can begin your time now.
Got it?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am opposed to the zoning change. I recently sat for 3 hours and listened to 90 people speak at the Planning Commission meeting. 80% of those people were also opposed to the zoning change. I told one of you that when talking to my neighbor about this, she said, "Oh, but they aren't really going to do it, are they?" You laughed out loud and said, "Oh, yes, we are. So why am I here?" I told another neighbor about today, and I told her I'm scared. I don't know what to say. She told me, "Speak from your heart and speak from mine too." So, from our collective hearts, I'm here to tell you that I don't just live in a neighborhood. I live in a community of friends. When bad things happen, and they have, we listen, we look after each other, and we are a support group for each other. I've heard from a small number of people who do support the zoning change. They say, I should move to Loudoun County. They say, if I don't like noise, I should turn up the music or put on earphones while I'm in my own home. Or better yet, I should move. They say they want to see entire blocks of SFHs torn down and replaced with 7-story multifamily homes. They seem to be missing what the H stands for, home, my home. So I hope you can understand why I oppose the zoning change. So much of Arlington is multifamily zoned already. Why is it not possible to have both, like it is now in Penrose, where I live? Single-family homes are surrounded by multifamily homes. Why does the zoning have to be all or nothing? Multifamily everywhere and no single-family anywhere. You have heard from hundreds of people over the past year, and we'll hear from many more today who are opposed. I am asking you to do the right thing and not change single-family home zoning in Arlington. And like Angela Dickey, I can tell you that I too am grieving.
Our next speaker is Michael Gearing, followed by Michael and Bessie, followed by Katie Wenger.
Good afternoon. We have a situation in this county where the average worker who makes the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour or the $12 an hour state minimum wage cannot afford a one-bedroom, two-bedroom, or studio apartment. Moreover, we have many highly educated, well-paid professionals who are themselves struggling to keep up with the ever-increasing costs of housing in this county and the rents in this county. Needless to say, our brothers and sisters in this county are struggling to keep a roof over their heads. Therefore, I urge the members of the board to please vote for missing middle housing. It is, please do not delay. It is urgent. It is imperative that we make housing in this county more affordable for more people, and the need is really great. So I urge you to please vote for missing middle housing, and I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Michael and Bessie, followed by Katie Wenger, followed by David McTaggart. I'm sorry.
Hello, I am here today to speak in favor of the request to advertise. I would like to take a moment to discuss some of the things that have been put forward in opposition to this request. With regard to affordability, there is a bit of a meme going around on the internet right now, in which somebody discusses the ongoing egg shortage by claiming that production of new eggs is only expensive eggs and that no more eggs should be produced until all of the people who currently want eggs have eggs. If this seems ridiculous, it is because it is. And yet, you will find people here today who will argue that that same idea would work fine in the housing market, that new production of housing is somehow only luxury housing, and that the shortage can only be alleviated by not alleviating the shortage. It is patently absurd. And yet there are people here who will come and tell you that they are arguing that exact idea in good faith. And while it may be more expensive than the area median income could afford, the increased production takes pressure off of other housing stock that people at the median income or below can afford. People like me. This is something that would benefit me. Even though I could not afford the missing middle personally, it would take pressure off of the apartments like the ones I live in, which would help reduce my rent increases. Economics is a science, and those who deny it are science deniers, the same as climate science deniers are. And I would ask you please today to stand against them and to proceed with the request to advertise. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Katie Wenger, followed by David McTaggart, followed by Marley Franzen.
Hello, my name is Katie Wenger, and I've lived in Arlington for the past year and a half. I love living in Arlington for so many reasons. I can walk or take the metro anywhere I need to go, whether that's work, the grocery store, my friends' places, or the awesome museums and resources in DC. Also, I found a really diverse and engaging community here and amazing community organizations to get involved in. I feel privileged to be able to afford to live in Arlington, but I know that many people cannot afford to live here or are paying way too much of their income on rent. Some people I've talked to have lived in Arlington for 20 years, and their kids are in the schools here, but they know that they will never be able to own a home here. and some worry that they will have to move away. Others, as Meg mentioned, like bus drivers and assistant teachers, work here, but they have to commute an hour each way and miss out on time with their families. I also know the history of housing policy here in Arlington has excluded people of color. We need policies to allow more people, including those who are not wealthy or white, to live in Arlington. And I commend you, the county board, for introducing the missing middle proposal to end exclusionary zoning and help open up Arlington to a wider range of people. I urge you to approve a proposal with the most options possible to create opportunities for everyone. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David McTaggart, followed by Marlene Franzen, followed by Patrick Lozada. We're on speaker number 36. David McTaggart. All right, Marlene Franzen.
Good morning. My name is Marlene Franzen. I live in Douglas Park. I'm a licensed civil engineer in the Commonwealth of Virginia with almost 30 years of experience and know something about the basics of problem solving. I fully support finding a relatively timely solution for housing in the area. However, I do not support this current missing middle solution and have 5 questions for the board to ponder before moving forward. Question 1, people can buy housing anywhere in the region. I believe the fight for housing here is because of Arlington's charm. This charm didn't just spontaneously happen, but was based on years of thoughtful planning. Long-term thinking is important. Question 1 is, why is there not more of a detailed plan like those used historically to redevelop Arlington to add this proposed population growth? Question 2, in a society that likes everything instantaneously, it's good to remember the value in long-term planning. Full build-out will happen. Why have the infrastructure needs at full build-out not been considered? As my mom would say, ignorance is bliss until it becomes terror. Question 3, who will monitor when a given neighborhood's infrastructure can no longer safely serve the redevelopment and determine when the infrastructure needs need to be upgraded? And when there is this upgrade, who will pay for it? This includes locations for schools, sidewalks, storm sewer, and water for firefighting, while preserving our truly charming parks. Question 4 is, what is the rush? Living in Douglas Park, which is sure to be a neighborhood targeted for redevelopment, there's been no rush to solve the traffic on Columbia Pike. 3 years is nothing for the south side. And question 5, given the enormous feedback on both sides, it would appear that looking at other alternatives would be prudent. Would you please consider taking a year to pause and brainstorm on other solutions? Chipping a square peg to fit in a round hole is not an alternative solution. If the board decides to pursue and look at other alternatives, I'd be willing to serve. Truly.
Our next speaker is Patrick Lozada, followed by Barbara Taylor.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. My name is Patrick Lozada, and I recently bought a home in Arlington County off of Columbia Pike. I'm here to support the adoption of the RTA and missing middle house. I chose to move here because I believe that it is a forward-looking, progressive community that welcomes change, growth, and diversity. And this is why I strongly support missing middle housing in Arlington County. Housing in the county is increasingly out of reach, particularly for first-time house buyers and working-class people who used to be able to rent and buy property here. The key to making this housing more affordable is increasing the supply of housing, which is currently restricted by county zoning regulations. Changing these regulations would allow homeowners to choose whether they want to build additional housing on their property, increasing the supply of units, thereby decreasing price. More housing will also support a growing tax base that allows the county to invest in schools and public transit and address some of the issues that the previous speaker brought up. What is the rush when we talk about these issues? What is the rush to make our world a more just, equitable place? The rush is that we are excluding people who could belong in our community, who could build lives here, and could find ways to contribute to their neighbors and support their communities. This feels personal for me. When I hear people complaining about new people in Columbia Pike, you are talking about me. You are telling me that I don't belong. I want to build a life and have a family in Arlington. I want the same opportunities you've had, and I want to make sure that others do too. Think about the new neighbor who might help cut your grass or watch your dog when you're travel. Think about the folks in our community who can't afford to live here reasonably. And please, please support the adoption of the RTA and missing middle housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Barbara Taylor, followed by McCoy Kaufman, followed by Henry McFarland.
One of you said at a meeting of my civic association last winter that your interest is in 2 and 3 bedroom units that people can own. That's a direct quote. YIMBYs of Northern Virginia have promised upzoning will make housing affordable to all. That's also a direct quote. It's no wonder some people support this proposal. It sounds too good to be true, and it is. We've been arguing the facts with this board for the past year, that missing middle units won't be affordable or even attainable for people who most need housing in Arlington, like low-income people, first responders, and teachers. Those are the priorities the county should be pursuing, that missing middle buildings will overwhelm our infrastructure, that more than 90% of units will be expensive 1 and 2 bedroom apartments when the county argued in the May 22 framework that what we need are places with more bedrooms and that missing middle would provide them. It won't. And that the program will be a gift to developers who will target affordable houses and family-sized rental homes, tear them down, and build multi-million-dollar apartment buildings. The argument that missing middle is the only alternative to McMansions is a red herring. The county could solve that problem by lowering height and lot coverage limits. With missing middle, county government itself will be incentivizing teardowns, which it has never done before. I've tried to understand why we can't get through to you, why you're ignoring the vast majority of Arlington residents who oppose this proposal, and why you won't even acknowledge expert views that don't comport with your predetermined conclusions. In the end, I think this whole mess, which you've sold as progressive and virtuous, is in fact a means of increasing tax revenues at a time when our commercial base is shrinking. This proposal isn't about housing people who need it. It's about money, and I'm sorry to say it's about virtue signaling. Seen through any other lens, it makes no sense.
Our next speaker is McCoy Kaufman, followed by Henry McFarland, followed by Paulette Gray.
Good afternoon, everyone. Like many Arlingtonians, I'm a transplant. I moved here from Michigan 1.5 years ago because I wanted to go someplace warmer, more diverse, a bigger city. And I've really enjoyed living in Arlington. It's got great public transit. It's a lot more diverse than where I came from. And there's a lot of interesting things to do historically and with friends. However, I don't know if I can stay here long. It's incredibly expensive to live here, and it's only getting worse if something isn't done. Because of this, I've gotten involved with Missing Middle, and I encourage you to continue towards RTA, because I can see what happens in other cities when missing middle housing isn't addressed. Zoning laws that have been built decades before are forcing current residents here out of Arlington and making housing inaccessible to middle class and poor Arlingtonians. Transplants like me would love to set up roots here to be able to contribute to the community, but if I can't afford to live here, I can't imagine what it's also like for people who were born here, who call this their hometown, who are also being priced out. So I hope moving forward, you'll expand missing middle housing so current and future residents can contribute to the community, so transplants like me can set up roots and also contribute to the community, and so that the nation can see Arlington take the lead on this housing crisis that you can see across the nation in big cities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Henry McFarland, followed by Paulette Gray, followed by Todd Williams.
Thank you. I have lived in Arlington since I moved into an apartment in South Arlington in 1977. I now live in Bluemont. I urge you not to adopt the proposed zoning amendments. A case for them has not been made. A large amount of additional housing is planned for Arlington, including missing middle housing, with no need for these amendments. As for providing options, there is a lot of missing middle housing near my home. Typically, some is for sale. people have that option already. Missing middle raises many issues, but I will focus on the issue of tree canopy. These zoning amendments will likely reduce the tree canopy on private land in Arlington because missing middle housing has lower tree canopy requirements than single-family detached homes. Option 6A, in many, if not most cases, depending on lot size and whether native trees are used, will not correct that problem. Missing middle lots may fulfill that option's requirement and still be far below the tree canopy requirements for single-family homes. The landscape provision may have legal issues as well, and we would be exposed to the risk of a 50% reduction in canopy in a large part of the county if it is not upheld. Moreover, the zoning amendments will increase the options available to developers who tear down existing homes, which may lead to more tear downs and thus more tree loss. The draft Forestry and Natural Resources Plan states that over the last 20 years, tree canopy losses on private lands were offset by planting and preservation on public lands, but little plantable space remains on county-owned lands, and opportunities to offset future tree losses will be limited. Thus, missing middle developments should not be permitted without ensuring that they abide by the same tree canopy limits that now apply to single-family houses. The options in the proposed zoning amendments before you today do not accomplish that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paulette Gray, followed by Todd Williams and Blair Moorhead. Paulette Gray.
Hello. Hi, this is Paulette Gray, and I am a long-term Arlington resident who opposes it on the environmental grounds as well as quality of life grounds. First of all, their tree canopies, old trees need a lot of roots and a lot of time, and that's not going to happen. Environmentally, tearing down and continuing to put houses into landfill is a huge environmental disaster. Enlarging an existing house definitely is better for the long term for the environment, not to mention that long-term growth trees do not get cut down to such an extent. While I've lived on my block, I've seen 30 to 50 trees cut down, and I went from no water in my basement to needing a sump pump system and a lake in my back. The point is that will continue. You have not dealt with the infrastructure right now is not adequate. You just did a big school build, and you have trailers all over the county. You are not offering people good quality of life if you cannot provide the services that will give them quality of life, and you are already teetering on the brink of that. Between stormwater, the schools, the roads are in the worst shape I've ever seen them. We have more power outages, things popping off and on because things get affected by too much people on the electrical grid. So many things that you are just not planning ahead for. You need to have a plan to provide them that quality of life that we have in Arlington. Not to mention people who are not able to walk, people who are injured, people who need a car because without the car they are trapped in their homes. That is important. And if you're going into multi-level, these multi-level probably be single floor, that's where more people with disabilities will go. And if you do not provide adequate parking right there for that person, you mean they're going to have to roll their wheelchair up, down, all up the hills. It's not a flat area. They're going to have to take on their crutches. They're going to have to, or their person who cares for them is going to have to stop it.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Todd Williams, followed by Blair Moorhead and Mike Hamilton.
Thank you. I'm so grateful to have this opportunity to chat with you for a moment today. I'm an Arlington Democrat who voted for every one of you, but I think we've really lost our way on this missing middle. I just have to say, the blue signs that speak to low-income housing, we all celebrate those same ideals. We do. I'm sorry that the people that have lived here a year and a half and are 25 years old can't afford a house. But we've got to come up with plans that are more specific and more appropriate programs that are going to really address that issue for low-cost housing. I want it on the record. I've been to a dozen board meetings. I've been to the Monday night sessions. I've been to the working sessions. I've been to everything I can go to. And the vast majority has been against this plan as it stands. We've got to take this off the rails and rethink this. Can't we be more creative and focus on the first responders and the teachers and the diverse groups that we want to help bring housing to? It's been said over and over and over again today. We could have stopped with Eleanor Schwartz, the first speaker on this today, and Julie Lee. If you do go forward with this plan, as I think you're going to do, please keep the caps on. and see what it looks like, see what a couple of these buildings look like, and let's monitor the success of it. But there's such a disconnect between what the reality is going to be. You take the property on the end of Wilson and McKinley over by Home Depot, where 9 acres have become available. It could have been a wonderful development of a community of small, low-cost housings or something to facilitate these groups we're talking about. And instead, Toll Brothers is going to put up 20 or 40 $2 million mansions. That kind of stuff has gotten away from us, and we're failing. Thanks for listening. Libby, you said earlier this morning that you know Arlingtonians aren't against speaking up, so listen to us. We're speaking up. The vast majority wants you to rethink this plan. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blair Moorhead, followed by Mike Hamilton and Emily Hamilton.
Hello, I am here to speak in favor of the RTA. I live with my husband and toddler in the Barcroft neighborhood, and I work as a shared mission coordinator between 2 churches, Arlington Presbyterian Church and First Presbyterian Church Arlington in Ballston. And in our joint mission, we are coming together as 2 congregations because we care about community. We are coming together because we want to meet our neighbors. We want to know our neighbors and work with them towards change in our communities. And anything that helps us develop community relationships is a joy. And more than that, for us, it is a must. It is work we feel we are called to. Community is not just a good idea for us, it is the only way to live out our faith. And to do that, we have to address unfair and unjust barriers when they come up in our neighborhoods. Because we know that housing is an equity issue, and we know that we've been on the wrong side of equity for a long time in Arlington. We know that exclusionary zoning has benefited white folks in our region and pushed out people of color from Arlington. We know that, as the Joint Legislative Audit and Review Commission states, Black and Hispanic households are more likely to be cost burdened in their housing than white households in Virginia. So we have to take steps to address these inequities. We need more housing. Approving the RTA is the right step, and now is the time. So I urge you to take this vital step in bringing Arlington closer to the county we're called to be. Because community is not just a good idea, it is a must. Approving the RTA is a chance to live into our values. So let's answer that call. Thank you.
Ms. Jacobs, let's take our break after Ms. Hamilton.
Okay. Mike Hamilton, followed by Emily Hamilton.
All right. Hello. I'm a homeowner and father living in Arlington. I encourage the board to pass the RTA immediately and to ensure missing middle housing can be built by right in all single-family zones with the fewest restrictions possible, no parking minimums, and no annual cap. Right now in Arlington, when a single-family home is torn down, builders have only one option for what's going to go in its place, which is a giant, expensive house. The proposed missing middle housing reform will finally give builders one other option, and it'll allow more people to live in our great community for a price that's much lower than the price of that gigantic house. The median household income for detached homeowners in Arlington is currently above $200,000. And missing middle will, for the first time, open up our county's most expensive and most exclusive neighborhoods to multifamily construction. So missing middle housing won't fix everything, but it's a small step in the right direction. Aid is great. Thank you very much.
Emily Hamilton.
Members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to comment on missing middle housing. I urge you all to approve the request to advertise the proposed amendments. Missing middle seems like a big change, but historically it's been the norm, and in some parts of the US, missing middle construction is allowed today. As a housing economist, I study missing middle in the places where it's allowed to be built. We can learn from the experiences of places where missing middle housing is allowed in a form that's working well for home builders and home buyers. Palisades Park, New Jersey is one locality Arlington can look to for what to expect from allowing missing middle construction. Palisades Park permits duplex redevelopment while its neighbors do not. As a result, new construction is less expensive than in neighboring jurisdictions. And with this new housing construction and population growth, Palisades Park has become more walkable and has developed a thriving Main Street while its neighbors suffer from high retail vacancy. Prior to lots of new duplexes being built, Palisades Park had the highest property tax rates among its neighbors. Now it has the lowest property tax rates. As more people share infrastructure like streets and sewers, each household can pay less in order to maintain it. As a mom, I want Arlington to be a place that builds enough housing over time to allow my kids to stay here when they grow up. And Missing Middle will help make that an option. Healthy places grow to accommodate more people over time and become better as they do so. Passing Missing Middle is one way Arlington should be allowed to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the board will recess until 1 p.m. where we will resume with Grace White. When you are.
Okay. All right, our next speaker is Grace White, followed by Dima Hakura.
Cool. It's on?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Grace. I'm a renter, and over the past several months, I've been engaging other renters at the Courthouse Farmers Market around the corner about Missing Middle. I wanted to talk a little bit about this group because we are a majority in Arlington, and for most of us, Missing Middle is a no-brainer. We're young professionals who want a car-free life near our jobs. We're young families who want to make a home and put down roots. We're seniors who found a downsizing option in Arlington, even though those are rare. We're essential workers, we're teachers, firefighters, the backbone of this community from the pandemic. And none of us have a future here when 3/4 of the land is set aside for only the most expensive form of housing. I'm a barista, so I know about affordable housing. People like me are not living in single-family homes. Even the most humble of those are pushing $1 million nowadays. We live in aging multifamily buildings like in Westover. They aged into affordability, which means Missing Middle today is an investment in affordable housing for tomorrow. Multifamily areas in Arlington already pay more than their population's share in taxes, meaning we are subsidizing the neighborhoods that we can't afford to live in. Missing Middle means more households paying for critical infrastructure, it means economies of scale, and it means more money that we can spend on new affordable housing, not to mention bike and transit infrastructure, which can reduce our carbon emissions. I grew up in Old Glebe, where minimum lot sizes of 1/4 or 1/2 an acre mean $2 million homes and a block full of millionaires. Now I live in Westover, where the same size lots house 8 or even 12 plexes, and they have everyone from lawyers to line cooks living in them. The vibrancy and diversity of Westover was made possible because Missing Middle was legal there going back decades. This is the future we can build in all of our neighborhoods if we pass the most expansive version of this plan. I call on the board to do just that. Thank you.
Okay. We will go to Dima Hakura, and then we will circle to Mike Heminger, who I believe has joined us, and David McTaggart.
Your initial stated objectives for this study are laudable and must be pursued. Elimination of zoning laws with racist intent and creating home ownership opportunities and housing that people can afford. But what has become clear from factual and data analysis by your own community is that none of these objectives will be achieved with these zoning changes. Instead, you'll be creating massive inequity that favors people with higher incomes and are mostly white. You'll be raising the prices of homes and rent per square foot. You will be increasing property taxes, displacing many families, the elderly, and people of color. You will be creating opportunities for developers and investors to build for rent galore. But alas, you will be creating fewer opportunities for home ownership. You will be decreasing inventory suitable for families, especially entry-level housing. You'll be gentrifying our county and getting rid of what diversity still exists. Most importantly, rather than curing racism, you're essentially replacing one form of de facto racism with another. I look at all those in our community who truly want to believe that this is the answer and are supporting you in this endeavor and wonder what will happen when they realize it's all a pipe dream. That trickle-down economics, aka filtering, doesn't work. That gentrification that happened in 2 of Arlington's upzoned historically black neighborhoods will be repeated elsewhere. When the young who are hoping this will give them a chance to purchase a home find out it's even further out of reach, and the school teachers and the firemen who are promised that this will allow them to live near their work find out that to keep their jobs, they are condemned to long commutes. But then, of course, it will be too late, and you will not be sitting on this dais. Please don't exacerbate inequities in our community. Do not advertise, and go back to the drawing board. Let's find effective and equitable solutions that achieve your original objectives that this doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will go to Michael Heminger, and then David McTaggart, and then we will go to Burt Kapler.
Good afternoon. I'm here in my capacity with the NAACP, the oldest and largest civil rights organization in America. I'm also here on behalf of impacted communities who are too burdened to be with us. Today, our organization again stands toe-to-toe with racism. We look racism in the eye and we will not blink. We will not back down. We will never stop fighting for justice. And today we say the arc of the moral universe is long, but it always bends towards justice. There is no disputing that our current zoning laws are rooted in deep discrimination and racism. While there are many well-researched reasons on why this proposal should move forward, racism is the most pressing. Our zoning laws uphold a legacy of entrenched racism that has harmed communities of color for decades. At one point in our history, Black people like me were only considered 3/5 of one person. There were laws that said it was illegal for parents like mine to marry. There were laws that said separate but equal is the law of the land. Discrimination in our own community said Black people shall never be allowed to own here. Today, we look back at those laws and we say they have no place in our society. In our future, our kids, our grandkids, and beyond will look back at this time, and some of us will be on the right side of history. Today, we say do not delay. Remember, the county committed to a zoning review of single-family neighborhoods in the Affordable Housing Master Plan in 2015, about 7 years ago. It's time we confront racism and its legacy. It's time we take a step closer to the beloved community that so many of us learned about as we honor Dr. King this week. It's time that we become the diverse and world-class community. It's time we say each person in this community is important. And it's time we say values like systemic racism and entrenched discrimination have no place in Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you. And our next speaker is David McTaggart.
Good afternoon. I applaud the missing middle proposal for many reasons, all favoring the common good. Foremost, I do not care to be living in essentially a gated community. I am not proud that Arlington persists in segregating its people with anachronistic exclusionary zoning laws. Tell me, had our current zoning laws been struck down in the 60s and the 70s, would we still have reason for reinstating them today? No. The time is indeed overdue to do the right thing. Times have changed. My wife and I live in a pre-war bungalow on an ample lot. We have loved it and have always imagined that we would pass it on to a younger couple as a starter home. Alas, our house is likely a teardown, destined by rising prices and current zoning laws to be replaced by an outside, yet still a single-family structure. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Burke Kapler, followed by Christine Perka, followed by Fred Zimmerman.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Burke Kapler. I'm with Voice and the Unitarian Universalist Church of Arlington. I've been a supporter of affordable housing and a regular volunteer with AFAC. You've heard a lot of facts, so let me just offer my personal perspective. I first moved to Arlington in 1994. My family, my wife and 2 children, have been in our home near Westover in North Arlington for over 22 years. I support Missing Middle and the RTA because I've seen a lot of change in Arlington in that time, and I'm not afraid of it. What I do fear is change that limits our community because we weren't thoughtful enough or brave enough to do something different. We know where Arlington housing is going. Ever larger single-family homes at ever-increasing and unaffordable prices. I've seen this multiple times in my neighborhood and on my own street. Through Missing Middle, we can redirect this change to be more inclusive, open, and just. After nearly 30 years here supporting this community, I know it's a great place. I'm ready to welcome new neighbors and to share it with them. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christine Perka, followed by Fred Zimmerman and Kathleen Muro.
Good afternoon. My name is Christine Perka, and I live in a single-family home in the Yorktown 22207 neighborhood. Thank you for your steadfast leadership and commitment to the Missing Middle. I believe this is the most important and overdue policy decision of our generation, and I commend you for your courage. Missing Middle is about more than expanded housing options. Single-family zoning is exclusionary. It is the root cause of wealth inequity. It is systemic racism. This is a historical fact, and its consequences persist today. Our society has a moral obligation to dismantle exclusionary policies when we see them. This is about taking intentional steps to fix harms of the past. This is about who gets to have a say in our community. This is about who deserves to have a chance to live here. The capture of over 70% of our precious residential land represents decades of legalized opportunity hoarding. This cycle needs to be broken. Do not let the loud dissenting voices dissuade you. As we've seen from other cities, adding caps and restrictions to appease a loud minority will only sabotage the effort. If we want this zoning change to be successful at building new inclusive housing, please stay the course. Missing middle housing needs to be permitted by right and without restriction. You have my full support and deep respect for all that you're doing. I'm confident that dismantling the harmful legacy of single-family zoning will be a proud and positive change for our. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Fred Zimmerman, followed by Kathleen Miro and Jacomina de Regette.
Hi, I'm Fred Zimmerman. I live in a single-family house in 22202. And of course, I worked hard to buy the house. It was expensive. And I'm concerned now because I think this new plan will cause drastic changes where I live. It's not far from Amazon. There are already tear downs here. I think this will greatly accelerate the tear downs. I'm also opposed to 8 units on 5,000 square foot lots. I'm hearing a lot today about like remove all the guardrails. I appreciate the county staff in some of their options. They did put in some guardrails, and I think we need guardrails. For instance, eliminating all parking requirements. I think that's just crazy. I think these are not going to be affordable housing. Arlington is too small to solve the housing crisis in the DMV. The housing is still going to be very expensive. People living in missing middle housing are still going to have cars. And, I don't want 24 new cars on my street from 3 new 8-plexes. Tree canopy also is a big issue. We're already seeing that with the McMansions, and a lot of the McMansions are not built out to the max. I think all these missing middle houses will be built out to the max. We're going to see even more loss of tree canopy without guardrails. And I would definitely encourage caps to see how this goes, and do not remove the guardrails. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathleen Miro, speaker number 52, Kathleen Miro, followed by Jacomina de Regette and Elizabeth Grossman.
Hi, I grew up in Arlington and have lived most of my life in the Westover area. Arlington has always been a wonderful place to live and raise a family. But things have changed in recent years, and residents of this county are not happy about the manner in which the county board has executed projects in this county. This is not the Arlington way. I have concerns about missing middle's impact on the water and sanitary sewer system and the county's lack of analysis of them, among other things, with your plan. I've brought this up at meetings, and I've brought it up with someone running for the county board, and everybody tells me, oh no, it's fine. They've done studies. But I've been a plumber in this county for over 20 years, and no, they haven't. Both basically told me not to worry, the systems are fine, that studies have been done and implied, what do I know? When I told them that we see it every day, problems with the infrastructure. Arlington's infrastructure is outdated and struggles to serve the community now. We have over 500 miles of sewer lines. The county doesn't even know when 37% of it was built, but over 200 miles of it is from before 1950. While people beautify with age, sewer pipes don't. As to the studies being done, we requested a FOIA, and in fact, we got nothing back. And the DES report said it'll have to be dealt with, evaluated in the future. I received my real estate assessment this week. It states that a funding gap of more than $30 million due to growth in expenses. Your missing middle plan is not going to solve that. You need to deal with the things that the
Thank you. Your
residents
time
of
has
this
expired. We're ready for the
have
next
dealt
speaker.
with.
Appreciate
Our
it.
next speaker is
Thank you.
Jacomina de Brigette, followed by Elizabeth Grossman, followed by Keenan Ashbrook.
Good afternoon. I'm Jacomina de Recht, and I've lived in Ashton Heights since 1976. Then I could buy a starter home, little wooden bungalow, 2 bedrooms. They don't exist any longer. Now I live in a 4-bedroom colonial, and judging by the neighborhood, that is a tear down. So I'm actually excited about this proposal, and I hope you adopt the whole proposal. I'm sort of imagining that maybe I can age in place. Maybe I can do something with my own property and create opportunities for others to live with me and care for me. And my trees would stay too. So I support option 8A, and I'm very proud of Arlington. I think we're leading the way, and we are righting historic wrongs. Thank you for your work.
Elizabeth Grossman, followed by Keenan Ashbrook, followed by Marian Klimkowski.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Grossman, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak on the missing middle zoning proposal. I have lived in Arlington since 1988, and in 1990, I bought on a single income, I bought a home in Arlington Forest. The appeal was the trees. In 1990, Arlington Forest houses were missing middle housing. Neighbors were GS 12s, 13s, and 14s who bought and lived in Arlington Forest, many on single incomes. Today, those houses are probably the most affordable in the county. The county, however, has done nothing to slow the rise of housing prices, and I probably couldn't afford my house today. No project, regardless of the size, the population affected, or the extent of the environmental degradation it caused, has ever been rejected by the county. Buckingham Village 3, for example, was a large affordable housing project 5 blocks from my home, whose residents were primarily Hispanic. The county let those apartments be demolished. Old established trees were cut down and the land paved over to erect million-dollar townhomes. Crepe myrtles have replaced old canopy trees. The justification for advertising this proposal is that there are many people who want to live in Arlington, and we must accommodate them. I ask why you are not more concerned about the people who do, why you are more concerned about the people who do not live here than you are about the people who live here and do not want this proposal to go forward. Today's outcome is all but certain, but be aware that if you go forward with this proposal, you will doom future residents to an urban heat island hell. How long will it be till people move to Fairfax and Loudoun seeking single-family homes on greener, leafier pastures? Finally, Ms. Crystal and Mr. Dorsey, you are leaving the board at the end of this year. While I wish you well as you parlay your talents and connections into new fields, I wonder whether this vote could have been engineered any better to assure that no one will ever be held accountable. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Keenan Ashbrook, followed by Marian Klimkowski and Audrey Clement.
Good afternoon. My name is Keenan Ashbrook, and I live in Ballston. The current zoning policies in place in Arlington will make it increasingly hard for young people like me to move to Arlington, start their adult lives here, and contribute to this community. According to data from the Federal Reserve, home prices in Arlington have more than doubled since 2000. Median income, household income, of course, has not kept up with that. Simply put, if we continue to add thousands of high-paying jobs without increasing housing supply, prices will rise and fewer people will be able to live here. At current median rents and household income levels, the typical Arlington family must spend over 40% of their income on housing. Of course, for lower income people, that percentage and that burden is much higher. That cost burden will continue to grow as long as our zoning policy essentially freezes housing supply in place in all but a few select areas. The status quo will reduce our standard of living, constrain the property tax base that allows us to provide quality public services, including public and subsidized housing, and exacerbate the regional homelessness crisis. Our policy response must be equal to the scale of this crisis. I strongly urge the board to advertise the missing middle housing proposal with no restrictions on the number of units and no overall cap. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marian Klinkowski, followed by Audrey Clement and Claudia Delgadillo. Excuse me.
Members of the board, I come to missing middle housing from a social justice perspective. Just as Arlington County saw fit to rename Washington and Lee High School, now Washington and Liberty, and Lee Highway, now Langston Boulevard, it's time to correct another vestige of a discriminatory past. Single-family housing zoning has roots in racial and classist housing discrimination. School and residential segregation are highly correlated. And while diverse, Arlington County's neighborhoods and schools are by no means truly integrated or inclusive. APS's own K-12 civil rights statistics for the school year 2021-2022, the latest available, bear this out. Opponents to the proposed missing middle housing plan say they support affordable housing and righting imbalances that have led to housing inequalities in Arlington. But what does not seem widely understood is affordable housing restricted by zoning to certain parts of the county increases segregated neighborhoods and schools. It does not right housing or educational inequalities. I support the county's efforts to craft a fair housing plan, recognizing housing choice and affordability, provide residents with stability and opportunity, and neighborhoods in which people live have significant impact on outcomes related to education, health, and life expectancy. Allowing the construction of missing middle housing is only the first step. More steps will be needed to ensure access and affordability. Arlington is considered a progressive community, and surely we can progress together toward this goal. What would it look like if everyone who came out today worked together to work toward the goal of providing inclusive, affordable housing throughout the county? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Claudia Delgadillo, followed by Sarah Mitchell.
Welcome, members of the board. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. At the December 12th Planning Commission meeting, I disputed Katie Crystal's claim that, quote, the number of cars on the road has actually declined in real terms, not even per capita terms, end of quote, by myself quoting VDOT numbers showing that the number of vehicle miles traveled on Arlington's secondary roads almost doubled from 2002 to 2019. I also quoted census numbers indicating that per capita vehicle ownership has remained constant as the population of the county has increased, meaning 25% more cars. Two missing middle advocates challenged my numbers, arguing that daily vehicle miles traveled, that is DMVT, on all county roads actually declined between 2003 and 2021. So whose numbers are right? According to VDOT reports, DVMT increased substantially between 2002 and 2004, then plateaued at the 2004 level through 2019, going up or down by small amounts every year. In 2020, DVMT cratered to levels not seen since 2002, obviously due to the pandemic. In 2021, DVMT was only slightly larger than the year before. These numbers are consistent with the advent of remote work, which means fewer cars on county roads. Remote work also means a lot less demand for housing near DC. The typical government worker can report to work from Ashburn as easily as Arlington. If there is a need to travel into DC for work or pleasure, Metro Rail stations have recently opened in Fairfax and Loudoun counties. Before embarking on a plan to densify the county, decision makers should determine whether the demand for housing actually exists, and the county needs to forecast future housing demand, taking recent changes in work habits into account.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Claudia Delgadillo, followed by Sarah Mitchell, and Kevin Sausalito Broach.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. My name is Claudia Delgadillo. I'm here supporting the missing middle housing proposal that would bring housing accessibility to more people like me. I'm a teacher at Arlington Public Schools and a parent of 2 teens. My husband and I own a small duplex in the Green Valley neighborhood on a street lined with cherry blossom trees. About 5 blocks from there, my 2 sisters own 2 more spacious duplexes built in the 90s. They are next-door neighbors. My parents owned one of those homes for 25 years before selling it to one of my sisters. Owning a little piece of Arlington has brought stability, a sense of community, and prosperity to our lives. My parents built generational wealth, and my siblings and I can do the same for our children. Furthermore, living where I work has enhanced my commitment to my profession and has improved my quality of life. I wish my teacher friends, APS staff, my students' families, young professionals, future young professionals could have the same opportunity. I want them to have the opportunity to live in multifamily homes in the 75% of land reserved only for single houses. I thank you, board members, for your vision and commitment to making Arlington a more just place to live. Thank you.
Sarah Mitchell, followed by Kevin Sausalito Broach and Charles Day. Okay. Kevin Sausalito Broach, followed by Charles Day and Ashley Archula Ventura. Okay. Charles Day.
Good afternoon. My wife and I just returned from a visit to my relatives in Peru, and while we had an amazing time, we are happy to be home in Arlington. Still, we couldn't help but notice the things that Peru gets right that wealthy, developed Arlington seems to struggle with. Like Arlington, the capital city of Lima is a diverse city in both backgrounds and what it offers to its residents. Unlike Arlington, it also offers a diversity of housing types all over the city, with options for all kinds of income types. Even with the level of income inequality that exists there, there's a flourishing that can happen no matter what the wealth of each district is. Not everyone has a yard, true, but for those that don't, there are an abundance of green spaces. Businesses of all kinds, from hole-in-the-wall restaurants to family pharmacies to open markets, can exist in every district, giving folks of all income types choices. Just about everyone can live near public transit of some kind, and to be honest, when comparing our bus system in terms of frequency, price, and route choice, ours can leave something to be desired. I'm sure there might be objections to this comparison, maybe a feeling that I'm comparing apples to oranges. And while I could certainly lay out districts comparable to Arlington in makeup and could note that we are on the doorstep of our nation's capital, it's true that this is less than an exhaustive comparison and more of a comparison of feeling. However, I would suggest that it's worth exploring that feeling. How do we feel about the idea that Arlington, a wealthy county with lots of investment, falls behind so-called developing cities in so many aspects, to say nothing of how we compare to European and Asian cities? Do we want to stagnate, only catering to the wealthy, or do we want to build something for all Arlingtonians and make this not only a place for people want to live in, but a place they can afford to stay in? Missing middle isn't the be-all end-all, but if we want a better future, that's where we should start. Please vote for the RTA.
Ashley Archila Ventura, Ethan Epstein, and Susan Sarcone.
And Madam Clerk, I'll interject after Ms. Sarcone. I see that Kevin Sausalito Broach has entered the room, so we can slide him back in there.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashley Archila Ventura, and I have grown up here in Arlington, living in affordable housing my whole life. I went to Barrett Elementary School, Swanson Middle, and I graduated from WNL in 2020. I am now currently a student of international relations at NOVA, Northern Virginia Community College, and I would like to continue to pursue my 4-year degree. Arlington is my community, and I love it here. I work in my community in doing community service every week. I know that Arlington is dedicated to its mission statement of being a diverse, inclusive, and sustainable urban community. But for me, now as a young adult, I feel as though I may be pushed out. Where I can afford to live right now is very limited. Although my dream is to one day own my own condo here in my very own hometown. Today, I have come out to kindly ask you all to open up this county to allow all options of multifamily housing to be built. Please give the youth a chance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also have heard that Sarah Mitchell is here with us. Sarah Mitchell? Oh, there you go.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Sarah Mitchell. I've been an Arlington resident since 2019. I don't have a car. I wanted to be along the Orange Line so I could see my parents in Vienna, Virginia, and go into DC for work. So obviously Arlington's perfect. Since 2019, I spent a lot of that time in isolation because of the pandemic, but I managed to find a church community at Clarendon Presbyterian and a lot of new friends through cornhole and skee ball leagues that are in Arlington. For someone without a car, the walkability and the density means I'm spending pretty much all of my money in this county when it comes to groceries and stores and restaurants. This week, I began a Master of Social Work program at George Mason. My goal is to eventually serve Arlington residents as a therapist. It's a desperate need here, and I would like to be a part of that solution. But I understand eventually I'm going to be taking a pay cut from my current job to become a therapist. I'm also going to have some student loan debt. So I am having to just plan for my next 3 years to be priced out of Arlington and to go find somewhere else to live and to practice. And there's so many Arlington residents that are priced out the minute that, like me, they make family choices, life choices, jobs, growing our households as spouses and parents and caretakers. And these life changes should be celebrated here where we live. And instead, we're getting priced out of the community that we love so much. So this is my personal experience and the reality I know of so many of my neighbors in this room and all over the community who couldn't be here today. And so I hope that you will go bold with a missing middle plan to give us a shot at staying in the county that we want to continue to live in. Thanks.
We will try to see Kevin Sausadito Roach.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kevin Saucedo Broach, a fourth-generation Arlington native and a resident of Arlington Ridge. I'm also a community advocate for poor and immigrant families like my own, and I serve as chair of the Latino caucus for the Arlington Democrats, though I'm here in my personal capacity. In the 7 decades my family has lived here, we have been on every side of this issue. We spent half a century as homeowners in Douglas Park, and we have rented in almost every corner of this county. And the one constant throughout all those years is that it has become harder and harder to afford to do either of those things here in Arlington. When you combine skyrocketing housing costs with the fact that Virginia's laws are far more pro-landlord than pro-renter, the inevitable result is human suffering. My family has experienced this time and time again, most recently with the sale of the Columbia Gardens apartments last year, which displaced dozens of poor families in the middle of winter with only a few weeks' warning. I understand the concerns about changing density better than most. I grew up on stories about how Arlington went from a quiet rural community to suburban sprawl to an urban dream. I've watched personally as Columbia Pike and other corridors have rapidly transformed, always with a mix of hometown pride and not a little trepidation for what that growth could mean for me and for the people I love. But I've also come to appreciate deeply that maintaining a status quo vision of Arlington's character and the luxuries enjoyed by its most affluent residents means very little to the people who actually built Arlington if we don't live here anymore. The county's missing middle plan is not a perfect fix for our housing problems, but it is without a doubt a critical step toward addressing the crisis that is hollowing out our community from the bottom up. Arlington families like mine need more housing, and we need it yesterday. I urge the county board to act with courage and conviction and to proceed with the most expansive version of the request to advertise before you today. Thank you.
Okay, we will go back to speaker number 63, Ethan Epstein, followed by Susan Sarcone and Leslie Atkins.
I'm happy that this issue has brought out support for the environment. For example, this house I ran by that wants to protect Arlington's trees. Next slide. This is what that lot looked like 9 years ago. Next slide. It really makes you wonder, doesn't it, people? I took this picture to show that mulch patch in the front. That's there because of this tree requirement everyone is talking about. The evil developer who built this hideous single-family house that ruins the neighborhood character put a sapling in that mulch patch as required. That is the full extent of the requirement, and the homeowner was perfectly within their right when they ripped out that sapling so they could have enough room for an extra Save Our Tree Canopy sign. This is not a reason to derail Missing Middle. Next slide. But I know that many people do care about the environment. So let's talk about it. The New York Times has recently completed a comprehensive model of the carbon footprint of neighborhoods. This article is clear that the single most effective climate strategy local leaders can pursue is to add infill housing. Next slide. Let's take a look at Arlington. Proximity to transit is important, but housing type is more so. The townhouses further from the metro have less of an impact than single-family homes closer in Aurora Highlands. Next slide. The same is true in North Arlington. Notice the Missing Middle 8-plex garden apartments in Buckingham that are further from metro than single-family in Ashton Heights. Next slide. Why is that? Home energy usage is the largest contributor to climate change for the average American, with transportation in second place. Next slide. The closer a house is to amenities, the lower their transportation emissions. Even if driving, you don't need to take metro, you still drive less miles. And yes, anywhere in Arlington is better than anywhere in Loudoun, even if it's not 5 feet from the metro. Additionally, multifamily units are more energy efficient due to shared walls, which reduces heating and cooling needs, the largest contributor to energy usage. Next slide. The state of California has conducted a study showing that of all strategies to save the environment, infill development is the most impactful, more than electric cars and way more than tearing down trees to build a single-family home. So the fact that there's no debate over how single-family homes will still be legal to build, own, or even rent, but instead we're debating if we should allow anyone to do better is backwards. No caps.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Sarcone, followed by Leslie Atkins and Eric Berkey.
Good afternoon, Chairman Dorsey and members. Thank you and the staff for initiating this study and proposing the zoning change. I speak as a member of the Arlington League of Women Voters, a 40-plus year single-family homeowner here, and with a perspective of 30 years as a residential real estate broker in Virginia and D.C. As a former member of the Housing Commission and the AHC Board, I do not see this proposal undermining Arlington's ongoing commitment to affordable, low moderate income housing, which is a separate and very important issue. Rather encouraging a more climate change friendly community, offering more alternatives to high-rise living in detached single-family houses, just recognizes a reality many people already seek: smaller homes in all areas of the county. Older residents would have options to downsize within their neighborhoods. First-time buyers and renters have more price and housing type choices. Development of 2 to 8 unit buildings like the small-scale condominiums and cooperatives in many DC neighborhoods, in addition to increasing rental units, can further the county's goal of increased homeownership. Incentivizing and enforcing high-level design and landscaping in your approvals of middle housing will just encourage more projects and maintain community support. Arlington has a great opportunity to be a model of supporting more attractive, sustainable living throughout the community, as well as providing some needed redress to the past inequities that created the current zoning pattern. Please vote to advertise the zoning changes. Thank you.
Next speaker is Leslie Atkins, followed by Eric Berkey and John Carton.
Good afternoon. I've been a homeowner in North Arlington in the 22205 zip code for the past 28 years. I'm here to support the Missing Middle framework to end exclusionary zoning and bring more diverse housing types to Arlington. In the 1900s, Arlington made a zoning decision to restrict housing to most of the county to single-family homes. This action left a legacy of segregated housing we see today. There are disparate impacts across neighborhoods in health outcomes, student achievement, tree canopy, air quality, access to public transportation, and more. Housing stock has permanence. Actions to open housing types throughout Arlington can have a profound impact for our future generations. We can create a better future than what we have now. People can live closer to work, find new types of starter homes, Seniors like myself can find more options to stay in Arlington, and we can create more diverse and inclusive neighborhoods. More work will still need to be done, but once a single-family home is built, we can't get that land back to provide more housing on that site for a long time. The decision made to restrict housing types created the Arlington we see today. You will be deciding on a missing middle proposal will affect future generations of Arlington residents. I ask that in making your decision, you use a lens oriented towards equity and inclusion, rather than one preserving the status quo. I fully support comments made by the NAACP in their letter of January 19th, and ask that the proposal that you put out in the RTA reflect these comments so that missing middle housing will not be at a disadvantage against single-family houses. Thank you.
Eric Berkey, followed by John Carton and Mark Blacknell.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board, Mr. Chair. First, my name is Eric Berkey. I live in Douglas Park, and between 2020 and 2022, I had the pleasure of serving as the chair of the county's Housing Commission. I just want to thank you for your leadership, to all 5 County Board members and to staff, to your commitment for really a large and expansive public engagement process throughout these last 3 years, so especially the last 6 to 12 months. So thank you for that. So it's been really inspiring, actually, to hear a lot of folks who are supporting as well as expressing concerns about this proposal. And to those who've expressed interest in affordable housing, myself, humbly kind of engaging in that area that, Arlington has had a leadership position in for the last 30 years or so. I would say, the more the merrier. And I would be very interested myself, I'm sure others are, in partnering on affordable housing options and advocacy going forward. But I'm also inspired because there's been so many folks today who've really given their personal testimonies as to why this is so important to them personally and to their communities. And I think those testimonies about why we need more housing opportunity really make it clear how much we really need your leadership, especially to have quite frankly, uncomfortable conversation and make some tough choices, because we really do need some tough choices, some of which may not necessarily be supported by all of our neighbors to address what is a serious crisis for a lot of folks in our community. So I, like many others before, ask that you consider advertising the most expansive set of zoning regulations moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is John Carton, followed by Mark Blacknell and John Musso.
I've been a homeowner in South and North Arlington for about 35 years. At this point, the county has yet to lay out a coherent reason for advancing the missing middle program. Each time staff announces a new reason, it seems to fall apart. The main beneficiaries at this point are builders and investors and people who do not live here, not the people who live here, vote, and pay taxes. The proposed policy is contrary to important county housing and land use policies, such as it would increase housing costs through gentrification, that is, incentivize the tearing down of older houses and replacement of them with $1 million plus townhouses, provide incentives to tear down contributing houses in neighborhoods on the National Register of Historic Places, would result in the loss of a large part of the remaining tree canopy by increasing building coverage. It would add to the school overcrowding. It would cause major parking problems where they do not now exist, and require large county expenditures to increase sewer and water service facilities. Throughout the process, the board seems to be consciously ignoring the people who call these neighborhoods their home. We are long-term residents and among the most invested in the county. We pay our taxes every year, serve on civic boards and committees. Missing middle is all about increasing density. The county is already one of the densest communities in the country, more dense than 7 of the 10 largest cities in the country. Even Washington, D.C. has not sought to do this in its neighborhoods. This will not be affordable. I would ask that the board defer advertising this initiative and do the analysis to get it right first. At this point, it looks like it's about 1/10 baked initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mark Blacknell, followed by John Musso and Ryan Arnold.
Hi, my name is Mark Blacknell, and I've lived in Arlington for more than 25 years. My wife and I are raising 3 amazing kids in a wonderful community, and I want as many people as possible to have the opportunity to do the same. Arlington's a great place to raise a family. So with that in mind, I'm asking you to move ahead with this request to advertise. And yes, as an earlier speaker said, how we move forward with this is very important. You, the board, must encourage staff to be very direct about addressing the misinformation, uncertainty, and doubt being put out by the opponents of this proposal. It is very frustrating to hear people who've just sort of paid attention to this think that this is going to wreck Arlington and that it's going to clear cut our neighborhoods. That's untrue, and it should be said directly over and over by staff. You should meet these untrue objections head on. Staff must not let opponents dress up their preference for their neighbors' trees as actual concern for the environment. Should not let people who oppose this continue their enjoyment of exclusionary zoning by disguising it as concern about affordability. And they must not let people insist that the only acceptable form of public engagement in Arlington is to get your own way. When we look at this proposal, yes, we should focus on sustainability. There's lots of actual things that we have to figure out to get this right. But when we focus on sustainability, we shouldn't be doing that, say, for the remainder of somebody's comfortable retirement. We should be doing it on a generational basis, for all Arlingtonians, present and future. Finally, I would ask that the missing middle opponents be mindful what they're telling Arlington's youngest residents when they post signs outside of those kids' apartments and duplexes decrying apartments and duplexes. I don't want any finger wagging over civility when you're attacking the very homes so many of Arlington's children live in. Finally, if you want to go big on this proposal, I suggest one more amendment: upzone the golf courses.
John Musso, followed by Ryan Arnold and Travis Stour.
Good afternoon, members of the County Board. I am John Musso, Government Affairs Manager with the Arlington Chamber of Commerce and a proud Arlington resident. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Chamber to express our support for the missing middle housing request to advertise. We support the overall goals of this ordinance in allowing a greater diversity of housing types in our single-family neighborhoods, which we believe would benefit not just our workforce, but also our community. We do appreciate the county, both the board and the staff, in having such a robust conversation about this matter, both not just with this hearing, but with all of the listening sessions and meetings and discussions that have been going on for the past couple of years. Advertising the ordinance is the next step forward, not just for the ordinance, but also for the community conversation, which is another reason why we hope that you all vote to adopt the request to advertise. More specifically, for the scope of the ordinance, we're concerned that the cap on permits that's currently being discussed would minimize the positive effects that this ordinance could bring about in making the greater diversity of housing types possible. As a result, we hope that you vote only for option 7B, which is the cap-free option, because we believe that a lack of a yearly or geographic cap, again, would promote these sort of benefits that this ordinance really should bring about. We also hope that the county remains mindful that this is just one step of a much larger and much longer-term effort in promoting both affordable and attainable housing in the county of Arlington. We do want to make sure that our goal is that Arlington remains an attractive place to live and work for people across all income levels. So thank you very much for your time.
Okay, Ryan Arnold, followed by Travis Stour and Mike Ingram.
I've heard kids in California say it's freezing when the temperature was in the 60s. We here in Arlington know that that's a huge exaggeration because we've experienced truly cold winter days. But the biggest hyperbole I've ever heard was actually in Arlington. 2019, in Lyon Village, someone said to me that the county board was trying to destroy their neighborhood. It turned out they were just talking about accessory dwelling units. And now we hear similar language about missing middle. It's perplexing. Why are some of our neighbors so afraid of density? It reminds me of Michigan, where a man said that one building would remove all of the charm from the area. We in Arlington should know that statements like that are huge exaggerations because we've brought increased density to places like Ballston and Crystal City, and things have turned out really great. I think a key misunderstanding here is people often confuse density with crowding. Yeah, crowding is really bad, but it's not the same thing as density. Crowding is a lot of people in one dwelling unit. It's it's what happens when we have a large population and a relatively small amount of housing. Density is about the number of housing units on an area of land. So higher density is actually the solution to crowding. I've seen suggestions too that if you can't find housing here, just move to Annandale, someplace cheaper like that. Well, two problems with that. First, in this era of climate change, we can no longer tell people to drive long distances to make ends meet. Second, it's not very nice. The Arlington I know prides itself on being an inclusive, welcoming community. To carry on that tradition and help solve the housing shortage and climate change, please pass missing middle without further delay. Thank you.
Travis Sauer, followed by Mike Ingram and Randy Russo.
Hello, I'm Travis Stayhauer, and I live in Arlington. And I am here to support passing the missing middle with as few restrictions as possible, including allowing 8plexes and not dictating parking placement. There's been a lot of wonderful turnout of pro-housing advocates today, but I'd like us to further consider who isn't here today. It's easy to forget that allowing those with the most resources, time, and anger to dictate the conversation and outcomes is inherently undemocratic and is unlikely to appease them anyway. I would like to consider a few examples of people who aren't here. The bar worker who had to close out last night and has to do it again tonight, who is having difficulty affording rent. The descendants of mostly Black families who got kicked out of Queen City, which was destroyed so that the Pentagon could have a parking lot. And also my coworker, the single mom who just said yes to allowing her elderly neighbor to come live in her apartment for a time because she's being evicted because she can no longer afford the rent that's been increasing. Now I'd like us to think about who is here and who is angry. What are they angry about? Because what we should be angry about is the long list of opportunities that have been squandered by artificially stifling the local housing market by allowing only detached single-family homes in the majority of our county. For those who are angry about affordability, you're correct. We have to do more, but that is not a reason to say no to missing middle. This is a yes and all of the above approach to livability and affordability. So why do so many people see limitations and not opportunities? My assessment is that when people argue that Arlington is full, they're not only factually incorrect, but also engaging in the distinctly un-American practice of seeking limitations rather than abundance. So let us say yes to allowing more Arlingtonians so we can all thrive together. Thank you.
Mike Ingram, followed by Randy Russo and Susan English.
Mr. Ingram?
Mike Ingram.
Mr. Ingram? If we could allow Mr. Ingram the opportunity to have his turn at the microphone, thank you.
I've been here 73 years, grew up in Arlington, went to Arlington County schools, been involved in real estate for 60 years. And the first thing I want to say is they're not making any more land. The value of real estate is determined by location, location, location. And Arlington real estate is so highly valued because of the planning efforts by the previous county board members, previous residents who fought to make Arlington County what it is. They fought the bird machine for the benefit of all county residents, every county resident. Your attempt with missing middle is not going to increase diversity because of the costs that are involved. It will decrease diversity. I was only able to buy a house in South Arlington when I first got my house 46 years ago. And I've watched the county change around, and in the smaller spaces, there is diversity, but there is also density. And with the prices involved here, you're not going to change anything. You're not going to make any affordable, and My kids can't even buy a house in here.
Randy Russo, followed by Susan English and Kit Britton.
Thank you for this opportunity. I am here to express my wholehearted support for the missing middle request to advertise. I grew up in Arlington, and one thing I've always treasured about this county is the diversity of our population. The Brookings Institution in 2001 released a report called The World in a Zip Code about my zip code, 22204, where I was born and raised, and where I still live today and raise my family. But the cost of housing is increasing so much in Arlington that a lot of people are being pushed out. My childhood home was a modest single-family house just south of Route 50 that was redeveloped into a giant $1 million house that I could never afford. It towers over the neighbor's houses, completely out of keeping with the character of the neighborhood. Today, I live in a condo in Columbia Pike, which my wife and I bought in 2004. As housing prices have soared in Arlington, we'd have to leave the county now to buy a larger home. Missing middle is not a quick fix to housing affordability, but it is a critically important step that the county needs to take now for two reasons. First, missing middle housing options will improve overall affordability in the long term, but we can't get there unless we start now. Second, missing middle would reverse the exclusionary zoning policy that was put in place in Arlington to keep neighborhoods segregated. This is an historic wrong that the county board must right. I'm heartened by the surge in interest today and throughout this whole process in affordable housing, in finding short-term, immediate affordable housing options for Arlingtonians with lower incomes. And that's absolutely critical. And I hope once we have moved beyond the missing middle debate, that all of those voices will remain engaged in finding solutions for all Arlingtonians. So we can keep Arlington
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your time has expired. Thank you.
Down in the future.
Our next speaker is Susan English, followed by Kit Britton and Mary McCutcheon.
Good afternoon. As 41-year Arlington residents, my husband and I feel extremely fortunate to own a single-family home and enjoy the community benefits that have come with it. A very desirable location, a backyard, parks and trails, gyms, schools, and neighbors. I remain keenly aware of how much my quality of life depends on workers of all ages, skills, and backgrounds, workers who need places to live, which should be much closer to their jobs. Missing middle will not give us a large number of homes relative to the need, but it represents a long overdue and essential land use reform. I look forward to sharing our community and its land with many more people than we currently do. Even more specifically, when we leave, I hope our comfortable bungalow will be replaced with a multifamily home rather than a huge single-family home that few can afford. I'm happy to leave the details to the skilled county staff and the policies to our elected board members. I speak today to support the RTA and to welcome a new inclusivity. Thank you.
Kit Britton, followed by Mary McCutcheon and Andrea Hoffman.
Good afternoon, members. I'm Kit Britton. I've been here since 1970, and I love it here. I've spent time as a residential realtor, a lot of time, 17 years. I think missing middle is not fully cooked. I think you need not to advertise it today, and I think you need to give your attention to completing a planning process, which today, it's obvious, has not reached all the members of the community. We have no consensus here on what the problems are, and we have misunderstanding about different parts of the problem. And I think that's unfortunate, and we can't really go forward on that basis. My particular concern is affordability. This is the big concern in the missing middle, because it is claimed that it will increase affordability. I don't think so. I have severe doubts that that's true. I think you should give a second look at the evidence developed by many experts that it will not, that it will in fact make things worse, possibly for the very people that you hope to help most.
Thank you.
Ian?
Okay, Mary McCutcheon, followed by Andrea Hoffman and Joshua Falb. Mary McCutcheon. All right, Andrea Hoffman.
Hi, thank you. My name is Andrea Hoffman, and I represent 130 townhome owners in Forest Hills. We urge the board to reject the request to advertise and stop the missing middle scheme from moving forward. Instead, it is time to slow down and go back to the drawing board. 4 years ago, our community was faced with the prospect of a 5-home development project on a vacant 1.2-acre lot behind our neighborhood. This construction project, if approved, and thankfully it didn't go forward, would have decimated this area's historic tree canopy, overwhelmed the stormwater management system, created untenable parking situations, and posed actual danger given the site's dramatic slope and unique soil composition. This board was incredibly helpful and vigilant in our opposition to the development project 4 years ago. The adverse environmental impact and density issues we faced then are just as relevant today in context of the missing middle debate. Today, our concerns extend beyond our literal backyard and impact our entire South Arlington community. We see the need and actually support the creation of affordable, more diverse housing, but the missing middle plan is intellectually and materially dishonest. Despite the passionate statements by the plan's supporters, it does nothing to achieve or even guarantee affordable, diverse housing. Instead, it guarantees a clear and profitable pathway for developers to build bigger, more expensive housing. Your consideration of the missing middle plan is a departure from the thoughtful and pragmatic oversight you provided us 4 years ago when substance and hard data, not sound bites and political rhetoric, guided this board. This board can and should do better. Thank you.
Joshua Falb, followed by Joshua Handler and Jane Zimmerman.
Good afternoon. My name is Josh Falb. I'm in my 23rd year teaching high school, the last 14 in Arlington. This past July, my wife, also an Arlington teacher, and I bought a house in Arlington. It took 23 years for me to be able to afford a house here. That's not how it's supposed to be. My wife and I have probably taught somebody's child in this room. We want to be a full part of this community. My family is the missing middle. Of course, I'm at the top of the missing middle. Let's not forget our bus drivers, cafeteria workers, custodians, maintenance and extended day workers who look out the windows of their work sites, working with our children with no hope of owning any kind of home in Arlington. Those who care for our children are the missing middle. As I have watched this process unfold, it reminds me of the ugly fights that happen in the schools over boundaries. People fearing the other make thin excuses why lines shouldn't change. I have felt like the other many times in Arlington, and the arguments against today feel no different. This is more than just a moral argument. This is a sustainability one for our schools and Arlington County government. When those who serve us move out of Arlington to afford a home and discover that where they are newly living will pay the same or more than Arlington, why should they stay here? The missing middle is about attracting and retaining our public servants. Will the missing middle proposal solve every housing problem? Certainly not. But I'm tired of losing coworkers to cheaper counties. Giving property owners the right to do more with their own property is a big step forward. And I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joshua Handler, followed by Jane Zimmerman and Liz Ruth.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Handler. I live in Boulevard Manor. Christian, Libby, Katie, and Matt, I've dealt with you and interacted with you over the years on this question of green space, tree canopy, green space and tree canopy in Arlington. In all our interactions, you have struck me as thoughtful and intelligent, well-informed people worthy of the trust we put in you as our elected officials to keep steering this county in a good direction. I think that is why I and any number of us are flabbergasted by your support for the missing middle housing study in its current form. Staff recommendations won't protect our tree canopy. Option 6A still has insufficient tree planting requirements. The planting requirements must be increased if this goes forward. I and others have offered solid recommendations of how to do so. Damage to our tree canopy is just one of the study's many drawbacks that have become increasingly apparent over the months of presentations and discussions, many of which have been touched on today. Staff recommendations will just produce additional expensive housing. It will be just as out of reach to lower income groups or younger people that have spoken today, beginning their careers as houses and apartments that already exist or that are approved in the thousands to come online in Arlington. This study will not prevent Arlington from becoming like San Francisco. It will only accelerate us towards being like San Francisco. EHO units will not prevent outer suburbs from expanding and cutting down trees, as the Sierra Club has argued. They will only lead to more tree canopy loss in Arlington, and lot coverage requirements is reduced from 20 to 10%. Sadly, the study has not addressed key questions about its costs and other options, such as more development along transit corridors, just like what you approved earlier today with the Crystal 5 development. I urge you to restore our faith that you are interested in good public policy for this county. Delay an RTA till these questions and the other solutions are explored in detail by the study. Thank you.
Okay, Mary McCutcheon has arrived. Leave.
Thank you. Thank you for taking me. The missing middle debate has produced some ugly, mean, and provocative name-calling. I hear people self-righteously proclaiming themselves YIMBYs while accusing people like me of being NIMBYs. Just cut it out. This isn't helpful. But actually, it's true that I am a NIMBY. What I don't want in my or anybody else's backyard are these towering power poles carrying miles of wires and even more miles of dripping cables that catch passing trucks. What I don't like are rusty transformers perched over sidewalks, and what I really don't like is the annual visit by tree surgeons mutilating whatever street trees compete with the wires. The site plan review process has led to the burying of utility lines all over the county. Developers, often unwilling, are required to offset the impact of their projects and the community benefits. In many neighborhoods with cluster developments, we have lost those poles and gained attractive streetscaping. I'd love to see Arlington bury utility lines before discussing by right zoning changes. But at the very least, don't consider missing middle unless it includes the site plan review process. Thank you.
Okay, back to speaker number 80, Jane Zimmerman, followed by Liz Ruth and Eileen Bakke.
Follow the money. You'll quickly find out whose interests benefit from missing middle. It is a nationwide campaign funded by billionaire venture capitalists and investors. Across the country, they are grabbing short-term profits at communities' long-term expense. They use their so-called foundations and nonprofits to finance their real estate ventures, including here in Arlington. The YIMBY movement has received funding from George Mason's Mercatus Center, established by the foundation of Charles Koch and tied to the American Legislative Exchange Council, or ALEC. It is funded by the likes of billionaire and libertarian Peter Thiel, who, along with other mega investors, has tried to roll back zoning in municipalities throughout the U.S. West Coast billionaire Arthur Rock has usurped voters' will in over 30 recall campaigns of local elected officials across the country. He and his interests have been a top donor to the incumbent reelected to the Arlington County Board this past November. Meanwhile, the Langston Boulevard Alliance and its corporate members have pushed a mini missing middle agenda, overriding the well-founded concerns and objections of residents along the corridor. Ironically, Plan Langston Boulevard is premised on opposing by right development. I'm a 30-year resident of Arlington. My block alone of modest single-family homes in Old Dominion includes immigrants from Sri Lanka, India, El Salvador, Vietnam, Laos, Belgium, Argentina, the Czech Republic, and an elderly refugee from World War II. Our modest homes will become teardowns for more affluent renters in 6 and 8 plexes. The question today is, will you sell out our community for billionaires' pixie dust? Or will you hit the brakes and instead allow for credible urban planning, accounting for the impact on affordability, schools, transportation, infrastructure, climate change, and stormwater runoff, and the sustainability of our community? You know better. Please do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Liz Ruth, followed by Eileen Bakke and Kathleen Rubinger. Liz Ruth. Okay. Eileen Bakke, followed by Kathleen Rubinger and Sam Moyer. Eileen Bakke. Kathleen Rubinger.
My name is Kathleen Rubinger, and I've been an Arlington homeowner for 36 years. Many here have spoken today about substance. I want to address process. You, the Arlington County Board, pride yourselves on being progressive and forward-looking, but you've adopted a Trump playbook as you rush through Missy Middle. Like Trump on immigration, you focused on a difficult issue, affordable housing. Like Trump, build the wall, you're pushing a one-size-fits-all solution. Eliminate single-family housing, single-family zoning in Arlington, Like Trump, make America great again, you advocate missing middle housing, a bumper sticker solution to a complicated problem. Like Trump, you've divided county residents and pitted neighbors against each other. Look around. This is only the beginning of how that dynamic will play out if this proposal is pushed forward. Like Trump, you've employed simplistic assumptions about missing middle and obscured unpleasant facts demonstrating potential problems. Like Trump, claiming a wall would solve immigration issues, you claim missing middle will create more diverse and affordable housing. In fact, a close study of missing middle reveals it will likely drive up land values and accelerate gentrification. You've made no thoughtful attempt to study or plan for the consequences of missing middle. This is irresponsible. Most importantly, you, the board, have failed to communicate transparently with residents about a policy that would, without question, fundamentally change the nature of residential life in Arlington. Rather than addressing valid concerns expressed by residents, you have doubled down with a we alone can fix it approach. Far from the Arlington way, like Trump, you, the board, seem to forget you were elected to listen to and serve residents, not the other way around. You should not approve the RTA. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sam Moyer, followed by Muriel Burbo and William Lawson.
Hi there. I'm speaking in favor of a strong missing middle. I'll share just a personal story to illustrate why I think it's really important. I got married 6 weeks ago, so one of those family transitions someone mentioned earlier. So now I'm thinking about how I might start a family here in Arlington. My wife and I, we love Arlington. We love to walk around the beautiful neighborhoods of Arlington and look at all the houses. But what we've realized is even though we're both hardworking professionals within a 2-income household, it would be financially reckless for us to buy a house here in Arlington. The prices are just too outrageous. Like many in this room, I would guess, I would love to have family and friends live closer to me here in Arlington so we could have a better support system. But that's just not realistic because, again, the prices are just way too high. It's unfair to ask people to do that. I actually have family going back in Arlington many, many years. My grandfather grew up in Arlington. I've walked past his house in those neighborhoods. I've walked past his house that he grew up in. His family was middle class. His dad repaired stoves for a living. His mom was a refugee, and so they lived in what was a starter home for them. But now it's been torn down and turned into a $1.7 million house. And so, something has changed here, and it just means it's totally unattainable for people who are starting families. So it seems really strange to me that, it's not legal that house could have been torn down and turned into a duplex or a triplex. That's something more attainable. for people looking for starter homes. So that's why I think, thanks.
Next speaker is Muriel Burpo, followed by William Lawson and Michael Kunkler.
Thank you. Where are the maps? You propose massively expanding Arlington's population. Where are the maps showing Arlington County land where you will put the new fire stations, police stations, elementary, middle schools, and high schools? Where are the hiring plans for all the new police, firemen, teachers, and social workers that will be needed for this expanded population? Where's the information on the funds you'll have to set aside to allow young families to buy starter homes because they'll be competing with cash offers from developers anxious to make a buck? Where are your analyses on how many lower-cost, older single-family homes will be torn down by those developers? It is not right to enter into something of this magnitude without knowing the consequences. At a bare minimum, you need to do a pilot study in a single neighborhood to see what the real impacts are. I am so sorry for my friends here today who have been misled and lied to into believing that this will increase diversity or affordability. Never in the history of Arlington have housing prices gone down when new housing was built. It serves only two groups: the developers who are seeking land in an Arlington that has not little left, and county board members who see this as a resume builder for when they run for higher office. It produces more expensive housing at the expense of current Arlington families. Let's try other options to actually achieve your goals. Let's incentivize turning empty commercial space into residential buildings. Let's set aside funds for down payments or give property tax rebates to make homeownership possible for a broader group of people. We're not opposed to diversity. This is just a stupid idea.
Thank you. Our next speaker is William Lawson, followed by Michael Kunkler and Jeremiah Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, William B. Lawson, Jr. I've supported this effort from the very beginning, but I'm worried that this ordinance, as currently drafted, may not work. And the people that are going to make it work, if it's going to work, are us land use guys, lenders, architects, engineers. And I've been talking to some people today, and I'm going to suggest for your consideration to maybe establish a Zork-like committee with, the engineers, the architects, myself. Bill Fogarty said he'd be willing to do it, and the staff, and perhaps some of the citizen leaders. And let's fine-tune this ordinance so that it will, in fact, accomplish what you all want it to accomplish. Thank you very much.
Michael Kunkler, followed by Jeremiah Howard, followed by Gregory Geis.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I'm a 21-year resident of Arlington, a parent in APS, and I'm here to state that I do not believe this missing middle discussion is following the democratic process.
There you go.
Last year, the county solicited public input into the proposed missing middle zoning changes, currently 8 plexes on an R5 lot or larger. The group that would most benefit from missing middle housing, those in apartments and townhomes, represented only 2% of respondents, even though multifamily housing is 70% of all Arlington housing current options. Hardly a strong demand signal. Single-family homeowners, those that could be most negatively impacted by the changes, were very responsive, making up 73% of responses when they represent only 24% of Arlington housing. Buried in slide 18 of the survey results was a binary county assessment of open-ended comments. 71% were opposed to missing middle housing. This generally aligns with the current Lyon Park survey, where in 144 responses, 82% opposed the current missing middle rezoning proposal. The democratic process is simply not happening here. It's understood that all current board members favor the current plan, but what percentage of Arlington voters do not? Unsure, put the item to a referendum in the fall. With 80% opposed in places like Lyon Park, Ashton Heights, and 12 other civic associations, the board is simply poking those neighbors in the eye and forcing nearsighted bad policy on us. While the board may choose to ignore the scant 24% of residents that make up single-family home areas, we are very vocal in our opposition to the proposal and make up a significant portion of the political class of this county. Listen to public opinion, ditch the 4 to 8-plex idea, and limitless rezoning countywide, and stick to limiting developers to 3+ bedroom options alongside high-density corridors, as was originally proposed. As for that Lyon Park survey, 68% said they would
Thank
leave
you.
Arlington under
Our
Missing
next
Middle.
speaker
Thank you. Your
is
time is concluded.
Jeremiah Howard, followed by Gregory Geis, Guice, and Eric Ackerman.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The ideas and words of urban activist Jane Jacobs continue to shape the arguments of Missing Middle proponents. Phrases like eyes on the street and concepts like aggravating drivers out of their cars and the desirability of density over green space and parks have appeared repeatedly in the many discussions of Missing Middle that have taken place in this building over the last several months. But Jane Jacobs wrote her words in 1961, and her concepts were developed in the 1950s. This is 2023, and Arlington is not the Red Line North Ward of Boston, nor is it the beleaguered Greenwich Village about to be leveled by Robert Moses. It is a county of successful and thriving communities. The problems Jane Jacobs 60 years ago confronted do not exist here, and her solutions are neither needed nor wanted. The challenges we do confront is a massive and continuing influx of very poor people who need education and cheap recreation more than unattainable $600,000 condos. Let's perform a real service for our region by dropping the distraction of Missing Middle and regularizing the out-of-district pupils attending our schools and enlarging and improving our green recreational spaces and parks. Thank you.
Our next speaker, Gregory Geis, Guice, followed by Eric Ackerman and Andrew Stewart. Gregory, Guice. Okay. Eric Ackerman.
Good afternoon. I live across from the Williamsburg Middle School. I have done so for several decades. You all look pretty weary at this point, and I'm sympathetic. I've been here since 9 this morning. I'll try to be quick. My purpose is to focus you on the public interest because I think, at least I'm concerned, you've lost sight of it in addressing the missing middle set of issues. Where the missing middle is concerned, I think there are 3 essential elements to the public interest. The first is mitigating the causes and effects of global warming. We live amidst a rapidly escalating climate crisis, and government must act to preserve the environment for everyone. In Arlington, this means that a key priority for public policy should be preserving and expanding our tree canopy. A second element is managing growth so that we do not exceed the capacities of our public infrastructure. And you've heard a number of commenters reference that. And yes, I would agree that a third element is expanding affordable housing options. But I would say that sacrificing our tree canopy in order to gain more housing options is not in the public interest. We need to do both. We need new design and new development approaches that can provide economic housing options within an expanded urban forest. This is the challenge that Arlington should take up, to provide incentives via the zoning ordinance. So I come out in favor of deferring this publication until we've had time to rework the zoning ordinance. And I would point you to the results of the public collaborative that was undertaken by the Arlington Civic Federation in 2020 and 2021, which had lots of good ideas in that regard. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Stewart.
Again, if you'd like.
Andrew Stewart, followed by Mary Ann Shea and Gail Perry.
That would be me, Andrew Stewart. Thank you very much, Arlington County Board, for the opportunity to speak. I'm a lifelong Arlington County resident. I live in Bluemont now. I've lived all over the county. I'm a veteran. I'm a Latino. And I would ask the board, please do not approve the RTA. Please say no to MMH. It's a noble cause. We all want more affordable housing. I worry about being priced out of the place. But if you look at the economics of this, if you look at the science of economics, and you've heard this over and over again from people for and against this, the trend lines are missing middle is only going to aggravate the problem. You're going to make the county more expensive, more white, less diverse. You're going to make it a place where you're going to draw people from all. If you build more housing, you're going to bring more people in, and it's going to get more expensive. So I see this as a big bait and switch. I see the Arlington County Board as knowing what they're doing. Just look at all the gentrification that happens. You guys are smart people. I've talked to many of you. You know what you're doing. And your trend lines are making us less diverse, more wealthy, and all that. The other thing I would like to point out is that we don't have the infrastructure. You've heard that over and over again. The missing middle conflicts with the climate change agenda. What sense does it make clear-cutting a lot with a single house and then putting in 2 to 8 units? It doesn't make any sense. The biggest thing we can do to help fight climate change is actually protect the tree canopy. If you're serious about making the county more affordable, simply lower the taxes. The biggest threat to me staying in the county and my family, and we've lived here for generations, is taxation. So please, in the 10 seconds that I have left, please consider voting against this. Go back to the drawing board. It's not going to work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, speaker 92, is Mary Ann Shea, followed by Gail Perry and Karina Beckman.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and thanks to all the people who have shown up. It's very inspiring to see so much civic participation. But I would respectfully say that you cannot advertise this missing middle study. Having read the draft carefully, having paid attention to all the things that you've all done over the months, I can say it is still full of deficiencies and ambiguities. It needs to be done better. You can do better. In municipalities all across this country, people have tried this before. And what happened was single-family homes start at $2 million. The townhomes start well over $1 million. And the apartment buildings, you get 169 square feet for $1,300 a month. Or if you're lucky, you can get one for 120 square feet for $900 a month. That's what happens when you upzone. Not what you all are thinking, not what you are paying attention to. So what I would like to say is that in the early 30s, they changed this government from district representation to an at-large government, a county manager plan. And in the 30s, they upzoned and got rid of the African-American landowners who were in a large quantity at that time. They got rid of them. Then in the 1950s, the at-large government put in redlining. And then in a thesis written by a person who was studying geography at George Mason, put in their doctoral thesis that in 2019, Arlington County would once again start looking for ways to raise taxes and change the zoning to put out the minorities. And this is what's happening again. This plan is simply nothing but gentrification to get you all more money to cover the debts that we have. It's time to look back and start over. I'm in favor of density, not this density.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gail Perry, followed by Karina Beckman and Brian Yu.
Good afternoon, members of the Arlington County Board and Arlington residents. My name is Gail Perry. I have lived in Arlington for 28 years. I am a retired APS teacher, and my son graduated from Wakefield High School. I'm here today to express my support for the NAACP position on the missing middle action that would end exclusionary zoning, the origin of which is rooted in historic racism and is still operational. Arlington promotes itself as a progressive place to live, open to all. That part seems to be, the part that seems to be unstated is that an individual must have the wealth and power to live in the county, and many of us know who has the wealth and the power. The continued operation of exclusionary policies is pushing out families with lower incomes who have little or no public voice in the political process, especially those families of color. I strongly urge the county board to remove exclusionary ordinances as described in the NAACP statement. I support the construction of up to 8 family units in any dwelling anywhere in the county where land is available. I also support county strategies that create affordable housing that does not start at $900,000 for a condominium in Green Valley, or $3,000 or more a month or more for a 2-bedroom apartment for a family of 4. Oh, wait. Fairlington Village and Park Shirlington Apartments serve as a model for constructing and renovating and expanding affordable housing. If this county is so progressive and committed to equity, where is the commitment to affordable housing? If the refrain is always, not in my backyard. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Karina Beckman, followed by Brian Yu and Amy DeRue. Karina Beckman. All right, Brian Yu.
Good afternoon. I'd like to offer support for what we're all here for, focusing on the fact that an expanded supply of starter homes will offer additional choice to young families. Now, not only do I want to acknowledge that at the assessed likely prices, it will be mostly high-income young parents who can initially afford EHO townhouse or duplex units. I want to say indeed, because those who can afford the existing single detached stock are even fewer. And with the flexibility of 2 to 8 units, direct beneficiaries will still be many and diverse. To the contention that these units will be too expensive, well, obviously not compared to the status quo. In the status quo, there is highly limited choice for young families between apartment communities or moving out of Arlington altogether. For many, one of those will be the right decision, even with no middle option. But made in the current numbers, both decisions challenge the greater community interest in ways where you don't have to feel sorry for the affluent to be concerned about. The first maintains upward rent pressure on those for whom apartment living is the best available option in the wider county, where rentals are 62% of properties as opposed to 15% in the areas concerned. And the latter sustains the demographic wave that has caused a net out-migration from Arlington, which didn't start with pandemic remote work, and Northern Virginia's first population decrease in 50 years, as net births no longer compensate for net out-migration. We are all aware that part of this trend consists of newer households confronting the costs of housing here at all income levels. Somewhat relatedly, I want to cite 2 comments made at the October 18th, 21 LRPC and ZOCO meeting that rather than radically transforming the human landscape of the lower density areas, Missing Middle will restore the population density of when many lots were delineated and zoned because households were larger. If we want a robust and diverse homegrown population who can afford to choose Arlington at any phase of life, I think Missing Middle is, given all the challenges, pretty modest. But it's a necessary piece of the future puzzle, and I encourage the approval of the RTA. Thank you.
Next speaker is Amy DeRue, followed by Ann Halsinger and Kathleen Willis.
Trying to say something?
Hello, I'm Amy DeRue, and I've lived in Arlington for 40 years, both as a renter and a homeowner. I spoke before the board twice in all the years that I've lived here. I've used my voice very selectively. The Missing Middle initiative raises to the level that I feel compelled to speak on this issue today. I am opposed to moving forward with the request to advertise the Missing Middle program. I strongly support the valid arguments and perspectives put forth by ASF and AFUT and will not repeat them today. If over 70% of the feedback via correspondence, county surveys, and community conversations show that residents are not in favor of moving forward with Missing Middle, why would the board's actions not reflect that feedback? I can only think of a couple other issues, Home Depot and the streetcar, that involve this level of community discourse. Going forward with Missing Middle is a gift to developers and will further hurt potential entry-level home buyers. To put the interests of developers ahead of residents is just not right, even if unintentional. I'm concerned that there is a huge momentum to move forward due to the significant investment that the county board has made regarding Missing Middle. I do think that Missing Middle advanced quietly and under the radar during the pandemic, when understandably many residents were not paying close attention. It is not a failure to realize that this issue needs more time and modifications before advancing further. Thank you.
Ann Halsinger, followed by Kathleen Willis and Robert Braddock.
Thank you, County Board members, for this opportunity to speak in support of the Missing Middle housing proposal. I encourage you to adopt the options in the proposal that maximize the types and number of housing options that will be allowed. I have been an Arlington resident for 12 years. My husband and I own a condo in Colonial Village, and we are raising our 2 children there. Colonial Village benefits from the type of moderate density similar to what would be allowed under the Missing Middle housing proposal. We love our neighborhood and the sustainable, active lifestyle that it allows us. We are so grateful to live in a walkable, bikeable, transit-accessible area, and because of that, we are able to be a one-car family and drive only rarely. And there's so much else that we love about living in Arlington: the culture of civic engagement on display today, the excellent parks and libraries, our vibrant and active church community, and our daughter's diverse, welcoming public school. We want more people to be able to enjoy all that Arlington has to offer. The types of housing that this proposal would allow are also exactly what we would hope to move into in the coming years. Our 2-bedroom condo has served us well, but eventually we expect to want a little more space for our family of 4. When we look at real estate listings in Arlington, though, there is very little between our 2-bedroom condo and multi-million-dollar large single-family homes. The duplexes, townhouses, and other housing options that would be allowed under this proposal would not only be more attractive to our family, but also much more financially attainable. Please approve these zoning changes to create more housing options for families like mine and the many others who would like to live in and contribute to our Arlington community. Thank you.
Kathleen Willis, followed by Robert Braddock and Chris Adams.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Willis, and I'm a longtime resident of Arlington. I've been a tenant and for many years now a homeowner. I live in the Fort Strong Highlands part of the county. I'm opposed to Missing Middle. It tears at the very fabric of our communities, and that's our neighborhoods. Neighborhoods are a hallmark of Arlington and why many of us moved here to begin with. Overdevelopment of our neighborhoods will not bring down housing prices. They'll continue to rise because Arlington is a desirable community. That's why we all came. That's why many people want to be here. Only developers and then the landlords of those properties will benefit from Missing Middle, and they will do so at the expense of our neighbors and our neighborhoods. Missing Middle will mean smaller units, higher prices, greater congestion, overcrowded schools, and our current infrastructure problems will be exponentially exacerbated. Missing Middle affects every neighborhood and every resident in the county. It is far too important for us residents not to have a direct voice. Therefore, I implore you to put Missing Middle up for a vote to the voters. Let the voters decide. A direct vote by the county residents and not developer money should determine the future of our neighborhoods. Missing Middle should be determined by the residents and not developers or corporations. It should be decided by the ballot and not by fiat. Thank you.
Okay, Robert Braddock, followed by Chris Adams and David Cheek.
Members of the board, I believe, in my impression, your proposal has created a false dichotomy. It has created a situation where you're either for Missing Middle or against, which makes people think you are for density or against density, you are for diversity or against diversity, and it's not true. None of that is true. You will find that most people wish to debate the merits of the problems. Most people recognize that there are real problems. They look for criticism and evaluation, and you've created a proposal that has none of that. In fact, the stated goals cannot really even be ascertained. And if you can't ascertain the stated goals, you cannot have criticism and evaluation. What you'll find is that we have real issues in Arlington to address. People want to address affordable home ownership, diversity, lot coverage, tree canopy, stormwater, school crowding, infrastructure, services, green space. People wish to address these. You don't have to be for missing middle or against missing middle, but the proposal you have does not allow these things to be studied, to look at the nuance of them, and for any proposal except for the upzoning. Now, I'm not standing here because I'm for or against upzoning. I'm saying that these are real issues that people want to discuss and want to solve. And you have not created a forum for that. The proposal does not have that. It has created a situation where you either have to be for it or against it. You provided also no planning for the things that people are talking about. And as a conclusion, it has created a black and white. It has created a situation where you're either for it or against it, and it's black and white. We should not have that. You don't have to have that. This can be restated in a way that people can discuss it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Adams, followed by David Cheek, followed by Rose Espinola.
I support the RTA to legalize more housing options in Arlington. This is a genuinely exciting time for Arlington. We live in the city adjacent to the nation's capital, which is larger than the largest city in 17 different states. And this will mean we can finally start rebuilding a housing mix that can match that. I know our housing problems well. I lived in Arlington for over a decade. But when my husband and I started looking for a home a few years ago, there were very few homes in our price range. We ended up getting lucky. We were able to buy one of the few remaining duplexes in Arlington. And the reason I know we got lucky is because I've gotten to know our neighbors. And they're despairing at ever being able to buy the type of duplex that they're currently renting. You know, these are not transient 22-year-olds. They're couples in their 30s who have lived in Arlington for years and want to put down roots and start a family here. But there are only so few missing middle homes remaining, and so they're stuck waiting and renting and hoping to get lucky. Most of Arlington are like my neighbors, renters who love our city and are just hoping to get lucky enough to stay here. This policy change is for them. I know we can't fix a 90-year mistake in 1 year or 5 years, but every missing middle house that we build is another family that can live here. These changes will add up, and hopefully it'll mean you don't need to get lucky to stay in Arlington. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Cheek, followed by Rose Espinola and Todd Barrett.
Afternoon, this is Dave. I'm going to talk about a friend who's a renter that recently left Arlington after 4 years in Crystal City. Renters and homeowners want and deserve a high quality of life, and especially the renters deserve more back from Arlington County for the high taxes they pay through their rent, and they get little back in return due to the county manager budget decisions that allocate the majority of the budget to schools and subsidies. Here's what my friend said. I can no longer sustain living here like this. My parks are leveled for retail space. No more birds singing or visiting my balcony for the first time in 4 years. I now hear the road noise and train noise is louder than ever since the tree canopy that was removed both as a buffer and a home for our wildlife. When I want to go to the park on the other side of town, there are 5 possible trees I can sit under for shade, but usually taken because there's only 5 mature trees. It's now a concrete jungle everywhere I turn. So now I get in my car to drive to find some respite and relaxation, which used to be in my neighborhood. We have empty businesses because building properties and developers have pushed everyone out. It's no longer about growth and prosperity. It's more like decimation and greed. No balance, no representation, no ethics. The reason I got involved with local politics is our Quasi Street in Clarendon became a Google Map Waze reckless driving racetrack. It's been almost 2 years and the county board, manager, DSTO has done nothing while my neighbors and their children and pedestrians dodge speeding cars since the police captain of SOS said they'll they're not going to patrol there. In fact, he told his neighbors to stop calling. Trying to fix this problem is like a Kafka short story. Do we want more massive density increases in Arlington, especially if the county board and manager can't fix the problems they created so far? Rezoning all neighborhoods will just be more problems. My street issue is an easy fix. Nothing's been done. It may be a good time to take a break on density, increase your budgets like transportation, DSTO, and police, fix problems, and then go ahead and develop more. Thank you.
Rose Espinola, followed by Todd Barrett and Bill Gearhart. Rose Espinola. Todd Barrett.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. A lot of interesting information has been proposed in charts and graphs, but I'm just going to give you my story. Our children graduated from wonderfully diverse Wakefield High School, moved away, got their first job. Recently, one of them was offered the opportunity to apply for a job back in this area. Driving home from church, I saw along Columbia Pike and George Mason, there was going to be a new development of townhomes. This is wonderful. What if the job opportunity works out and they could move back? Be close to mom and dad, close to their Wakefield High School friends. And then the developer's sign went up. Townhomes coming, starting from the 800,000s. There is no way a new person just leaving, starting their first job or moving back for their first or second job is going to be able to afford that kind of townhome that replaced 2 teardowns that were just done in that area. So while I would love to see affordable housing for my children or for all the young people who spoke today to be able to live in Arlington and enjoy the services we did for the last 24 years, I have to urge you not to go forward with this plan because it is not going to create that type of opportunity the way it stands. Please go back to the drawing board, get more resident and developer input, and come back with a plan that can make that happen. Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Gearhart, followed by Major Webb and Joanna Garay. Mr. Gearhart, you just need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Good. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm asking that the county board defer advertising missing middle or simply not advertise it at all. Several other speakers have stated the county has yet to lay out a coherent reason for advancing missing middle zoning changes. Each time the staff announces a new reason, it falls apart, and virtually no one has seen the new version that you plan to vote on today. The main beneficiaries of missing middle appear to be builders and investors and people who do not live here, not the people who live, vote, and pay taxes in Arlington. I've been involved in the county planning and zoning process for almost 50 years, going back to when I lived in Fairlington. In my long involvement in this process, the county board has always sought community consensus on important matters before voting. For example, in the case of sector plans, including the Clarendon sector plan and its various updates, the changes did not go to the county board for approval until there was agreement among the concerned neighborhoods, property owners, and the county commissions. Board members like Chris Zimmerman, Al Eisenberg, Eric Gutschall, and so forth have all insisted on this, and this was the Arlington way, and this process worked for all of us. For unknown reasons, this board has departed from that process, and this is why several hundred speakers are here today. Nearly 10,000 have signed a petition, and hundreds and probably thousands more have written letters, attended meetings, and posted signs in their yards. I urge you to resume that process, urge that you defer advertising today, and urge that you seek to reach a consensus with the residents who lived in the affected neighborhoods and before advertising any changes. I also urge that if you cannot reach a consensus, that you drop the whole idea and go back to the drawing boards. Thank you.
Next speaker is Major Webb, followed by Joanna Garay and Edward Charity Jr. Major Webb,
I don't see him in the room, so we can move on.
Joanna Garay.
My name is Joanna Garay, and I'm a special education preschool instructional assistant at Barcroft Elementary. Working in Arlington Public Schools has been a great joy for me. I'm very dedicated to my students. I am born and raised in Arlington. I went to elementary school at Campbell, middle school at Kenmore, and graduated from Wakefield High School. In 2011, my mother and I were forced to leave Arlington due to high rent. In 2022, my roommate Daniela Londono, who's also a preschool assistant, and I worked very hard to move back to Arlington and found an apartment at one of the last affordable market rate apartments, Fillmore Gardens. I plan to continue my education and receive my teaching degree. I also do community work in Arlington, focused in the Latino community, educating others about worker cooperatives with an organization called Nova La Ciro. One day I would like to have the opportunity to own something in Arlington, like a duplex, a sixplex, or a quad in my hometown. MMH won't solve the housing crisis, but it's one of the pieces in the puzzle. Let's work seriously on this housing puzzle. We thank you for considering opening up the county to more multifamily housing.
Thank you.
Edward Charity, followed by Patrick Grosp and John Salisbury.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Charity Jr. I've been a resident of Arlington County since 2003. I've had the somewhat unique opportunity to live in all three of the major sections of Arlington, initially in North Arlington, in the Williamsburg, Yorktown area, then Central Arlington, in Boston, Virginia Square, Clarendon Courthouse area, and now in South Arlington and the Green Valley, Shirlington area. I originally moved from Alexandria to Arlington with my wife and daughter to take advantage of the public school system. I was fortunate enough to be able to purchase a single-family home in the Williamsburg community, which allowed my daughter to attend Williamsburg Middle School and then Yorktown High School, which she graduated from in 2008. I'm here today in support of the board's effort to revise the county's zoning codes to remove restrictions on the construction of various types of homes throughout the county, based in part on the results of the missing middle housing study. While we were able to purchase a home in the county some 20 plus years ago, there are significantly fewer opportunities for others to do so without unrealistically high financial resources. When we purchased in 2003, it was a challenge to find a home. It was a challenge to find a home in the area we desired within our budget. 20 years later, I imagine it's even more of a challenge. While the Missing Middle initiative will not completely eliminate this challenge, I believe it's a good start. As an African American, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that one of the reasons for the single-family zoning restrictions was to keep people that look like me from living in certain areas of the county. The time to right this wrong, even if symbolically is way overdue. I strongly urge the board to adopt the proposed zoning changes and do so with the most liberal options presented. Thank you.
Okay, we will go to Patrick Grosp, followed by John Spilsbury, and I've been informed that Karina
Hello.
Beckman is on with us, so Karina Beckman after John Salisbury.
I can't believe it's 3 p.m. already. I guess 3 more hours. So, hi, I'm Patrick. I'm a resident of Arlington, and I first moved here in 2018. I live in Boston in a mid-rise. Outside my window, I watch daily as smaller single-family homes are torn down, all the trees in the lot clear-cut, and replaced by massive mansions, single-family homes, all walkable to the Boston Metro. The status quo for housing construction in Arlington is unsustainable. I am also newlywed. I got married in October, and my wife is actually watching on the live stream now, so hi, honey. We love Arlington. We love backing around. My wife works at a hospital, local hospital. I work in Arlington as well. But sadly, every day we're weighing whether or not we can continue to live in Arlington. And we're not alone. Housing in Arlington is too expensive. And there's no good options for a new family trying to lay down roots and to get on the housing ladder. Let's be real, missing middle housing is about new housing construction. I'm asking the county board to please advertise by right development of missing middle housing up to 8-unit apartments, and why stop there? This will enable my wife and I to plan a future in Arlington and help us get on the housing ladder in a community that we love. In brief, I support option 1B, 2A, 4B, 5D, 6A, 7B, 8A. Don't delay. Approve the RTA for missing middle housing. Won't you be my neighbor?
Next speaker is John Spilsbury, and then we will go to
yes, hello.
Karina Beck.
I'm Jack Spilsbury. I spent more than 35 years as a senior economic officer in the federal government. I share the goals outlined by the board, including more attainable housing options for moderate income families. I also support efforts to build affordable housing and promote greater diversity in our neighborhoods. Sadly, the current proposal, relying on developers maximizing profits, has neither incentives to reach those objectives nor guardrails against unintended consequences. As now proposed, it will encourage further gentrification and displacement of lower income occupants, while having the negative impacts on our Arlington neighborhoods cited by speakers today. The proposal is not ready for prime time. The 2 months till your March meeting are not enough to do the analysis and respond to questions raised today by Arlington citizens. Exhibit 1 is the continuous slew of new and confusing options, including those presented today by the Planning Commission and published for the first time this Sunday. Second, a provision found for the first time in October proposes subdivision of townhouse plots, thus allowing 3 lots of 2,000 square feet on each R6 property. I've seen no analysis of the impact this subdivision proposal will have on increasing teardowns. Third, the new amendments absolutely need to be capped. A portion of the cap should be reserved for homeowners converting and improving existing and more affordable housing stock. Finally, I have 2 questions. First, why would the county board rush to advertise this confusing array of options without further study and better tailoring to avoid the most negative consequences? Second, has Arlington ever enacted something over so much opposition and division among its citizens? Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, before we call on the next speaker, Ms. Jacobs, I want to give a circumstance check for everybody. And while we're doing that, everybody stand up. I don't want anybody to get deep vein thrombosis. So we can take a little bit of a stretch break. And where we are over the last 2 hours since we reconvened at 1, we've been able to move through approximately 62 slots. If we continue that pace, what I can say for certain is that we are not going to be able to get to those who signed up for 3-minute slots today. So all persons who have signed up for 3-minute slots will be heard beginning at 6:45 on Tuesday. So you can do that to better plan your day. Now, that math does mean that we have an outside shot of completing all persons who signed up for 2-minute slots before our cutoff at 6 p.m. So for those people, hang in there, and we can assure that we can hear all those 2-minute speakers if everyone continues this wonderful spirit of being as concise as you have been. So with that, let's sit down and continue.
Before we go to Speaker 110, let's go to Karina Beckman.
Hi, thanks so much for coming back to me. I'm a 13-year resident of North Arlington and a single-family homeowner here, and I want to voice my strong support for the missing middle housing proposal and the most expansive version of it. Arlington's population is continuing to grow, and we need more housing. I'm pleased to hear from so many missing middle supporters today, but I know that this level of representation isn't always the case. Conversations of this type are often dominated by older, single-family homeowners who are then disproportionately represented represented, and as a group are unrepresentative of the broader Arlington community as a whole. We can't focus solely on what single-family homeowners want if we really want to plan for the future. We need the board to consider the balanced needs of all our residents, both current and future. And to my fellow community members who oppose this proposal because of redevelopment fears, I'd like to say that redevelopment of our charming 1940s, 1950s, and 1960s homes is already happening. But if they're going to be torn down and replaced, I'd rather see them replaced with multifamily housing rather than the current McMansions. I would like to see something added to the plan that would encourage or ensure that some of the new housing would be built as 3 and 4 bedroom units. With so many existing 1 and 2 bedroom condos, I feel it's important to address this unit size issue. But I still support moving forward. Any prolonged delay now would more likely derail this project than improve it. The proposal isn't perfect, and it will not solve all of Arlington's housing challenges, but just because we can't do everything or do it perfectly doesn't mean that we should do nothing. Prioritize people, not parking. 8 is great. And I'd like to echo those 7 words spoken earlier by, I think it was Meg Tasillo. It's just the right thing to do. Thank you.
All righty, we will go to speaker number 110, Romahan Sarangan. Romahan.
Didn't that name appear earlier?
Yes, for a different item.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Mark Uzel, followed by Diane Dustin and Christy Gunville. Mark Uzel? Oh, we cannot hear you. Can you try again? Try now. We're not able to hear you. If you could just try to call in through the phone, and I'll come back to you, Mr. Uzel. Diane Dustin.
Good afternoon. As you know, because I've talked to all of you previously, I live in Alcova Heights in South Arlington, where high-rises and townhouses exist along our Columbia Pike border, and Sunrise Senior Living is about to build a big assisted living facility on our eastern side across from a neighborhood of duplexes. We are already in a densely populated missing middle kind of neighborhood. I don't want any of these zoning changes, but if you do make them, I beg you to limit the number of multifamily homes allowed, reduce the number of units that are allowed in any structure, and make sure they're scattered around the county. In my neighborhood, there are 12 homes being built at this very moment. 8 were teardowns being replaced by larger new homes, some on speculation and some for owners who commissioned them. 4 are expansions for the owner occupants. This tells you 2 things. 1, people want larger homes, and 2, builders acquired property cheap enough to risk finding a buyer later. Builders will go wherever acquisition prices are the lowest, and my neighborhood is still such a place. We're zoned R6, but have many lots that are larger than 6,000 square feet. For example, Classic Cottages, a local developer, just bought a 24,000 square foot parcel that had only 1 house on it. Under the zoning proposal, this property on a very narrow street could become an 8-plex. Please don't let this happen. Be conscious of our already densely populated neighborhoods and scatter any multifamily homes that you're thinking could be allowed around the county. Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to Christy Gunville, and then we'll try Mr. Uzel again before going to Joel Yudkin. Christy Gunville. Okay, let's try Mark Uzel. Let's see if your audio is working.
Okay, trying again.
That's better.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Margie Bell.
Ms. Bell, if we can wait, we've got Mr. Uzel who's ready to go, and you'll be coming up right next, or no, in a couple of speakers. You're a few speakers away.
Okay. Am I ready?
No. You're going to be several speakers away. We'll call you up again when it's time.
You could get me out of the way right now.
Okay, Mr. Uzel.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Uzel, a long-term Arlington resident and homeowner. I live in Alcova Heights. I oppose any vote on this issue at this time. I would encourage more study, and I would encourage a more open and honest discussion from the county, and I don't think we've had that. I would also encourage a non-binding referendum on this issue so that citizens can have somewhat of a voice. And I'll also say you do need guardrails, you do need controls. We heard from 2 county board members at our neighborhood meeting that the market would provide everything we wanted. You can see what the market is providing now. So that was a ridiculous statement to be made. So you do need controls, you do need limits. As far as parking, you can see what happens when an organization sets their own parking limits. We're next to the National Foreign Affairs Center on Route 50 and George Mason. They continually add more employees and they continually take away parking. And you can see if you drive on George Mason where all of their employees park, despite them saying that they don't. So please hold off on this vote. Please give this issue more study. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joel Yudkin, followed by Marjorie Bell and Ginger Evans.
Wow. Looks like a lot of people here want Arlington to look more like Los Angeles. Anyway, thanks for the opportunity to speak. My wife and I are 30-year residents of Arlington Forest. I currently am a vice president of the Arlington Forest Citizens Association, otherwise AFCA. Over the past few years, I led a committee for AFCA to assess how Arlington's missing middle housing study could impact Arlington Forest. Based on our findings, I urge the county board to reject the missing middle proposal and the Planning Commission recommendations. At minimum, it should place limits and guardrails on these proposals. It also should extend the period for deciding on proposed options, evaluate the impacts on Arlington communities, and consider more effective alternatives to achieving Arlington's genuine housing needs. I do support the need to expand Arlington's housing supply and strongly favor more affordable housing and home ownership diversity. However, the county's blanket upzoning proposal is the wrong way to achieve these goals. As you know, the county proposal elicited strong concerns. Board members spoke to the community groups and met with Civic Association presidents where these concerns were repeatedly expressed, especially how the proposed densification of housing could hurt Arlington's tree canopy, parking and traffic patterns, schools, water and sewer infrastructure, community character, and other amenities essential to keeping Arlington a desirable place to live. In addition, economic experts and others have challenged the validity of the economic assumptions, data, and arguments used to justify the county's proposal. Yet the county seems to have turned a deaf ear to these concerns and arguments. The county still itself has acknowledged that affordability is not a goal of this proposal. Still, residents have been led to believe it will create affordable homes for families and friends and families. I have devoted my professional career supporting the interests of working families. If I thought this was true, I might support missing middle myself, but this manifestly is not the case. Yet the county irresponsibly lets this misleading.
Thank you. Your time is concluded. We have to ask you to stop. Thank you.
Marjorie Bell, followed by Ginger Evans and Hans Bowman.
Good afternoon. I'm Margie Bell, and I'm going to read some statements that were written on posters at the Reality Check rally on January 8th, attended by more than 500 people. So, what's missing? Low and moderate income households can't afford this housing plan. Where is the evidence that missing middle will actually be served? You would think all the board members are central planning developers in disguise. What is driving you to ignore public concern, feedback, and facts? This should be put to a vote. Why no other options? As executives, would you not want more than one option to solve the stated problem? Please explore less intrusive, destructive, and divisive options. Missing middle plan is a symbolic gesture, a moral crusade based on wishful thinking. This will be a serious blow to ethnic and economic diversity for our community. This is forced gentrification. Call this proposal by its rightful name, the plan to eliminate single-family neighborhoods, not missing middle. Trash issues. Will there be 24 trash bins in front of a new 8-unit multiplex? Cars, parking, and congestion that will be monstrous. I lived in 6 different Arlington rental complexes over 20 years before buying a single-family home. None of the apartment complex areas had enough parking. After working 10-hour days, I had to park far away, and sometimes illegally, then paying tickets and towing fees. Follow the money. Imposing your moral goals on the community without those most
Your
affected.
time is concluded. Thank you, Ms. Bell. Your time is concluded. Please return to your seat. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ginger Evans, followed by Hans Bowman and Carlos Silva.
I support revising the zoning law. My comment relates to the appropriate size of missing middle housing on small and medium lots. The April 28th report by the county's consultant, page 10, states that 4,500 and 6,500 square foot lots are generally suitable for side-by-side duplexes. On 5,000 square foot lots, they could fit only side-by-side townhouses and stacked duplexes. In their November 16th presentation to the Zoning Committee, county planning staff stated these key takeaways. 6 to 8 units and associated parking are not feasible on small lots. Small studio and 1-bedroom sixplexes can be feasible on medium-sized lots. The staff diagram showed 6 415 square foot units. Small indeed. Arlington now reports that Portland allows up to 4 units, but 6 can be built if half are committed to affordable dwellings. In Minneapolis, the upper limit is a triplex. In spite of all this analysis by the county, there's ongoing pressure to allow 8 plexes on Arlington's small lots, which county staff state will be 1- and 2-bedroom rentals, not 3-bedroom citizen-owned homes. 8 plexes are possible only by pushing all parking onto narrow streets, increasing lot coverage and stormwater, and foregoing the county's own Phase 2 site models. Please give consideration to option 2B, which logically provides a tiered system, 2 to 4 units on small lots and larger multiplexes graduated according to the size of the larger lots. Imagine today's senior living in a bungalow. Duplexes are built, quadruplexes allowing new families and younger neighbors. That's great. Imagine an 8-plex across the street and possibly next door. Undeniable negative impacts. There's no question about that. We heard from people who want to build everything anywhere in Arlington, including golf courses, and some who want no change at all. Option 2B is the reasonable and middle position for Middle Missing to achieve its stated goal of more affordable house ownership, not more rentals.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hans Bowman, followed by Carlos Silva and Jennifer Pence.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Hans Baumann. I support the missing middle rezoning efforts, and I urge the board to give itself maximum flexibility in its request to advertise. For the folks at home, I just briefly like to point out that there's much more diversity and support in this room than is reflected by the folks directly behind the camera. So, I'm an Arlington native. I was born and raised here in the old Buckingham Apartments and in the Clarendon neighborhood, and for over 20 years, I've owned a single-family home myself in the Waycroft Woodlawn neighborhood. Over that time, I've seen the modest mid-century homes in my neighborhood and across the county replaced with large single-family homes, most 6,000 square feet and larger, and we've all seen that trend accelerate in the past few years. I believe it will be better for Arlington, better for my neighborhood, and certainly better for the environment if these large new structures would house multiple families, creating new housing opportunities and helping to decrease housing demand and thus housing costs. Despite the fear-mongering and yard signs referring to saving our seniors, I actually believe this zoning change will do the opposite. The rezoning will give owners like me the option to redevelop our homes into multi-unit dwellings so that we can downsize, stay in Arlington, generate income, and support additional housing units, all while remaining in our beloved neighborhoods. It's been over 50 years since Arlington took the bold step of embracing transit-oriented development. I urge the board to once again show bold leadership, adopt a more inclusive and flexible zoning code, and move Arlington forward into a new and more affordable future. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Carlos Silva, followed by Jennifer Pence and Samantha Perez. We are at speaker number 118.
Hello, my name is Carlos Silva. I live in Roslyn with my wife, a 2-year-old son, and a newborn daughter in March. So I'm here with a lovely group of Yes in My Backyard from Northern Virginia. And I just want to make 3 simple points that I think really distill what's really at stake here. And the first is that this is not a novel or intractable problem. It's been solved over and over in countries around the world, in our own country over and over throughout history. Build more, always obviously with a keen eye to aesthetics, to green space, and to historical preservation. But in the face of growing demand, you can't expect to reduce housing prices without increasing supply. Unfortunately, opponents have offered wishful thinking and a lot of muddled non sequiturs, but not yet a solution. Second, if housing is not built here, it will be built elsewhere, namely in the ever-expanding suburbs that are raising our forests and our countryside. These low-density suburbs are far from public transit and obviously mean more cars, more oil consumption, and more carbon emissions to the atmosphere. And thirdly, I want to emphasize that we shouldn't see this as something that we have to begrudgingly do just to improve affordability. On the contrary, I, and I think many others, see this as a tremendous opportunity to make Arlington an even more wonderful place than it already is. There are numerous beautiful, livable, tree-lined towns throughout the world, in country after country, that are many times more dense than Arlington. I strongly urge the board to seize the moment to pursue the most expansive form of this policy, 8 units, and also reconsidering minimum parking requirements that obviously even just a few decades ago didn't even exist in this country and don't exist in many other countries. I want to thank the board specifically for their patient deliberation on this policy, and note that the words city and citizen both derive from the same Latin root. A true city is the body politic. It's not an enclave of a few wealthy homeowners. And I'm hopeful that the board will ensure that Arlington does not abandon this democratic ideal.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Pence, followed by Samantha Perez and Kathleen McCormick.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Pence. I've lived in Arlington since I moved to the DC area in 2004. In 2009, I bought my little 1-bedroom condo in Pentagon City, where I still live, or more accurately, where I'm stuck. I'm here today to advocate in favor of expansive missing middle zoning language with the most housing options possible. I do like where I live. I have a beautiful view and a balcony and a pool that I enjoy. However, I'd like to get a dog and maybe another bedroom for my guests to stay in or for a dedicated office space. I'd like a little more space and a little patch of grass for that future dog. Most importantly, I'd like to stay in Arlington. But with our current exclusionary zoning in place, it's very hard for this dream to become a reality. There just aren't enough housing options available. I firmly believe that diversity is always a good thing. It is not always an easy thing, but it is always good. An expansive missing middle zoning plan would go a long way to make Arlington a diverse place to live. Over the last year, we've heard a lot of arguments against upzoning, but we've also learned that most Arlington residents support missing middle and would benefit from it. And in order to ensure that the most people benefit from this zoning change, it must be expansive. I urge you to support 6 and 8 plexes on the county's largest lots. I urge you to avoid arbitrary caps, limitations, special permits, or policies that will become obstacles. I urge you to upzone every lot currently zoned exclusively for single-family homes. We need more supply and more diverse housing options. Implementing expansive upzoning will mean more types of people in more diverse economic situations will be able to live in our community. That's a community that I want to be a part of. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samantha Perez, followed by Kathleen McCormick and Paul Carver.
Hello, my name is Samantha Perez. I graduated college in 2013 with a degree in mathematics and computer science. I work in healthcare finance, and I currently rent in the Buckingham neighborhood. I've been in the workforce for almost 10 years, and I would like to start settling down into a home that I own in a community that I will dedicate a great deal of my life and my resources to. Arlington is my home. It is where I live, where I work, where I play, where I worship, and I serve. But as our housing situation currently stands, there's no feasible path for me to become a homeowning member of this community in a way that is financially responsible for me. And having to choose between my family's stability and my community breaks my heart. I support the Missing Middle advertisement because this generation of Arlingtonians has different needs than the generation that purchased homes before us, and our housing laws should represent this diversity. Arlington has a bright and inspiring future ahead of it, and I am asking the board to pass this motion to advertise and consider letting me and my peers be part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Kathleen McCormick, followed by Paul Carver and Joy Oakes.
Hi, my name is Kathleen McCormick, and I live in zip code 22205. I rent a 2-bedroom, single-family home with my husband and 2 kids. I'm in support of the right to advertise because I see in my neighborhood the effects of limiting the area 10 minutes from public transportation to single-family homes in the 4 years I have lived here. 3 houses have been torn down and replaced by 6-bedroom McMansions, but guess what? They only occupy families of my size at most. The demand for housing is what's driving up the cost of the land. The building industry is artificially limited to single-family detached housing because of the zoning. That is excluding folks that need housing and that want to live in Arlington. I believe that our community can welcome and accommodate a variety of people, even us renters, with a variety of needs. We just need the policies and tools to do so. Thank you.
Next speaker is Paul Carver, followed by Joy Oakes and Darlene Gilbert.
Friends, thank you for your service and your patience. I support diversity, racial, religious, ethnic, gender, housing. So more condos, more townhouses, yay. It requires planning. There is no planning here. To me, you have abdicated your responsibility for housing policy to the benefit of developers and investors and to the detriment of an increasingly divided Arlington County community. My son and his fiancée will get married on Monday. They would love to move into the Arlington community that he grew up in. They cannot afford to do so. If I thought for 1 second that this proposal was going to help them, I'd support it. But it doesn't. The board has already admitted this is not intended to be affordable housing. It's designed for those with annual incomes of $100,000, $200,000 or more. So the developers and anonymous investors will bid up and buy up the available houses, replacing them with multi-unit luxury rentals and transform Arlington from a county homeowning families of diverse incomes to a county of renters who need to be high income. Furthermore, there's no provision here for transit and roads, nothing for schools, nothing for sewer and water infrastructure, and nothing to address the increased temperatures and poor air quality and other problems that's going to result. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Joy Oakes, followed by Darlene Gilbert, followed by Scott Pedowitz.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joy Oakes. I'm an Arlington resident. In my working career, I advocated for many policies that advanced environmental justice and smarter growth. I was actually a founder of the Coalition for Smarter Growth more than 20 years ago. So I really, really, really wanted to support this proposal. But as it stands, I cannot. I really, really hope that I know you've stayed awake. I'm really proud of all of y'all. You've listened, you've heard today, as well as many other days and nights, many very good suggestions and ideas about how this proposal can actually meet its goal of providing more affordable housing that will promote the kind of diversity that makes Arlington a great place to live and will continue to help Arlington be a strong community. But with a name like Joy Oaks, I have to speak for the trees a little bit. And that's one of my very strongly motivating reasons that got me out on this Saturday. I was shocked to learn that this proposal could result in even greater loss of Arlington's mature trees. We can't afford that. Trees cool and clean the air, they modulate stormwater, they provide wildlife habitat, and they provide beauty and inspiration, and they do it all for free. Services that cost a whole lot of money. And I really urge you to take a step back, not send this forward, but work on it. It's going to take a little more work. It's a complicated issue, but more supply with continuing demand will not create more affordable housing. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Darlene Gilbert, followed by Scott Pedowitz, followed by Elaine Anderson.
Do we have Darlene Gilbert virtually?
Our next speaker is Scott Pedowitz, followed by Elaine Anderson, followed by Curtis Ritter.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Scott Pedowitz. I'm a 15-year apartment resident here in Arlington. I also work at the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. I think about 4.5 hours ago, Mr. Chair said that we advertised to set and frame the conversation. So I am here to support the advertisement such that we can have a conversation. Do I have concerns about some of the options, such as the cap proposed in 7A? Yes, but if advertised, I'm ready to discuss as part of the conversation. I want to take a moment to address, in listening to some of the testimony, a juxtaposition I hear from some speakers between what they're framing as our community and future residents of missing middle housing, who many of whom currently live in multifamily housing or otherwise would live in multifamily housing. Multifamily housing, so apartments, condos, like, account for about 70% of Arlington's housing units. And if I did some napkin calculations correct on a presentation I saw recently, will be about 46 or 47% of the assessed land value in 2023 of land we use for housing. So that includes apartments, which we consider commercial. But we're contained to a sliver of land. As looking at the GLUP, you can see very little is not that pale yellow. And I think it sort of puts us out of sight, out of mind to many in the community, not with any malice or intent there. But the reality is what were once starter homes are not attainable at close to our area median income now. And current construction patterns make all but apartments and condos great housing, but all but that are virtually useless to somebody with more than a 1 or 2 person household, even if you can afford it. The missing middle policy will add the possibility of more options for more households of all ages, and so I encourage us to have this conversation. Let's advertise. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elaine Anderson, followed by Curtis Ritter, followed by Pamela Johnson-Lee.
Good afternoon. I'm Elaine Anderson. I'm currently a resident of Lion Village and a former resident of Penrose. And I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to let me speak today regarding the missing middle housing study. I strongly disagree with the current structure and the approach for the missing middle, and I do not support moving forward with the request to advertise. The objectives and desired outcomes of the missing middle study were initially cited as diversifying home ownership and reducing housing prices. However, these objectives have morphed considerably over the last 2 years, and it became increasingly obvious that eliminating single-family zoning would not decrease housing purchase prices, and it would not inject additional diversity into the neighborhoods. Current stated goals now focus on creating more housing, and by tearing down current family homes and replacing with multiple rental units. As a county, we already have land use plans in place to focus higher density housing along transit corridors. It's It's unclear why the process is not the area of focus for improvement in lieu of a missing middle. To supplement higher density housing, the county should consider the support of conversion of the glut of office space that is available. This would preserve single-family homes, the character of the neighborhoods, and minimize land disturbance. The lack of analysis of follow-on impacts of the missing middle in the areas of stormwater, parking, the tree canopies, schools, roads, other public infrastructure is cause enough to delay the request to advertise until such considerations can be identified, quantified, and mitigated. Once the horse is out of the barn, it's never going back in. Please represent your constituents in consideration of the missing middle. Don't cave to developers and destroy our great county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Curtis Ritter, followed by Pamela Johnson-Lee, followed by Mitchell Schneider. Our next speaker is Pamela Johnson-Lee, followed by Mitchell Schneider, followed by Dixie Duncan.
Thank you for listening to me today. I have lived in Columbia Heights in the Arlington Commons for over 3 decades. And as such, I and a large part of the community around me are part of the missing middle, although I have to say I didn't realize I was missing. I worked as an urban planner for 35 years, and truly stunned with the potentially drastic adverse impacts of this proposal that I don't think have been considered. What's missing from the proposal are, one, consideration of the devastating impacts on existing missing middle housing developments, such as my own. Secondly, it doesn't account for the sea change in work-live patterns in recent years. And third, I am very surprised by the lack of consideration for traditional means of providing missing middle housing in other places. And glaring among this is other jurisdictions generally require developers to provide funds or amenities to compensate for the impacts of their development. Secondly, there doesn't seem to be much steering to high-density corridors. And thirdly, I don't hear much mention of subsidizing for lower-cost housing. I think that the board needs to table this proposal and go back and consider some of the impacts that I've suggested, and also to include a lot of community involvement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mitchell Schneider, followed by Dixie Duncan, followed by Elizabeth Hopkins.
My perspective is that of a real estate agent and broker who has lived and worked in Arlington for 45 years, his entire adult life, who ran a small business and raised a family here. I would like to speak strongly in favor of the missing middle proposals. As we all know, the value of raw land in Arlington has increased to the point that for many lots and neighborhoods restricted to single-family dwellings, the proportion of value attributed to the land may be double or triple or even quadruple the value of the buildings. Because these neighborhoods are restricted to single-family dwellings, the economic realities of the construction industry dictate that new structures built on these lots must be 3 to 4 times the size of the old ones. Thus, the pattern of redevelopment throughout these neighborhoods is to tear down small old houses and replace them with only expensive large ones that are not affordable to any but the wealthy. We need to get off this unfortunate development treadmill. Worldwide climate change dictates that everyone living in economically advanced societies reorient our expectations towards smaller, more efficient housing. How much more efficiently we as a community can meet the challenges of the future if we encourage construction of new dwelling units not of 5,000 or 6,000 square feet each, but of more manageable size, affordable to buyers and renters of median incomes, and using far less energy to heat and cool on a per unit basis than what we currently see being built. Why not divide that same 5,000 or 6,000 square foot new structure among multiple units? Thank you.
Speaker is Dixie Duncan, followed by Elizabeth Hopkins and Eric Mapelli. Dixie Duncan. Hey, Elizabeth Hopkins. Elizabeth Hopkins. Eric Mapelli. The next will be Stuart Davis and Kathleen Murray.
Hi, my name is Eric Malpelli. I'm a North Arlington homeowner along the Langston Boulevard corridor where I currently live in a missing middle community. I'd like to express my full support for the request to advertise with the fewest possible restrictions. I think it's important for us to keep in mind that we're not facing a choice between the status quo and radical change. Instead, what we're looking at is what type of change do we want as a community. One option is to say no to missing middle housing and continue on a course of change where our legacy housing stock is gradually replaced with large McMansions and we move further away from our established environmental, equity, and transportation goals. A second choice is to pursue the missing middle proposal. If we do that, we would be choosing a different type of change, one that would have a gradual blending into our community of some missing middle housing. My own townhouse community's experience over the last 50 years is a good example of how this can be done. When our neighborhood was being built in the 1970s and was first proposed, it was the controversial missing middle project of its day. There were very few townhouse communities being built in Arlington, particularly north of Langston Boulevard. Our community was built, today we're thriving, and we blend seamlessly into a community that is mostly single-family houses. I think if we moved forward and allowed more missing middle housing that I and my family benefit from, it too would blend seamlessly into the community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Stuart Davis, followed by Kathleen Murray and Brooke Alexander.
Good afternoon. I'm seeing a little disconnect here, and I'm wondering why so many people are believing this is going to even go part of the way to solving the problem when it's $1 million homes for 3 bedrooms is not going to be affordable for the barista, the school teacher, or the firefighter. I live in a diverse neighborhood as it is, and the school is very diverse. We've enjoyed a great tree canopy, which has been lost to a large extent in the last few years by developers of large homes, and the county has optioned to blunt that development by putting in strict setback limits. But here, I'm very concerned. The Planning Commission is allowing an option to have unlimited development of missing middle housing. I live on a eighth of an acre lot, and I don't know how many units they expect to put on this tiny lot or any in the neighborhood. Parking is already a problem. I think we're going to have residential stickers to park here, like areas near the metro. And I just don't think this is going to solve anything. There are homes less than $1 million in our $500,000 in our neighborhood, 3 bedrooms. Thank you. Delay the vote.
Next speaker is Kathleen Murray, followed by Brooke Alexander and John Weistad. Kathleen, okay. We will go to Brooke Alexander, followed by John Weistat, followed by Connor Pace.
Thank you for listening. My name is Brooke Alexander. I'm the Ashton Heights Tree Canopy and Native Plant Coordinator. I've done more than 200 consultations to place trees in Ashton Heights under the county program. Ashton Heights is the heart of Arlington, as you can see from my t-shirt. It is also the oasis of Arlington. Look at the historic tree canopy coverage maps for the county, and you'll see an island of green in central Arlington. Historically, you also see an oasis of cool with a heat island that is developing all around us. In 2005, the allowed lot coverages were reduced from 56% to the tiered allowances we have now. We should look at how that change is working before building missing middle on top of that. One of the underpinnings for the lot coverage for missing middle is that it would be the same that is currently permitted for single-family homes. Nobody looked at the assumption here of whether what we have is working. This is a major oversight and ill-conceived. We face a massive tree canopy loss as our single-family homes are redeveloped into McMansions. And we have a huge stormwater runoff problem. These problems should be addressed by reducing the building coverage and impermeable surface allowances. This, excuse me, should have been done as part of this missing middle evaluation. If you go forward now, I urge you to add these two items to the proposed RTA options. Reduce the allowed building coverage and the impermeable surface.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, speaker 137 is John Weistad, followed by Connor Pace and Suzanne Joy.
Good afternoon, folks. Chair Dorsey, board members. I'm John Weistad, former county board member. I urge you to defer this action this month on agenda item 33, the so-called missing middle housing. Why? First, process. At a time when voter faith in our governmental institutions is being assailed as never before, it's critical that those in office now, the 5 of you, take extra care to ensure that community engagement processes are comprehensive and transparent as possible. This is particularly true when you're dealing with a policy change in this county as transformative as it is in the past 50 years. But an engagement process falls short when community groups are forced time after time again to invoke the costly and bureaucratic Freedom of Information Act gauntlet to access public data, when certain civic associations are told they can't meet with county staff, when the usual public testimony opportunities are truncated to suit the convenience of those presiding. But even now, it's not too late. Embrace the suggestion by several former Arlington planning commissioners to stand up a diverse panel to draft community-based recommendations and hold open and iterative county board work sessions to hammer out a plan grounded in public feedback, verified data, and best practices. Why? Outcome. Of course, even a perfect community engagement process means little if the board fails to account for the results. This plan has divided the community by making residents anxious and apprehensive that their neighborhoods will be irreparably harmed, while giving false and unsubstantiated hope to so many, including many in this room and watching today, who wish to join them in calling Arlington home. Only you can hit the reset button. Push it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next
Okay,
speaker.
we've been doing well. Silent applause, if we could. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connor Pace, followed by Suzanne Joy and Lawrence Smith. Connor Pace. Okay, we'll move on to Suzanne Joy and then Lawrence Smith.
Thank you. My husband Nicholas and I are both lucky to have good jobs, and in 2018, we beat out multiple offers to buy our 2-bedroom, 1-bath, 900 square foot duplex. We could not afford the same house today. Many of our friends want to buy houses, but they can't afford to in today's Arlington, where last year the average single-family home cost $1.2 million. This zoning policy is rooted in decades of racist policies designed to keep minorities out of white neighborhoods. So why are we defending it? The worst part, we're running into the same recycled redlining arguments we've heard for decades, while the wealthy continue to benefit and actively make the problem worse. Over 10 years, 8% of all single-family homes either had massive additions or were leveled and rebuilt and replaced with homes that were on average 3 times the size, with an average price tag of $1.7 million. Thanks to this trend, single-family homes increased by 45% over the last decade, far outpacing any other housing category in Arlington. Where are the laws preventing that? Why is it okay for millionaires to take down trees and triple the size of their homes, but it's not okay when we could provide housing for multiple families? I don't buy the argument that adding a second or even a third front door ruins the character of the neighborhood more than tripling a home size for one family. As for parking, I live on a street entirely of duplexes, and parking has never been an issue. If and when school crowding becomes an issue, years down the road, it will be addressed through existing regulations as is intended. And for those who say, why can't we just leave things the same? My neighborhood is mixed housing and it's working fine. It's working fine for you. Multifamily homes only make up 6% of Arlington, and most like mine were built decades ago because of the zoning policy that is outdated. This plan would not change Arlington overnight, but gradually over time. Yes, there need to be important conversations over logistic, and they should be had, but they should not be used as thinly veiled excuses
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Your
delay
time has
long overdue
expired.
reforms. Thank you.
And for others, if you could, while speakers are talking, if you want to engage in a side conversation, you're welcome to take that out into the hallway. Please continue, Ms. Jacobs. Thank you.
Lawrence Smith, followed by Rita Greco and Andrew Wells-Dang. Lawrence Smith. Okay. Rita Greco. Rita? Okay, we'll move on. Andrew Wells-Dang.
Hi, good afternoon. My family and I live near Virginia Square in a kind of missing middle house. The lot was divided into 2 in 2004. And we're also in the middle in that we live in between a residential neighborhood on one side and an affordable housing apartment building and the YMCA on the other. More affordable housing in Arlington is desirable, but there should be more options than just high rises or single-family homes. I began in the middle on this proposal myself, and I looked into claims made by both proponents and opponents. And I concluded that most of the arguments in favor held up, and most of the arguments against don't. The opponents are concerned about the tree canopy, but missing middle housing would have the same footprint as the multi-million-dollar homes that are replacing older homes in Arlington. Missing middle opponents want to preserve Arlington neighborhoods, but the neighborhoods are already changing. These smaller homes are being replaced by mansions and high-rises in some areas. The opponents claim concern about greenhouse gas emissions, but per-person emissions in a multiplex are lower than in a single-family house. And the opponents are concerned about population growth. But the alternative to missing middle, as I see it, is a county that's divided between mega homes on one side and high-rises on the other. The high-rises are much more dense than missing middle options. There will be population growth, there already is in Arlington, no matter what. The question is what form it takes. What really complicates the county's goals for infrastructure, green space, drainage, and parking isn't missing middle housing, but new high-rise construction that uses every square inch of a lot, like the ones next to my house. No one's proposing to ban apartment buildings, but missing middle housing, including 8plexes, is far preferable to high-rise construction next to low-rise neighborhoods. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Merritt Gillard, followed by Bradley Harmon and Rebecca Lawrence.
And Madam Clerk, if we could just try to circle back, I think Ms. Greco was trying to connect at one point to see if she's been successful. Thank you.
Okay, will do.
Hi, thank you. My name is Merritt Gillard. I'm an Arlington homeowner, a member of Voice, and I'm here to support the Missing Middle request to advertise. Missing Middle is important to me because I wouldn't be a homeowner today without these multifamily options. My family lives in Douglas Park in a sort of Missing Middle style townhouse condo thing, and I absolutely love it. We have a private entrance, access to outdoor space, an easy commute to Alexandria for me and to DC for my husband, and all for a quite affordable mortgage. It's also allowed us to remain a one-car family, and it takes a lot less to heat and cool our home. People who don't want or can't afford to live in a single-family home in Arlington should not be forced to move farther and farther out. It's not environmentally sustainable, and in practice, it just pushes people of color out, my literal neighbors. We say if we say that Arlington really isn't for everybody, we're saying that broad swaths of people do not bring anything of value to our community, and I reject that. Many Arlington neighborhoods, though, have said exactly that for many decades. The use of racially restrictive covenants kept Black families, Jewish families, and others locked out of certain Arlington neighborhoods, plus redlining, plus steering, plus exclusionary zoning have also kept people of color shut out of those neighborhoods. And even though those covenants are thankfully no longer legally enforceable, that legacy of racist and classist housing discrimination shapes Arlington neighborhoods to this day, and it is long, long past time that the county took steps to dismantle it. We know that Missing Middle will not solve the entire problem on its own, but we also won't solve the problem without Missing Middle. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to try Rita Greco. I know that you were trying to connect.
Hi.
Yep.
We can hear you, Ms. Greco.
Uh-oh.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Okay. Sorry for the confusion. To the county board members, as you know, over 5,500 persons have signed a petition voicing opposition to Arlington's Missing Middle plan. This enormous volume of opposition dwarfs the few hundred persons who have expressed support for the plan. Arlington's Missing Middle plan is built on a foundation of false promises that have deeply divided Arlington residents. This includes false promises that county board members made to single-family homeowners, saying the county would not do any across-the-board rezoning of single-family neighborhoods. False promises that county officials made to middle-income millennials and essential workers, saying the Missing Middle plan would provide them with home ownership opportunities that they can afford. I call on the county board to stop the divisive chaos of the Missing Middle plan by taking two actions. First, vote no on the request to advertise the proposed zoning and GLUP amendments, or even better, don't vote on it at all. Defer it and instead convene a panel of independent and widely respected experts to assess with honesty and integrity housing capacity and home ownership issues, and to develop alternative solutions that don't involve wide-scale single-family upzoning that will destroy the quality of life in our single-family neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go back now to Speaker 144, Bradley Harmon, followed by Rebecca Lawrence and Rosalind Rescher. Bradley Harmon. Okay, Rebecca Lawrence. Rosalind Rescher.
Hi, yes, thank you for having me today. Good afternoon. Thank you, board, for your patience and for the opportunity to speak in support of the request to advertise. I'm a third-generation Arlingtonian. I'm a product of Arlington County Public Schools, and I'm a current Arlington resident in Douglas Park. I support the sound arguments we've heard today in favor of Missing Middle and the benefits it will bring Arlingtonians, particularly of my generation, in terms of accessible home ownership. But today, I'd like to advocate the moral imperative Arlington has to pass zoning reform. Single-family zoning and the exclusion of other types of more dense housing has explicitly racist origins. After a 1917 Supreme Court case struck down the segregation of neighborhoods based on race, single-family zoning became the vehicle by which affluent white people kept themselves separate from people of color by mandating the purchase of land in bulk, which lower income and therefore most non-white people were not able to afford. Single-family zoning was imposed to achieve segregation and was a precursor to redlining in municipalities across the U.S. With this historical critical context, I urge the board to recognize the bigotry in statements from opponents of missing middle housing. The unwritten message in slogans like support Arlington neighborhoods is indeed that only white rich people should be able to live here. This is not the Arlington that I grew up in, and not the Arlington in which I want to build my life and family. Missing middle is indeed the very least we in Arlington can do to make sure that this county continues to be a great place for everyone to live and work. Thank you very much for your consideration and the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dave Warren, followed by Alice Hogan and Nancy Cleland.
Hi, I'm Dave Warren, and I'm a 42-year-old dad who rents with my wife, and our kids are lucky enough to have a quick, safe walk to wonderful Alice Westfleet Elementary, and we strongly support this RTA. There are so many reasons to support legalizing more housing choices, but I'm going to discuss one key element today. Think about life's most important necessities, things like food, water, clothing, and shelter. Now imagine if local governments told grocery stores they could only sell expensive name brand single-serve food items and that they were banned from providing food in bulk or generics or other low-cost food items. Now imagine if local governments told clothing stores they could only sell suits and other formal wear. These laws would be elitist and crazy and would make food and clothing more expensive for everyone, especially lower-income families. Luckily, local governments cannot pass such laws. But this is exactly what local governments do with housing, despite everyone needing a home. The county's current zoning ordinance, like most across the country, tells people that all they can build on most land in the county is the most expensive and most energy inefficient type of house to own or rent. It's never made any sense from an affordability, equity, environmental, or fiscal standpoint. And it certainly doesn't make sense at a time when so many people, even those making decent incomes, can't afford to own or rent here. My family can barely afford to live here as new residents who rent. So please support the RTA and advertise 10B and help us welcome more neighbors to our community. Mr. Rogers would never say no to making it possible to welcome more neighbors, and neither should we. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alice Hogan, followed by Nancy Cleland and Jonah Cost.
Good afternoon. I'm Alice Hogan, lifelong Arlingtonian, and I have a little guest here next to me. I want to thank, first of all, you as a board for your leadership, for bringing forth this issue, for asking our amazing staff to delve into a 3-year deep dive into the best practices, best way of incorporating missing middle into our community to address some of our very crucial issues, and to our community for really wrangling with these difficult issues over these 3 years. This goes back to 2015 when we as a community and you as a board lifted up the idea of investigating missing middle in our affordable housing master. So we have been at this for a very long time, and it's so great to see that we're coming to the end of our journey. I'm excited to see what you all decide on, and I hope that you're as open-minded as possible in this RTA. Let's see, Arlington has been a regional leader on so many issues, as you all know, and many of you on this board are part of the reason why. And we have jurisdictions all over Northern Virginia and the metro area watching what we're doing today and what we will do in March, because they too need missing middle housing in their communities. So yet again, we are at the front lines of these things, and you're bringing your progressive values, your future-oriented planning, award-winning staff, and the values of our community, which include equity. We're looking at a rigged system, and it's our job and our exciting opportunity at this time to unrig the system and open it up for others. Housing, we're in a crisis. We all know that. Environment, what a wonderful way to continue our development. Seniors who have no alternatives. The list goes on and on. So I thank you for what you're going to do. I ask you to be as broad as you can. People before cars, trees before cars. 8 is great, no caps. And if it happens to be anyone's birthday today, happy birthday. Thank you.
All righty. Our next speaker is Nancy Cleland, followed by Jonah Cost, and then we will circle back to Rebecca Lawrence. Nancy Cleland.
Do not see her in the room.
Okay. Jonah Cost. There you go.
Hello. My name is Jonah Koss, and I'm a PhD student in urban and real estate economics. I support the missing middle proposal for a variety of economic and environmental reasons, but I want to speak today about diversity and equity. Arlington County created a map with overwhelmingly white areas overlaid with single-family zoned areas. For those who may have difficulty separating the two, it is because, to borrow a popular meme, they are the same picture. If exclusionary zoning's racist origins have no bearing on the situation today, or if missing middle would do little to diversify neighborhoods, why then are racial minorities overwhelmingly concentrated in limited areas that allow multifamily housing? To put a finer point on it, we are currently in a neighborhood, my neighborhood, that while still too segregated, manages to provide housing for Black and or Hispanics. Just to our north is a community that outlaws multifamily housing and does not. Zooming in on Courthouse even more, you will notice a single block across the street with an incredibly high concentration of Black and or Hispanic people. That block is the county jail. That is who we are. That is the reality of our system of de facto racial apartheid. Missing middle is only a small step towards dismantling that system. If we cannot take or water down this step, we will be proven to be as unserious about tackling this issue as I fear we are. I urge the board to look past the pretextual arguments and past the RTA and missing middle without caps, without restrictions, and without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we continue with Eleni Riris, we will take Rebecca Lawrence.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Lawrence. I've lived in Arlington since 2005. I want to thank you all for the time you're taking, the time your staff have taken, the time you are taking to continue the civic engagement, the listening to us and hearing us. It is much appreciated, it is rare, and it is really a tribute to how great Arlington is as a place to live and how great our government is here. When I moved to Arlington, I thought that we would be living in a place that would be urbanizing, that would be becoming more dense, that would have better pedestrian infrastructure, better cycling infrastructure, better transit. We've still got a way to go. I also thought that I'd be moving to a place that would be urbanizing. I thought I'd be moving to a place where there would be duplexes and triplexes in my neighborhood, 1 block off Langston Boulevard, and that hasn't happened. What has happened instead is the proliferation of mansions. That's not where I want to be. I want to be in a place where there are duplexes, triplexes, apartments like the one I lived in when I was a kid. I love my single family house, I love my yard, but I don't think that everyone wants that or needs that. And it's very important to me that my child goes to a school where there are kids who live in apartments, who live in a duplex or a triplex, don't have dual incomes, their parents haven't paid $1 million. I want a place for my dad to live. It's really unclear where he's going to go, where I could put him, where I could have him be in walking distance of my house. I want a place for my single sister-in-law to live. She works for the county. She's really lucky she's got a place to live. How much longer is that affordable? Same for my other single friends who have one income, good incomes, but where are they going to go? I just think about the future for my son and for my family and how long we want to be in a place that's becoming for the 1%, for the millionaires. Thank you.
Thank you. We will go back to speaker 151, Eleni Riris, followed by Duke Banks and Michael Lynch. Eleni? Okay, we will go to Duke Banks, followed by Michael Lynch and Anish Malhotra.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can, Mr. Banks. Proceed.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon. And greetings to Chair Dorsey and the rest of the board. I agree with previous speakers who have stated concerns about the impact of densification to include tree canopy parking and infrastructure. Likewise, the information in the county's website is confusing and lacks clarity, especially addressing issues of the impact of missing middle on densification. And as stated in an email you received from an Arlingtonian last December the 21st concerning lack of clarity, quote, if the county was subject to the same disclosure accuracy rules that are applied to public companies, it would right now more than likely be under SEC investigation and subject to pending lawsuits. I realize, you're not a public corporation, but just to keep it in context. But most concerning is how this half-baked proposal is dividing the community, as witnessed by today's list of almost 200 speakers. I'm reminded of the exchange I witnessed that occurred at the September Missing Middle Roundtable discussion conducted in Spanish, where Mr. Cardaroni led the meeting after he provided a summary of missing middle, where he stated that North Arlington was the least diversified area of the county. A woman stated, quote, I'm originally from El Salvador. I live in North Arlington, which I find quite diverse. My mother lives in South Arlington. Please don't use that type of rhetoric because that divides us. You and the board should work on uniting us, not dividing us. Close quote. Mr. Chair and members of the county board, we should heed these words. Missing middle has divided our community as shown here today. Your paramount goal today should be first try to unite the community before moving forward with missing middle. To begin the community reconciliation process and dialogue,
Thank you,
no
Mr.
vote on
Mr. Banks, your
RTA is
time
needed
has
at this time.
expired. We're going to move to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Lynch, followed by Anish Malhotra and George Straubs.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm opposed to the request to advertise because, in my opinion, the plan as currently written is a terrible way to implement what's actually a fairly noble goal. And I think it's a terrible plan for three main reasons. The first is that it treats neighborhoods that are different as if they are the same. So treating neighborhoods like Yorktown, for example, like its courthouse or Roslyn or Clarendon, it simply doesn't work. The second reason is that there's been apparently zero thought put into the second and third order implications of what radically increasing the population density across the county is going to look like in terms of its infrastructure and tree canopy that other people have talked about. And the third is that it gives, in my opinion, very little consideration to the concerns that current homeowners in these some of these neighborhoods have. On our street, I can give you an example of what this could look like. We live on a very small, quiet street. There are 17 single-family homes. Option 2A would allow 8 plexes on every single lot, which would take us from 17 single-family homes to 136 units. Okay, that's 51 trash cans on trash day up to 408, and 34 cars at 2 cars per lot to 272. Now that sounds crazy, and that's not fear-mongering, that's fact based on the proposal as written. Our street can't handle that, the neighborhood can't handle that, the school system can't handle that, and the city infrastructure can't handle that. It's very concerning that a proposal with such broad characteristics has been put forward. I think if the board insists on moving forward, I would implore you to consider some kind of annual caps or other gradual or phased implementation so we can see what this looks like over time, rather than just ripping the Band-Aid off and giving a blank check to put something into play that will be very tough to undo once done. Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Anish Malhotra, followed by George Straubs. And before we go to Eric Jones, we'll go back to Lawrence Smith, who is now online with us. But let's go to Anish.
Hello, everybody. So first, I'd like to say that I'm enthusiastically in support of this plan. My background is, so I'm a younger middle-class person. I, for example, cannot afford the life that is honestly kind of mandated by our current zoning procedures, right? For example, is I do not want to own a car. I don't want an expensive mortgage. So financially, it makes a lot of sense for me to live in a denser, more urban type environment. I take the metro to work. I bike to get groceries. And as I look more and more for affordable housing options, especially in Arlington, I'm awestruck at just the lack of options. It is either to live in a massive corporate-owned rental building, or maybe rent a bedroom in a single-family home, which is not too far from like what a missing middle kind of proposal would offer, but I would get a little bit more privacy or something. Rent prices are going up, and options are dwindling, and people are often getting forced to live in kind of the exurbs that I grew up in. And these are kind of like sprawling places where car ownership is mandatory. And I think with just sustainability in mind, these kinds of places need to slowly be phased out with more of an emphasis on denser housing in general. A lot of what we're building right now is places that exist on like multi-billion-dollar highway expansions, large arterial road repair, and people are fundamentally spending a lot of their money that could be going towards small businesses and homes, and they're spending it all on housing and cars. And it seems like very counterproductive and not really conducive to building a community. And it especially seems that a lot of this is done by letting homeowners who are existing in Arlington from having the final say in who gets to live in their community. And I think it's kind of hypocritical to say that the people who build the community.
Thank you, Anish Malhotra. Your time has expired. We'll move to the next speaker. Thank you.
Our next speaker is George Straubs, followed by Lawrence Smith.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm pleased to be a 30-year resident here in Penrose, South Arlington. I share your enthusiasm, everyone's, for life in Arlington, its multi-ethnic diversity, culture, amenities, high-quality schools, and superbly easy transport access to buses, metro, and the DCA airport. I can fully understand why people want to live here. Missing Middle has a very laudable objective of converting single-family homes to multi-family homes that are affordable for lower-earning families. However, the external reality is that Arlington's transit proximity to Washington, D.C. and Potomac Yards means that home prices in Arlington will not follow the normal rules of supply and demand, which would apply if Arlington was an isolated system, which it isn't. Arlington's transit proximity will result in continuously increasing external demand for far more housing in Arlington from the increasing numbers of high earners in Washington, D.C., who could easily commute there from here, the increasing number of landlords who use Airbnb homes for tourists, here quite a few of those, and the new and very large number of high-earning Amazon workers who will be located in Potomac Yards. Thus, this proposed free market right-to-build approach will inevitably lead to profit-conscious developers building expensive luxury 8-unit homes that cater for these high-earning workers rather than the affordable basic 8-unit homes that you require for your low-earning families. This will also clearly result in poor outcomes for existing and future Arlington residents, including additional stress on school infrastructures, sewers, drainage, parking, traffic congestion, pollution, and additional property taxes. I thus request a long pause in this request to advertise to enable the Arlington County Board to define a more tailored, regulated, specifically for the benefit of low-paid earners, and realistic approach for housing affordability. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will go to Lawrence Smith before moving on to Speaker 156. Lawrence Smith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Lawrence Smith. I'm the president of Arlington Green Homes. I'm a home builder. I've been building in Arlington for over 20 years. I've been following the meetings, and most of the opposition that I have seen has been that this is going to cause builders like myself to tear down older homes and put up 8-plexes or 6-plexes. And I can tell you that's not the case. That's not our model. That's not what we build. What will happen is in certain areas where it makes sense, you'll see us building 2 townhomes sharing a common wall, a duplex. Most Arlington lots are 50 or 60 feet wide. With the setbacks, you can't have any more than 2 townhomes sharing a common wall. You can't even get 3 on a typical 50 or 75 foot wide lot in Arlington. So I don't think that will happen. I think what will happen is you'll see more townhomes being built, which are just duplexes sharing a common wall. And yes, they might sell for $900,000, but I think it would be much better in the county to have two $900,000 homes for sale than one $1.8 million home or one $2 million home. It'll lower the overall cost for everybody, and it will provide twice the housing stock than one single family home will provide. One other thing that I want to mention, this will make it right now, the current zoning laws are so difficult to build multifamily where single families are. It's impossible. You have to get the zoning changed. It's a 2 to 3 year process. When Chris Zimmerman was on the board, he advised me not even to try to do that because the process was too long. And there are plenty of properties near townhomes and other multifamilies.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Your time has expired. We have to move to the next speaker.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Eric Jones. I'm a resident of Arlington, a small business owner in Arlington, and most importantly, I'm the father of 2 school-aged children in Arlington. While I support change, innovation, inclusion, and growth, I do not support the missing middle based on the lack of studies that it will likely negatively impact our schools. I want to reemphasize the importance that public schools, quality public schools, have on our community. Many individuals here today have benefited from Arlington Public Schools, and I am here to speak on behalf of the students, present and future, who do not yet have the ability to voice their opinions. Why are quality schools important? They provide equal opportunities for children regardless of socioeconomic status. They prepare students to become informed and engaged citizens. They also promote cohesion and bringing together diverse backgrounds. Essentially, they're going to develop the workforce of the future, and it's a common good for our entire community. This summer, I spoke about my concerns about missing middle that may have on the quality of the public schools. And the board assured me that the proper resources were being allocated to schools, and upon request, a 5-year plan was sent to me. Katie's office sent me a chart, and to my surprise, I saw that the assumption that they think that there's going to be a decrease in student enrollment. Well, the reality is, if you're going to more than double density, enrollment will go up. I'm concerned that there's not the money, resources, or land, where's the next high school, elementary, or middle school going to be built, that's going to be able to sustain quality education. The best gift we can give our children, and I'm talking about all children of Arlington, is a proper and quality education. I think it's irresponsible to move forward with a broad initiative that's uninformed and that could potentially have a catastrophically negative impact on the youngest members of our community. Thank you very much. School's important.
Our next speaker is Hazim Al-Khabra, followed by Charles Hinkins and Catherine Ange, A-N-G-E. Hazim? Charles Hinkins.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you, Charlie. I'm sorry, Mr. Hinkin. Go ahead.
Very, very good to, with the limitations of team meeting, I'm not sure I can engage my camera, but it's good to see you guys virtually. We've lived here since 1976. I think I know most of you on the board. We've seen some radical changes in terms of residential characteristics. Some are positive, the metro corridors, some negative, McMansions. And I do favor some missing middle concepts. And I also note Larry Smith's comments recently that duplexes might be what would be built on properties that would attract him as a developer. That's a long, long way from 8plexes on 10,000 square foot lots. What generally is clear to me is that missing middle will enhance county revenue, so that's a plus, provide more opportunities for investors and developers, that's not necessarily a plus, and it's going to respond to aspirational memes, not proven reality. And you know what they are, no need for me to go through them now. There are the negatives that people have already discussed. There's the real estate assessments that actually blow the county assertion of $100,000 affordable housing for purchases by residents, nowhere near the case. History has shown that 2006 adoption of zoning rules well-intentioned at the time, led to McMansions. Long story short, in order to avoid the opportunistic development of undesirable outcomes from missing middle, if the RTA must go forward now, I encourage the board to adopt a pilot approach. Sound government would mitigate for that in the face of crucial unknowns and then determine the necessary guardrails to preserve quality of life while allowing some missing middle to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Catherine Ange, followed by Audrey Pritchard and Pamela Thompson. Catherine Ange, A-N-G-E. All righty. Audrey Pritchard.
Hi. I'm a 30-year Arlington resident and have a master's degree in urban and environmental planning from UVA. The missing middle proposal is the opposite of planning. Removing zoning from single-family neighborhoods puts our county's future in the hands of developers and the free market. Everyone who knows me knows I support the goal of increasing affordable housing and that I want to live in an inclusive, diverse community. However, the current missing middle plan will not achieve this goal. As others have discussed and studies have shown, the housing created through this zoning change will only be affordable for the wealthy, and the more affordable existing single-family homes will be the first to be torn down. What drew me to Arlington County originally was its forward-thinking planning centered around public transit, high-density development along the metro corridor, scaling down to smaller apartment buildings, townhomes, and eventually single-family neighborhoods. One of the greatest things about Arlington is the quality of life this planning has engendered. However, the proposed zoning changes would turn all this on its head. The incentive to tear down existing homes would rise dramatically. This could pit neighbors against neighbors, as some decide to sell to developers for the highest bid, much to the anger and disappointment of those remaining. Those moving into new multifamily dwellings might not feel welcome through no fault of their own, but because of the ill will that has built up over this policy. I completely support the goals of missing middle, but I believe it can be achieved under our existing zoning laws through other means. Please reject this RTA and go back to the drawing board. Study ways that the missing middle could be assisted to purchase single-family homes in single-family neighborhoods. In this way, our communities can stay intact, infrastructure, schools, and the environment would not be negatively impacted, and we could all welcome neighbors from more diverse backgrounds into our community. Thanks.
Pamela Thompson, followed by Kristen Bass and Tia Alfred. Pamela Thompson. Okay. Kristen Bass.
You guys look pretty good given that you've been sitting here for so many hours. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. I've been sitting here all day and I have these prepared remarks, and at a certain point, you've heard everything, right? I'd just like to make a couple of observations. One, I live in Ashton Heights. I live pretty close to Wilson Boulevard. There was a lovely house at the end of our block that was, and it was rezoned, and this was allowed, but basically the developer put up a basic brick box, maximizing and putting in small rental units. My view is, if this isn't studied a little bit more, and if you don't do a pilot, that is likely to be the outcome of this proposal if adopted. We're going to end up with a lot of really basic, not well-designed, kind of unfortunate housing. And for a lot of people, that's okay because that's what they'd like to live in. And I think for a lot of us, we're hoping for a little bit better aesthetics. That's one. Two, parking actually is still a big deal. I know there's this whole cohort of folks who think that they're not going to want cars, but maybe by the third kid, when they have to get lots and lots of diapers, they might change their minds. I don't know. But I do think we need to plan for a lot more parking than probably you all have in this plan. And so anytime I hear by right, and I would just like to point out that the new CVS is basically in my backyard, and by right, it hasn't looked very good, I worry. So one, allowing maximal developer, we can do anything we want by right, maximum number of units without piloting it for a while, to me is just a bad idea. I think you guys have really noble goals. I appreciate the work that's gone into this. I think there's a lot more study about infrastructure and those sorts of things that could be done first. And again, you look wide awake, which I'm kind of stunned at. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tia Alfred, followed by Hendrik Upstilton and Peter Prominski.
Hi, my name is Tia Alfred, and I'm a native of Arlington, which I've been told is a rarity these days, especially because it's so expensive to continue to live here. I've heard mixed views on this missing middle proposal, and so I decided to come offer my view. The current level of exclusivity and greed that is displayed in Arlington is embarrassing and simply needs to be replaced by working together for the greater good. Where is the neighborly connection that I grew up with? Is it gone forever? Has Arlington just become a developer's dream cornucopia? I certainly hope not, for our children's sake. We need equitable and diverse communities and schools going forward for a true sense of belonging to exist and to truly have a genuine sense of community. When I grew up in Arlington, our entire neighborhood was like a family. That notion has since faded away. The missing middle proposal to end exclusionary zoning should go forward and should be implemented throughout Arlington, not just dumped in Halls Hill, the Valley, or on Columbia Pike, like most of the other affordable housing currently in Arlington. Equity in housing isn't equity unless it's everywhere. And please put an end to the developers having a monopoly on housing in Arlington, which is at the core of the housing problems here. That, along with no more sense of togetherness and community like the days of old. You can make progress and not have to reinvent the wheel, but instead make enhancements. Food for thought. Is the goal for Arlington to be a place that anyone can call home, or just be some utopia for the wealthy? Let's genuinely do better this year and into the future. County Board, we are counting on you to ensure that we have a county to be proud to live in, one that operates in integrity, honesty, transparency, and inclusion. No more segregation or exclusionary practices in 2023. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hendrik Upstilton, followed by Peter Prominski and Tara Siegel. Do we have Hendrik Upstilton? Peter Prominski.
Greetings.
I come to you today to speak in opposition to the Missing Middle Initiative. Prior to my comments, I did want to mention that I attended a town hall forum hosted by Councilmember Garvey, where of the 20 attendees, 17 in attendance were in opposition to the initiative. Despite my youthful looks, I'm a 59-year resident of Arlington County, and my wife has been here for 35 years. Needless to say, we have skin in the game. In my adult life, I started by living in a 6-person single-home group rental. My wife lived in an old 3-unit apartment building that still exists with a roommate. I was then able to buy a small townhome with 2 childhood friends. Upon marriage, I was able to sell my equity in that townhouse and purchase a small 2-bedroom colonial fixer-upper. We then traded up to a 4-bedroom fixer-upper Rambler, now in a 5-bedroom colonial. I'm here to tell you that the ladder of home ownership is still alive and well here in Arlington. If you go forward with this initiative, 4 of those 5 options that I just mentioned will be gone forever. This initiative is anything but an affordable housing initiative. Teachers, nurses, firemen, police, and others will be frozen out. Gone will be our leafy single-family home neighborhoods that stretch from south to north, replaced by urban blight, congestion, overparking, and stressed out services, schools, medical services, police, etc. Can you imagine what 24 to 32 trash cans look like outside a 6 to 8-plex? What do we do during leaf season if we still have trees? What do we do when it snows? Where are we going to park all our cars on these crowded and congested streets? We have a diversity of zoning laws for a reason. I respectfully ask that you delay the vote and that you continue to seek constructive and thoughtful input from both sides of the equation. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Tara Siegel, followed by Susan Lazewski and Kathleen Odell.
Hi, my name is Tara Siegel, and I wanted to say thank you so much for listening to all of us today, and thank you for your leadership on Missing Middle. I came to express my support for moving forward with the RTA without delay and with no caps. I came to Arlington in 2016. It was just after grad school, and I've lived here ever since. I now live with my partner, and we both volunteer in the community, and we really like it here. So a little while ago, we thought about looking for a way to move out of our small apartment, and we realized that there were no options for us that were affordable. This was really surprising because we're pretty privileged. We both have grad school degrees, we both have good jobs, but it just wasn't possible. This is only one of the reasons why I support Missing Middle, but it's a personal one to me. I also think that there are clear environmental benefits. There's an opportunity to address exclusionary zoning's racist laws or origins. It's clear that Missing Middle won't solve everything, but it is critical and it is an important intermediary step. So please move forward with the RTA without delay, without gaps. Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan Lazuski, followed by Kathleen Odell and Andreas Eldridge.
Yes, hello. This is Susan Lazuski. Good afternoon. I'm an Arlington homeowner and parent, and I'm calling today to voice my support for ending exclusionary zoning practices and bringing more diverse housing to Arlington, removing barriers to creating even more affordable housing in the future. After years of renting in Arlington and getting married right at Courthouse, where we still live, my husband and I were lucky to have the opportunity to buy a small 2-bedroom apartment and become homeowners here. I say lucky because I know that buildings like mine, the 9-unit garden-style community that has been my daughter's first home, are not the norm here. Many families like ours want to stay in Arlington but reach a point when they can no longer afford it. Some didn't have the luck that we did to find a place they could afford in the first place. Many others start their families, but when those families grow, they can't afford any bigger space. I know many fellow parents who are wondering what they're going to do when the second child comes along or when the baby outgrows the 1-bedroom that they currently live in. I want Arlington to be a place where people can come, build a life, and stay here and stay involved in the communities they've chosen, not just a good place to start out when you're young, but that you'll quickly be pressed out of. Ending exclusionary zoning may not create significantly more affordable housing overnight, but it is an essential first step. And as has been noted before, 2 $800,000 homes instead of yet another $1.8 million mansion could make all the difference to some families and some members of our community. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kathleen Odell, followed by Andreas Eldridge and Andrew Schmadel. Kathleen Odell. Andreas Eldridge.
Hi, thank you.
Before you begin, the lectern adjusts. I'm getting cringy seeing everybody hunched over like that. So there we go. Excellent.
A little more distinguished. Yeah, well, thank you all so much for taking the time to listen to everyone today. And sorry it's going so long. I just wanted to quickly say support the proposal. I really like to see more housing built, and for that to be done, it needs to be legalized. Folks need to be allowed to actually build, and having that the barriers taken away as quickly as possible, as rapidly as possible, so I can continue to live and thrive and work here in Arlington. Hopefully, may be here long term for raising a family and all that stuff. I think having more folks here will help a little bit more with funding the infrastructure and public works. I think it actually makes it easier to have those sort of resources because you have more taxpayers in one zone instead of spreading throughout and putting more burden on the county. I just want to quickly say those two things and yield back the rest of my time. Thank you all again.
Thank you. Next speaker is Andrew Schmadel, followed by Derek Weber and Mete Uz.
Hi, my name's Andrew Schmadel. I've been a resident of Arlington for the past 6 years, and for the past 6 months, I've been a homeowner in Lyon Park. I'd like to speak today in support of the county's missing middle proposal and to advance forward the RFA. My housing story will be familiar to many. I first moved to our area on the tail end of the 2008 recession, and I was all too familiar with the both lack of availability and high cost of housing in our area. My partner and I were eventually able to settle in Arlington in a relatively affordable 8-unit building in South Arlington. Buildings like this have remained affordable thanks to their simple construction, low maintenance costs, and shared infrastructure. Simply put, without the existing of housing like this, we would not have been able to settle here. Despite being an integral part of our community, representing almost a third of Arlington's existing housing, buildings like the one I used to live in would also be illegal to build today in most of Arlington. I encourage the county to approve the RFA, but I also encourage the planners to continue refining the proposal, pursuing other policies to address good faith environmental concerns, encourage more folks to use transit and be car-free, and to make the proposal less prescriptive in terms of the forms and types of buildings that it will allow. Simply put, if we're trying to enable more forms, the reformed code should encourage that. I believe that the process to date has been fair, deliberate, transparent, and that the overall changes realistically are going to be minor and incremental. As Arlington grows, we need to find ways to accommodate the many new neighbors who want to live here, while also preserving the aspects of our community we know and love. While insufficient on its own, I believe that the missing middle proposal will help us work toward both of these goals and will make Arlington a more welcoming and equitable community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Derek Weber, followed by Mehmet Uz and Bryant Atkins. Derek Weber. Mete Uz.
Hi. As a government scientist working on climate type of issues, my first concern is climate readiness. And in that context, we need more density along rail because it's helpful and necessary. But density without infrastructure would increase traffic and emissions. So, we have to move carefully here. So expansion by right for everyone, everywhere, would not be management, but it would be more an abdication of management. And it would be making an irreversible decision that might paint the county into the corner. So I haven't heard anything here against diversity, inclusion, and lower prices. But more of the arguments seem to be around whether this present proposal would positively make a change or not. So I think a more careful approach would be to do this maybe along the metro rail corridor initially, demonstrate the benefits in terms of inclusion and cost change, and then perhaps expand if we do actually get the proposed benefits. Because my concern is that if we do this all at once for everywhere, that is going to be a policy that we can never change. And then we might see unintended consequences like, let's say, the prospective buyers of a small property now having to compete with more builders who can pay higher prices because they can spread the cost of those higher prices over multiple units. So it might actually end up hurting the buyers that we want to incentivize rather than helping them. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bryant Atkins, followed by Rick Epstein and Josh Kaplowitz. Bryant Atkins. Okay, Rick Epstein. Josh Kaplowitz. Alrighty, Max Hasbrook, followed by Michael Beer and Grace Mulatto. Max.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for taking so much time to do this. My name is Max. I'm a resident of the Courthouse neighborhood in Arlington, and I'm here in favor of the missing middle proposal. I'd like to start by acknowledging some of the concerns I've heard from those who are opposed. It is reasonable to worry about parking. It is reasonable to worry about tree canopies. But for the average Arlingtonian, those concerns are secondary to the cost of housing and to the cost of living. Given how desirable it is to live in Arlington, the only option we have to lower housing prices is to increase the amount of housing available. The board should continue towards this goal first and foremost, and do what it can to address other concerns when the solutions don't significantly increase costs. Let's look for ways to increase tree coverage. Let's look for ways to meet parking needs, but let's not allow those to block the critical housing policy changes we need. I'm encouraged by the thought that has gone into the existing proposal, and I urge you to advertise the more expansive versions of this policy without delay. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Michael Beer, followed by Grace Mulatto and Hank Street. We have Michael Beer. Okay, Grace Mulatto. Hank Street.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Hank Street. I'm happy to be here in a building named for Ellen Bosman. Ellen Bosman, the godmother of the Arlington Way. What was the Arlington Way about? I just said was, I didn't hope I'm wrong. The Arlington Way is about consensus, about building consensus, about doing everything you can to find consensus. Have you heard consensus here today? No. Unequivocally, what you've heard here today is volubly, visibly, emphatically discordant. There is no consensus. There is no agreement. There is no community opinion. Acting as if there is consensus by advancing this item absolutely just abandons the Arlington Way and announces its premature passing. I had the honor to serve on your planning commission for 10 years and to chair it 1 year, at the same time, in parallel with Mrs. Bosman. I chaired the commission and learned much. One thing I learned, the first thing I learned, the most undeniable thing I learned, is that we only had one planning policy, one. And it was simple, and it was keeping the density, all the density, in the metro corridors and the commercial nodes. That principle has been the bedrock of just about all the planning done in Arlington since Metro got here in about 1979. And it has worked. It has been a success. Arlington has been a success. Planning based on that simple, understandable rule has won Arlington National Planning Awards, and other jurisdictions have copied what we have done here. This initiative would denigrate that success, it would abandon that principle and subvert that success. This plan won't work. The real issue here is the cost of housing, I know that, but this board can't repeal the law of supply and demand. Housing in Arlington is expensive. We're at the heart of a large, dynamic metropolitan area. Demand for housing will always be high. This proposal cannot change that demand.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Street.
Our next speaker is Julia Spain.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair Dorsey, Vice Chair Garvey, and esteemed members of the board. I am Julius J.D. Spain Sr. I'm a 13-year resident of the Penrose community, that is a very historic community, African-American community, Butler Home subdivision. I'm also a single-family homeowner and a community advocate. I am so proud of the staff and the leadership on this issue, and we are setting a standard for other communities to emulate. Let me say that I fully support Item 33 to support the request to authorize advertisement of the missing middle for a number of reasons. When we talk about community engagement, it has been, in my opinion, comprehensive. And in many ways, it's been responsible. Have we captured 238,000 people in Arlington, their views? No, we have not. But deferral at this moment is nothing more than kicking the can down the road. Let me also say that the NAACP, Sierra Club, YIMBYs, Chamber, Apple, Voice, AHC, Arlington Young Dems, Alliance for Housing Solutions, all of these groups who represent thousands of vulnerable citizens and just citizens in general have spoken out. So we are attempting here today to unwind historically discriminatory and exclusionary zoning. That is a fact, not an alternative fact. So listen, this proposal is not going to kick people out of their McMansions or ban single family homes. It's going to allow us to connect. And it's a start in the right direction. So I applaud you for your efforts. Let's continue to learn, engage. There's so much more we can do, but I fully support item 33, request to authorize advertisement of missing middle. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, should we check back to see if there are any 2-minute speakers on the virtual platform before they lose their ability to speak on this matter?
We will check. Let's see here. Let's start with Pamela Thompson. Hendrik Opstilton. Kathleen Odell. Derek Weber. Bryant Atkins. Rick Epstein. Josh Kaplowitz. Michael Beer. Grace Mulatto. Let me just see. Just a cursory sort of look at our team's screen here. I don't see these names.
Don't have to tell me twice. So with that, we have a number of speakers, I believe 18, who have signed up for 3 minutes. Earlier, I released from their obligation to stay here for the uncertainty of when this meeting would end. They've been invited to come back on Tuesday evening, where they will be heard no earlier than 6:45. We very much appreciate all of you for coming out today. Those of you who have remained, some of you have been here for many hours. Do appreciate your engagement on this issue and look forward to engaging with you further. So remaining speakers carried over till Tuesday the 24th. Madam Clerk, I do believe that there are some other additional items for the board this afternoon.
Yes, that is correct. You have a couple of motions.
Thank you. I believe I have them, and a couple of motions for you to consider, colleagues. The first, I'll go ahead and move that the county board direct the county attorney to file a petition with the Arlington County Circuit Court to request that no special election be ordered to fill the vacancy of sheriff in accordance with Virginia Code, Section 24.2, 228.1.
Second.
Second, Ms. Crystal, would you like to explain it briefly?
Yeah.
I would be happy to speak to that. I think members of our community are aware that our sheriff sought her retirement well-deservedly a little bit early and departed her tenure on, I believe, January 7th. We had the opportunity to deliberate somewhat as a board about whether to exercise what we are entitled to do under the code, which is either petition for a special election or petition that there be no special election. Given that there is an acting sheriff, that we have a very, Mr. Vice Head, if you could clear the room for us while we continue our business, that would be great. Thank you.
Or just be quiet. That would help.
Also acceptable. Given that we have a pretty robust election season, a very busy primary with a lot going on, as well as given the expense of a special election, the motion here reflects what I believe is the consensus, if not unanimity, of the board, which is that we would like to petition the court to hold no special election and rather continue with the primary and then general election for the position of sheriff as normal, which is to say June and November. I believe that summarizes the total of our discussion. And Mr. Dorsey, appreciate your bringing forward that motion.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for seconding it. I believe Mr. DeFerranti, Mr. Carantonis, would you like to speak to it as well?
I was ready to vote.
Okay, then we'll move to a consideration on that motion. All those concurring, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. With a concurrence of 5-0, that motion passes.
I'm sorry, the thought that I did not complete, that I was going to add, it's been a long day, is that the final decision will rest with the court, which I think is important for anybody following along. This is not the final determination, is merely our decision to petition the court.
As the motion directs, that we are asking our attorney to file a petition to request that the circuit court do this. They are their own entity. Hopefully, though, they listen to our request. All right, for efficiency's sake, I'll move this second item as well, and I move that the county board approve the amendments to the employment agreements with the county manager, the county attorney, and the clerk to the board, and authorize me as chairman to sign each of the aforesaid documents on behalf of the county board. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey, for the second. I'll explain them briefly. So on an annual basis, county board considers the performance of each of the employees under our direct supervision. As part of that, we also evaluate their compensation structure. And as a result of that process this year, our county attorney has been awarded a market adjustment that equates to a 12% increase in her salary, and both county manager and the clerk have received 4.5% increases in light of their exceptional performance during the year. Any further discussion on this matter, Ms. Crystal? No. Okay, seeing no further discussion, we'll move to a vote on the motion. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? The vote of 5 concurring and 0 opposed, that motion passes as well. Madam Clerk, Mr. DeFerranti.
Mr. Chair, I won't say more than 2 or 3 sentences, but we each have our own way of listening to all the speakers today, and this is not really so much for those in this room, but so that everybody knows, I think each of us have been trying to take notes and listen to every single person, and I just think if you're watching online, it's not just sitting here, it's each of us trying to engage with this. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Any further comments before I ask the clerk if there are anything else for our consideration this afternoon?
No.
All right. Hearing nothing else, we are in recess until Tuesday. Thank you. You've been here all day, haven't you?
Yes, it's been very interesting, Christian.
Taking some breaks.